In this video, we'll show you what happened in Book 2 of A Clash of Kings, which was used for Season 2 of the HBO adaptation, and show you what was left out because it was too dark. For example, we'll explore the truth of Melisandre's shadow babies, the mystery surrounding the Red Waste that Daenerys nearly dies in, Robb's military campaign against the Lannisters, and what the Greyjoys were really up to. We'll use vertical footage on the right to remind you of what happened in the TV show, plus volumes 1 to 16 of the Game of Thrones comic book, so you can explore for yourself why the books were actually better. Anyway, let's begin. The prologue chapter of A Clash of Kings is told from the perspective of Maester Cresson, who watches from his balcony as the red comet spreads across the dawn over Dragonstone like a wound in the sky. The feeble 80-year-old chides himself for considering it an omen, yet he has never seen a comet so bright nor of that color. It is even visible during the day now. At the same time, hot steam has begun to issue from vents beneath the Dragonmont volcano, and a white raven has arrived from the citadel, declaring the end of the longest summer in living memory. 10 years, 2 turns, and 16 days. Too many omens to deny. It is enough to make any man believe in omens, but the old Maester cannot decide what they might mean. Cresson's eventual successor, Maester Pylos, interrupts his thoughts with word that Princess Shireen wishes to see the White Raven. The title, Princess, is a new style for the young girl, now that her father, Stannis Baratheon, is a king. Cresson bids Pylos to show her in. The shy princess enters, followed by her shuffling fool, Patchface, who wears a mock helm made from a bucket with antlers and cowbells. Perhaps once Patchface was a good fool, but now he has lost his wits and is incoherent as often as not. Only Shireen laughs at his antics or cares about him at all. Shireen's face is unattractive, even discounting the disfigurement from a bout of grayscale that nearly claimed her life as an infant. Shireen asks to see the White Raven, and the Maester will not deny her, since she has been denied too much during her life of almost 10 years. She is the saddest child the Maester has ever known, and he considers her another mark of his failures. While Pylos goes to fetch the White Raven, Cresson thinks how the solemn 25-year-old Pylos is not a good match for Dragonstone, because grim places need lightning. However, a Maester does not choose his post, and Cresson recalls coming to Dragonstone himself 12 years ago with his lord, though he never liked it here and never considered it home. Of late, when he wakes from restless nightmares of the Red Woman, Cresson often does not know where he is. Cresson asks Shireen why she is up so early. The girl explains that she had nightmares of dragons coming to eat her. The Maester remembers that she has always had nightmares. Thinking of the many dragon-inspired statues and buildings of Dragonstone, Cresson attempts to comfort her by explaining that Dragonstone was once the westernmost outpost of the ancient freehold of Valyria. The dragon towers were created to make the fortress seem formidable. He explains that the Valyrians had long-forgotten ways of shaping stone and used them to make the thousands of stone dragons on the island. Shireen is unconvinced, telling him that the Red Woman says the thing in the sky is dragon's breath. Cresson explains that it is only a comet, and will be gone soon. Shireen states that her mother says the White Raven means it is not summer anymore, and the Maester confirms that it is true. He then goes on to tell her about the White Ravens, and how the Citadel has determined that summer is over. Cresson says that it is hoped there will be a warm autumn with bountiful harvests. He knows that a long summer is said to bring a long winter, but does not want to frighten the child. When she asks if it will snow, the Maester says it will, but he prays it will not be for years yet. Then Pylos returns with the White Raven, and the Maester introduces the raven to Shireen. Shireen is delighted to learn that it can speak. Patchface begins to sing, "The shadows came to dance, my lord, dance, my lord, dance, my lord," hopping from one foot to the other. "The shadows came to stay, my lord, stay, my lord, stay, my lord." This is probably a reference to Melisandre's shadow babies. He jerks his head with each word, and his bells make a clangor. Shireen declares that Patchface has been singing that song often lately, and it scares her. She asks the Maesters to make him stop. Cresson thinks back to how the old Lord Steffan Baratheon found the fool in Volantis, while seeking a wife for Rhaegar Targaryen. Upon their return journey within sight of home, their ship sank, killing everyone aboard. Patchface was washed up on the shore 3 days later, naked, cold, and clammy. They took him for dead, but then he coughed up water and survived, albeit broken in mind and body, hardly capable of speech, let alone wit. Many suggested that it would be kindest for Cresson to let the mad boy die, but he refused, and now he wonders at that decision. Cresson assures Shireen that Patchface is just rambling and does not comprehend any of what he says. Pylos, who went to fetch Cresson's breakfast, returns to inform him that Sir Davos Seaworth returned during the night and has been with Stannis most of the night. Cresson complains that he should have been notified, as it is his duty to advise the king. Asking pardons of Shireen, the old man has Pylos help him hobble with his bad hips to the stone drum, the main keep of Dragonstone. He passes windows from which he can see 3,000 men in the camp outside the wall, and the anchorage filled with ships, since no ship that has come within sight of Dragonstone has been allowed to leave. Once inside the stone drum, Cresson leaves Pylos, stating he wants to see Stannis alone. As he ascends the stairs, he regrets leaving Pylos. He meets Sir Davos coming down from the stairs. Davos reveals that his mission as envoy to the Stormlands has been a failure. It is, as Cresson warned, the lords sworn to Storm's End have no love for Stannis and will not support his claim. Instead, they have joined with the Lords of the Reach in supporting Stannis' younger brother, Renly. News of Renly claiming the crown leads Cresson to worry for the youngest Baratheon. When Sir Davos mentions that Renly has instituted a new Kingsguard, Cresson recalls that Renly was always fond of games and rich, bright fabrics as a child. "Look at me, I'm a dragon," and "Look at me, I'm a wizard," the boy was always shouting. Cresson sees Renly's bid to be king as no more than another game. "Look at me, I'm a king." Cresson asks Davos if he could bring Stannis any hope, but Davos insists that the only hope he could bring would have been the false sort. This leads Cresson to recall that Sir Davos was once a notorious smuggler who sailed a black ship past a Red Wind blockade in the dead of night to deliver onions and saltfish to Stannis' starving garrison during the siege of Storm's End. It allowed them to survive until Lord Eddard Stark could lift the siege. Stannis knighted Davos for his deed. However, as punishment for his past misdeeds, Stannis himself cut short all the fingers on Davos' left hand, save the thumb. Davos had insisted that Stannis do the cutting. Cresson realizes that a man like that would give no false hope to Stannis. So Davos declares that if Stannis marches on King's Landing now, as is his intent, with so small an army, it will only be to die. Cresson responds that Davos has done all he can, and that now it is his turn. Cresson finds Stannis in the top room of the keep, looking down at the painted table, which is shaped as a detailed map of the continent of Westeros. Stannis greets him with a statement that he knew Cresson would come, even without a summons. He says that Cresson is now old and needs his sleep, and that he would have learned what Davos knew on his own anyway. Talk between the Maester and the King quickly turns into a rant by Stannis about how the Baratheon birthright of Storm's End, the Stormlands, and its income should have passed to him rather than Renly when their brother Robert assumed the Iron Throne. Stannis did not want Dragonstone, but when his brother commanded it, he occupied it and built his brother's fleets. It is an old grievance, made new by the fact that Dragonstone, ancient and strong though it is, commands the allegiance of only a handful of lesser lords, whose Stony Island's holdings are too thinly occupied to supply the men that Stannis needs to siege his rightful throne. Cresson explains that Robert did him an injustice, but gave him lordship of Dragonstone because a man's strength was needed to hold it, and Renly was just a boy. Stannis declares that Renly is still a boy, a thieving child who has never done anything to deserve the throne. Stannis wonders aloud why the gods inflicted him with brothers. Then he asks about the advice Renly gets from his maester, but Cresson doubts that Renly would seek counsel. Renly is bold and heedless, much like Robert. When Stannis asks what he is to tell the few anxious bannermen that he does command, Maester Cresson reminds him that House Lannister is his true enemy, and suggests that he join with Renly to defeat them. Stannis flatly refuses. Cresson yields immediately and suggests a partnership with the new king in the north, Robb Stark, who commands all the power of Winterfell and Riverrun. Stannis again refuses, claiming that Robb is a green boy and another false king that seeks to steal half of his kingdom. Cresson suggests that half a realm is better than none, and that Robb may even submit in exchange for help in avenging his father. But Stannis remains adamant and launches into another rant about the slights he received at the hands of his brother Robert. Why should I avenge Eddard Stark? The man was nothing to me. Oh, Robert loved him, to be sure. Loved him as a brother. How often did I hear that? I was his brother, not Ned Stark. But you would never have known by the way he treated me. I held Storm's End for him, watching good men starve while Mace Tyrell and Paxter Redwyne feasted within sight of my walls. Did Robert thank me? No, he thanked Stark for lifting the siege when we were down to rats and radishes. I built a fleet at Robert's command, took Dragonstone in his name. Did he ever take my hand and say, "Well done, brother, whatever should I do without you?" No, he blamed me for letting Willem Darry steal away Viserys and the babe, as if I could have stopped it. I sat on his council for 15 years, helping Jon Arryn rule his realm while Robert drank and whored. But when Jon died, did my brother name me his hand? No, he went galloping off to his dear friend Ned Stark and offered him the honor, and small good it did either of them. Cresson then proposes a marriage pact between Shireen and young Robert Arryn. Stannis dismisses the possibility of bringing the weak and sickly Robert to Dragonstone, as planned before Lord Arryn's death, because Lysa Arryn is paranoid and hides him in the Eyrie. Cresson urges him to send Shireen and her fool to the Eyrie instead. Dragonstone is a grim home for a child. Stannis now agrees that it is worth a try. Then Stannis' wife, Queen Selyse, arrives to argue that Stannis should not have to beg or bargain for help. They all owe their allegiance to him as the true king. Queen Selyse has been entirely converted to the worship of the foreign god R'hllor by the Red Priestess Melisandre of Asshai. Stannis tells her he needs swords and asks whether she has an army. She replies that House Florent can provide an army, but Stannis retorts that they can only provide 2,000 men and are too close to Highgarden. The Queen proclaims that the comment is an omen from the Lord of Light that he will aid Stannis in his conquest. Stannis, who does not share his wife's newfound faith, questions how many men the Red God will deliver him. Selyse insists that R'hllor will provide all the power of Highgarden and Storm's End. Stannis reminds her that those men now support Renly. Selyse agrees, but suggests that if Renly should die, his army would join Stannis. She then notes that Melisandre has looked into the flames and seen Renly dead. Cresson is horrified by the notion and pleads that fratricide is evil. Stannis declares that he has heard Cresson's advice and will now hear hers, and sends the aged maester away. By the time Cresson joins Pylos at the bottom of the steps, he can hardly stand erect, and needs to be helped back to his rooms. There, Cresson contemplates his options. He raised Robert, Stannis, and Renly after their father died, and cannot watch one kill the other. He knows that everything Queen Selyse said has been preached to her by Melisandre, the Red Priestess. It is she who must be silenced before she can convert King Stannis to her evil schemes and spread her mad religion beyond Dragonstone. Therefore, Cresson goes to a small workroom under the Rookery Stair and retrieves a small vial of purple crystals, a poison known in Westeros only as the Strangler. Dissolved in wine, one of the small crystals is enough to cause the victim's throat muscles to constrict more tightly than any fist, making it impossible for the victim to breathe. Cresson plans to put one in Lady Melisandre's drink at the feast Stannis is holding for his bannermen tonight. He knows it is a dreadful thing he is planning, but surely the gods will forgive him. As he lays down for a nap, Cresson wonders if the comet is his foreboding murder. Hours later, Cresson wakes to discover he has overslept and is late for the feast. He calls for Pylos, who should have awoken him, but Pylos does not come, so he has to shout for the servants. As he crosses the long gallery, the comet outside the windows looks malevolent to him, but he thinks he should not fear. When he enters the Great Hall, he finds Stannis and his bannermen have begun without him. As Cresson crosses the room, Patchface the Fool lurches into him, while singing the same song from the morning, and they both fall to the floor. Face to face with Cresson, the Fool says, "Under the sea you fall up. I know, I know." Cresson is too feeble to rise on his own, but fortunately strong hands lift him to his feet. When he turns to thank the knight he believes helped him, he comes face to face with Lady Melisandre herself, clothed in red silk with red eyes. The Red Priestess mockingly advises him to mind his steps, intoning her religion's prayer, "For the night is dark and full of terrors." Cresson insists that only children fear the dark. Melisandre gives him a riddle, a clever fool and a foolish wise man, and places Patchface's ridiculous antlered helm upon Cresson's head, telling him, "A crown to match your chain, Lord Maester." All around him, Cresson hears laughter. He removes the crown, fighting his rage. He tells her he needs no crown but truth, to which Melisandre replies that some truths are not taught in Old Town. When he reaches the high table, Cresson sees that Stannis has given his accustomed seat to Pylos. When questioned why he did not wake him, Pylos blushes and states he was told to let Cresson rest and that Cresson was not needed here. Cresson looks at the gaudy knights and captains. Aged and sour, Lord Adrian Celtigar. Handsome, Lord Monfred Valerion. Plump, 14-year-old, Lord Durham Bar Aemon. Homely, Sir Axel Florent. Pious, Lord Gunsa Sunglass. And the Lyseni captain, Salador San. Only Sir Davos Seaworth is simply dressed. Melisandre sits to Stannis' right in the place of high honor. Of all the lords, only Davos will meet his gaze, with pity in his eyes. Stannis declares that Pylos will now assume all of Cresson's duties, insisting that Cresson is too ill and confused to be of use to him any longer. Cresson cannot believe it is Stannis' voice that states this. Cresson is heartbroken by the rejection, remembering how he was the one that loved Stannis as a boy, perhaps because Stannis was the one who was unloved. Cresson accepts and meekly pleads for some place at the table, though he still feels he belongs at Stannis' side. Of all the assembled lords, only Sir Davos offers him a seat. As Patchface continues to caper about, Sir Davos comments that they should wear motley, since they are about fool's business. Melisandre has seen victory in her flames, and so Stannis plans to press his claim, no matter the numbers. Cresson urges Stannis a final time to ally himself with Robb Stark or Lysa Arryn, but Queen Selyse insists that R'hllor is the only ally Stannis needs. Cresson replies that gods make uncertain allies, and here, R'hllor has no power. Melisandre tells him that if he believes that, he should put Patchface's crown back on, and Queen Selyse commands thus. Stannis grudgingly orders the Fool to give the crown to Cresson. After the Fool places the crown on Cresson's head, Selyse suggests that Cresson sing. Stannis refuses and declares that Cresson has served him well. Suddenly, Cresson sees the opportunity to poison Melisandre. He is close to Davos' cup, which he takes and slips a crystal into. He is sure only Davos notices. Cresson proposes to Melisandre that they share a cup of wine to toast to her god's power. She agrees. Davos tries to stop him, but Cresson insists he is doing what he must for the sake of the realm and his lord's soul. Before they drink, Melisandre gives him the opportunity to back out, but Cresson refuses. Melisandre drinks most of the cup, leaving only a small amount for Cresson. Cresson pushes away his fear and drinks as well. The ruby at Melisandre's throat glows as she insists that her god R'hllor does have power. Cresson tries to reply, but his throat has already begun to constrict. Unaffected by the poison, Melisandre looks on with pity as Cresson collapses and dies. Now, if we had to guess, we reckon Melisandre didn't use any magic to survive Cresson's poison, but instead, Cresson left the poison out before falling asleep. So either Maester Pylos or someone informed Melisandre, so she took the antidote or something. Since we learn in A Dance with Dragons that Melisandre is actually quite the charlatan when it comes to convincing people that her magic is real. Lastly, it is sad that Cresson is probably the only one who truly loved and cared for Stannis, unlike his wife, any of his brothers, or followers. Chapter 1 has Arya Stark traveling north with Yoren of the Night's Watch disguised as a boy. When the orphan boy known as Hot Pie tries to steal her sword, Needle, Arya beats him bloody. Yoren takes her aside for punishment and reveals that her father was supposed to be allowed to take the black, rather than be executed. Arya used to think her nickname of Arya Horseface was bad, until the orphan boy Lommy Greenhands named her Lumpyhead, because of her lumpy, uneven haircut. Her head actually feels lumpy when she touches it. When Yoren dragged her into an alley after her father's execution, Arya was sure he meant to kill her. Instead, the smelly old black brother had only cut her hair and promised to deliver her to her home at Winterfell when he and his new recruits passed by. However, Yoren insisted that she pretended to be an orphan boy named Arya, because half of the new recruits would turn her over to Queen Cersei quick as spit for a pardon and a few silvers, and the other half would do the same but force themselves on her first. Yoren claimed it should not be too hard to pass as a boy. The hardest part would be passing her water in the woods alone. There are 30 of them. Some of the recruits are orphaned boys recruited with promises of food and clothing, but others are criminals from the dungeons under the Red Keep. The most frightening are the 3 from the Black Cells, whom Yoren keeps chained in the back of a wagon. The 5 wagons contain supplies for the wall: hides, bars of pig iron, a cage of ravens, cloth, books, paper, ink, sour leaf, oil, medicine, and spices. The gates of King's Landing were easy to pass, just as Yoren claimed. The Lannister guards were searching for the high-born daughter of the Hand of the King, not a skinny boy with his hair chopped off. Yoren called one of them by name, and they were waved through. As they were leaving, Arya wished that Blackwater Rush would rise and wash away the city until she remembered her sister would be washed away too. Instead, she decided to wish for Winterfell. Yoren was wrong about passing water being the hardest part. The men ignore her, but the orphan boys, Lommy Greenhands and Hot Pie, take her silence to mean she is frightened, stupid, or deaf. Arya is 2 years younger and quite a bit smaller than them. One morning, Lommy and Hot Pie begin questioning Arya about her sword, Needle, wondering where she got it. Hot Pie sarcastically suggests that maybe she was a squire, but Lommy disagrees and argues that Needle is probably not even a real sword. Arya angrily shouts back that it is castle-forged steel, but this only gives rise to claims that she stole it. This angers Arya even more, because Needle was a gift from her bastard brother, Jon Snow, and she will not let them call him a thief. Then Hot Pie gets the idea that he can steal Needle from her, and Lommy encourages him. Hot Pie's declaration that she doesn't even know how to use a sword takes Arya back to the stable boy she stabbed during her escape from the Red Keep, but she doesn't mention the incident. The boys continue to mock her, saying that she is going to cry and wet her pants. The Bull, an older boy with shaggy black hair and a bull motif helmet, then tells them to let her be, but Hot Pie continues. Arya attempts to defuse the situation by offering to surrender her wooden practice sword, but Hot Pie threatens to beat her up like he did another boy and reaches for Needle. Arya uses her practice sword to whack Hot Pie's donkey. The animal bucks and throws Hot Pie to the ground. Arya dismounts and breaks his nose with her practice sword before turning on Lommy, who cowers away in fear. The bull shouts a warning and Arya turns to face Hot Pie. The injured boy throws a rock at her, but Arya ducks and closes the distance to strike him again on the hand, cheek, knee, and back of the head. Dazed and wounded, Hot Pie attempts to charge her, but Arya slips into a water dancer pose and stabs the boy in the groin. By the time Yoren pulls her off, Arya has hit Hot Pie a dozen more times, and the boy's pants are brown and smelly. Yoren drags her off the road into a tangle of trees, cursing and muttering. There, he orders her to drop her breeches and scream loudly, then whacks her several times with her own stick sword. Arya does not want to scream, but cannot help it, and her thighs and cheeks are ablaze with pain. When he is finished, Yoren tells her that if she ever uses her stick sword on one of her companions again, she will get twice what she gives. Yoren also explains that however much her punishment hurt, Hot Pie is feeling much worse. He points out that Hot Pie and Lomi had no part in her father's death, and hitting them won't bring him back. Arya says she knows that. Yoren goes on to explain that he was set to leave when he received a message to wait for Lord Eddard, who was supposed to be allowed to take the black, only something went queer. Arya blames King Joffrey and declares someone should kill him. Yoren replies that someone will, but not him, and not her. Afterward, Arya is unable to sit a donkey for several days, but Hot Pie is unable to do anything but lie in the back of a wagon for even longer, and Lomi stays as far away from her as possible. The bull points out that Lomi twitches whenever she looks at him now. Arya does not answer, since it seems safer not to talk. That night, while looking up at the sky, the bull calls the red comet the Red Sword, saying that it looks like a sword fresh from the forge. Arya can see it as a sword as well, but to her, it is her father's greatsword, Ice, covered with her father's blood, as it was after his head was cut off. When she finally falls asleep, Arya dreams of Winterfell. She longs to see her mother, Robb, Bran, and Rickon, but more than anyone else, she misses her brother Jon on the wall. She wishes that somehow they could come to the wall before Winterfell, just so she could see Jon again. So, this chapter was put at the end of Season 1, and we also get more evidence that Yoren works for Varys since he tells Arya that Lord Eddard was supposed to come with them, just as Varys had arranged. So, Varys was arranging to get Ned north with Robert's bastard, who they could then declare king. Chapter 2 has Sansa Stark attend the tourney of King Joffrey's name day. After several poor contests, Joffrey becomes enraged when Sir Dontos Hollard arrives half naked and too drunk to compete. Sansa manages to convince Joffrey to make Dontos his new fool instead of executing him. Afterward, while Prince Tommen is riding against a Quintain, Tyrion Lannister arrives to assume his position as acting hand of the king. Sansa is watching the long tail of the Red Comet from her tower window when Sir Arys Oakheart arrives to escort her to the tourney on King Joffrey's name day. She asks him what it means. Sir Arys declares that it means glory to her betrothed, King Joffrey. The gods have raised it as a banner in his honor, and the small folk have named it King Joffrey's Comet. Sansa is not so sure and replies that she has heard the servants call it the Dragon's Tail. So Arys replies that Joffrey sits on Aegon the Dragon's throne, and crimson is the color of House Lannister, so it must mean he will triumph over his enemies. Sansa wonders apprehensively if this is true, since her mother and brother are among Joffrey's enemies. Yet Joffrey is a Baratheon as much as a Lannister, so his comet should be gold. Sir Arys compliments Sansa on her gown, whose long sleeves hide the bruises given to her by Sir Boris Blount at Joffrey's command when he learned that her brother Robb had been proclaimed king in the north. Of all the Kingsguard, Sir Arys is always courteous to Sansa, and is her preferred escort since he is the only one who objects to hitting her and never hits hard. The others all obey without question, except Sandor Clegane, but Joffrey never commands the Hound to hit her. As they walk, Sansa asks who will win the tourney. Sir Arys states he will, though there will be only 40 contestants and there is small honor in unhorsing green boys. Sansa muses that this will be very different from the magnificent Hands tourney. With King Robert dead and 3 kings vying for power, it is not surprising that Joffrey's tourney must be held within the Red Keep. Sansa asks if Queen Cersei will attend, but learns that the Queen has urgent business with the small council. Sir Arys also mentions that Cersei is furious that Tywin Lannister will not bring his army to the city as commanded. The pitiful crowd in the small outer bailey fills only half the seats. Most of the spectators are gold cloaks, or wear the crimson of House Lannister. Only a few are nobility. Grey-faced Lord Giles Rosby, Lady Tanda Stokeworth with her daughters Felice and Lollies, the exiled prince Jalabar Zoe, and Lady Ermesand Hayfoot, who was only a baby. The Hound announces Sansa's arrival at the royal box. Princess Myrcilla gives her a shy nod, but Prince Tommen excitedly tells her that he is to ride in the tourney. Joffrey quickly interjects that Tommen will be riding against a straw Quintain. After Sir Arys excuses himself, Joffrey studies Sansa and declares he is pleased she wore the stones he gave her. Sansa is relieved that Joffrey has chosen to play the gallant today. Once Sansa is seated, Joffrey informs her that the beggar king, Viserys Targaryen, is dead. Joffrey is amused by the irony of a dragon king being killed with a molten gold crown. He suggests that perhaps he will feed Sansa's brother Robb to wolves, and boasts that he intends to challenge Robb to single combat. Sansa states that she would like to see that. Joffrey is suspicious of her meaning, so Sansa distracts him by asking if he will compete today. Joffrey responds that his mother claims it would not be fitting for him to compete in his own tourney, otherwise he would be champion. When asked to concur, the Hound says, "Against this lot, why not?" When Sansa asks the Hound if he will joust, the scarred man replies that it would not be worth the bother, since this is a tourney of gnats. Joffrey suggests he should make the Hound fight the champion to the death, but the Hound replies that Joffrey would only be one knight the poorer, and the Hound is not a knight. When the trumpets sound, Joffrey takes Sansa's hand, which repulses her, but she forces herself to be still. In the first joust, Sir Mirren Trant of the Kingsguard defeats Sir Hobber Redwyne on the second pass. The Redwyne twins are hostages like Sansa, and she doubts they entered the tourney voluntarily. Joffrey is disappointed by the poor show. Next, Sir Balin Swan faces the new maid squire Maurice Slint, who was having difficulty with his lance. The sight of Janna Slint's heir takes Sansa back to the day her father was beheaded. It was Janna Slint who threw her father down and held him while Sir Ilyn Payne swung the sword. Her prayer for Maurice to embarrass himself is answered when the former commoner is violently unhorsed. Joffrey hoots in derision, telling Tommen that they picked the wrong foe for him. Maurice jouts worse than a Quintain. Then it is Sir Horace Redwyne's turn. He fares better than his twin, unhorsing an old knight bedecked with silver griffins who makes a poor contest. Disgusted, Joffrey declares this is a feeble show. He is getting bored and his mood is darkening, which worries Sansa. Next, Sir Dontos Hollard is called to face the free rider, Lothor Brune. Brune takes his place, but Sir Dontos arrives drunk and half naked, struggling to catch and mount his horse. The audience all laugh at the drunken knight's antics, except for Joffrey. Eventually, Dontos gives up trying to mount, sits down in the dirt, forfeits the match, and asks for more wine. Joffrey stands and shouts, "A cask from the cellars! I'll see him drowned in it." Without thinking, Sansa protests and is immediately shocked that she dared, given Joffrey's mood. He turns on her, furious at being gainsaid, and Sansa struggles to make up a story that it is a curse to kill a man on one's name day. Joffrey does not believe her, but the Hound comes to her rescue by agreeing that what a man sows on his name day, he reaps throughout the year. Joffrey reluctantly agrees to have the fool killed on the morrow. Sansa seizes the opportunity to suggest that Joffrey make Dontos wear motley and clown for him as a fool instead of executing him. He does not deserve the mercy of a quick death. Joffrey likes this idea and agrees. Sir Dontos thanks both Joffrey and Sansa. Once Sir Dontos has been led away, the Master of Rebels inquires whether he should summon a new opponent for Lothor Brune or proceed with the next tilt. Instead, Joffrey calls off the tourney in disgust, saying he would have them all put to death if it weren't his name day. Tommen vehemently protests that he was supposed to ride against the Quintain. An argument among the royal siblings ensues. When Marcella finally points out that their mother agreed, Joffrey mocks her for being childish, but Marcella points out that they are children. The Hound, laughing, tells Joffrey that she has a point. Joffrey sullenly agrees. Tommen's opponent is a child-sized Quintain wearing a helmet with antlers. Tommen hits it solidly, but it spins around to strike Tommen on the back of the head, unhorsing him. This incites a gale of laughter from the crowd, most of all from King Joffrey. Princess Marcella rushes out to help her brother to his feet. Sansa, with queer courage, suggests that Joffrey should accompany her to help and tell Tommen he rode well. Joffrey angrily refuses, stating that getting unhorsed is not riding well. However, Tommen shows courage when he prepares to try again. Sansa finds herself wishing that Tommen was the eldest child. She wouldn't mind marrying him. Just then, the portcullis rises and the gates of the Red Keep open. A column of dusty horsemen enter under the Golden Lion banner of House Lannister. Some of the horsemen wear the armor of Lannister men-at-arms, but the majority are free riders, sellswords, and monstrous savages. In their midst rides Tyrion Lannister, the ugliest man Sansa has ever set eyes upon. Tommen and Marcella rush to greet their uncle, and Sansa is stunned to see that Tommen and Tyrion are the same height. After greeting his niece and nephew, the dwarf waddles over to Joffrey. shadowed by a black-haired sellsword and a one-eyed savage. When Tyrion greets him, Joffrey expresses surprise at Tyrion's arrival, and the Hound comments that they heard Tyrion was dead. Marcella expresses happiness that he is alive. Tyrion thanks her and then gives his condolences to Joffrey and Sansa for the loss of their fathers. Sansa is speechless, wondering if Tyrion is mocking her. Joffrey is momentarily confused until Tyrion reminds him that his own father, King Robert, has also recently died. Joffrey responds, "Oh, him. Yes, it was very sad. A boar killed him." Tyrion asks him if that is what they say. Sansa, armoring herself in a courtesy, apologizes to Tyrion for his abduction by her mother. Tyrion thanks Sansa for the sentiment, telling her that many people are sorry, and some will be even sorrier. Then Tyrion asks Joffrey where he might find Queen Cersei. Joffrey answers that she is with the small council. Jaime Lannister keeps losing battles and was captured. Riverrun was lost, and Robb is calling himself king. Tyrion comments that all sorts of people are calling themselves kings these days. Suspicious of the comment, Joffrey tells Tyrion stiffly that he is happy he is alive and asks about a gift for his name day. Tyrion responds that he has brought his wits, and Joffrey replies he would prefer Robb's head. Before Joffrey departs with Marcella and Tommen, the Hound tells Tyrion to guard his tongue. Sansa is left alone with Tyrion and his monsters. Unable to think of anything else to say, Sansa comments on Tyrion's injured arm. Tyrion tells her that a Northman hit him with a morning star, but he escaped by falling off his horse. Tyrion asks if it is mourning for her father that makes Sansa so sad. Sansa reflexively insists that her father, mother, and brother are traitors, and that she is loyal to her beloved Joffrey. Tyrion is unconvinced and responds by comparing her to a deer surrounded by wolves. Sansa, without thinking, whispers, "lions." The dwarf gently takes her hand and assures her that he is only a little lion and means her no harm, then departs. Sansa notes that Tyrion speaks to her more gently than Joffrey, but then she remembers that Queen Cersei only spoke gently as well. She reminds herself that Tyrion is still a Lannister and that she must never trust a Lannister again. It's actually in this chapter where Sansa thinks that she wouldn't mind marrying Tommen, and if Tommen had married Sansa instead of Tyrion in A Storm of Swords, and then Joffrey died at the Purple Wedding, Sansa would have ironically been made Queen of Westeros by accident. Chapter 3 has Tyrion Lannister meet with the small council and assume his position as acting hand of the king. After dismissing the council, he and Cersei discuss all that has happened in King's Landing, and Cersei grudgingly accepts him as hand. Later, Tyrion travels to the Broken Anvil, where he has found Varys, who already discovered his mistress, Shae. Outside the small council chamber, Sir Mandon Moore insists that Queen Cersei has left orders not to be disturbed. Tyrion quips that he will only be a small disturbance and produces his letter from Lord Tywin Lannister. Sir Mandon remains unimpressed and expressionless, a trait which makes Jaime Lannister consider him the most dangerous of the Kingsguard, besides himself, since his face never hints at his next action. Refusing to back down on his first day, Tyrion introduces Bronn and Timett. After Sir Mandon learns that Bronn killed Ser Vardis Eggen, he allows Tyrion to enter. Tyrion relishes that he has passed the first test. When Cersei sees him, she exclaims, "You," with equal parts disbelief and distaste. Taking care to act confident in front of her, Tyrion remarks that he can see where Joffrey learned his courtesies. When Cersei asks why he is there, Tyrion saunters over to deliver their Lord Father's letter. Varys inspects the seal and proclaims it genuine before Cersei snatches it. Cersei has taken the king's seat, so Tyrion takes the hand's chair, which seems only appropriate. Cersei declares the letter absurd and explains that her father has authorized Tyrion to act as hand of the king in his absence. Grand Maester Pycelle offers greetings, and Lord Janos Slynt declares that there is no need of Tyrion, with rioting in the streets and a grim omen in the sky. Cersei lashes out that Slynt is the one in charge of keeping order, and that Tyrion would serve them better on the battlefield. Tyrion replies that he is done with fighting, preferring the finer things in life. Littlefinger declares Tyrion a man after his own heart, which reminds Tyrion that he must have a talk with Littlefinger about a certain dagger used in an attempt on Bran Stark's life. Cersei is not happy to learn that Tyrion has brought only a few hundred men. She is worried that Stannis or Renly Baratheon will attack the city. Then she declares that only the king can name a hand, and Joffrey has named Lord Tywin. Tyrion points out that Lord Tywin named him and recommends that Cersei take it up with him at Harrenhal. Tyrion requests a private moment with Cersei, and the other councillors excuse themselves. As he leaves, Littlefinger asks about living arrangements. Tyrion says he plans to take up residence in the Tower of the Hand. Littlefinger declares Tyrion a braver man than him, considering the fate of the last two hands. Tyrion corrects this to 4, explaining that Aerys' last hand died in the sack of King's Landing and the one before him was burnt to death. The two before them were luckier, in that they merely died penniless in exile. Littlefinger japes that in that case he would sooner bed down in the dungeon than the Tower of the Hand, and Tyrion privately thinks that Littlefinger might get that wish. Once they are alone, Cersei asks why their father would ignore her royal command and inflict Tyrion on her. Mostly because Tywin needs to check any attacks on the capital from Stannis, Renly, or Robb Stark. Cersei threatens to call the letter a forgery and throw Tyrion in a dungeon. Tyrion agrees that no one, not even their father, would protest, but asks why Cersei would want to do such a thing when he has come to help. Cersei insists that it was their father's help she wanted, but Tyrion can tell that it is Jaime she really wants. So he promises that if she supports him, he will find a way to free Jaime. Cersei asks how, given that Robb and Catelyn Stark are not likely to forget the beheading of Lord Eddard. Tyrion notes that Cersei still holds the Stark daughters, forcing Cersei to reveal that she only has Sansa. She sent Sir Meryn Trant to apprehend Arya, but her dancing master interfered, and the girl escaped and is likely dead. Tyrion asks Cersei if she trusts the small council, since their father does not. Joffrey's short reign has been full of follies and disasters, which suggests the king is getting some very bad counsel. Cersei concedes that Joffrey, always willful, now believes that as king he is free to do as he pleases, not as he is bid. She explains that Joffrey was instructed to allow Eddard Stark to take the Black, but took it upon himself to order Eddard killed, and Janos Slynt and Sir Ilyn Payne were quick to take the command. Cersei also mentions that as a result, the High Septon is accusing them of lying to him and profaning the Great Sept of Baelor. Tyrion then questions Cersei about Slynt, asking whose idea it was to make him Lord of Harrenhal and a member of the Small Council. Cersei replies that Littlefinger made the arrangements. They needed the Gold Cloaks on their side to stop Eddard Stark before he handed the throne over to Stannis Baratheon. Cersei adds that it was close even so. All might have been lost if Sansa had not come to Cersei with her father's plans. Tyrion expresses surprise that Sansa would betray her own father's plans, but Cersei explains that the girl was in love with Joffrey and would have done anything for him, right up until he cut her father's head off and called it mercy. Tyrion also learns it was Varys who suggested Sir Barristan Selmy be removed as Lord Commander of the Kingsguard when Joffrey wanted to blame someone for Robert's death. It freed the Lord Commander's post and council seat for Jaime and allowed Joffrey to throw a bone to the Hound. A generous severance was provided, but Selmy would have none of it and fled the city. Tyrion notes that he heard Selmy slew the 2 gold cloaks sent to apprehend him, which Cersei blames on Slynt's incompetence. Tyrion points out that Barristan the Bold is a living legend who lends credibility to any man he serves. Cersei admits she did not think of that. Tyrion points out that their father did, and that is why he sent Tyrion to bring Joffrey to heel. Cersei argues that Joffrey will be no more tractable for Tyrion, but Tyrion points out that Joffrey might be more inclined to listen if he feels threatened, something he doesn't feel with her. Cersei insists that she will never let Tyrion harm her son, but Tyrion assures her that he only means to threaten. Cersei admits it is worth a try, but remains adamant that Tyrion do nothing without her consent. Tyrion agrees and then asks for an honest answer to who killed Jon Arryn. Cersei tells him she does not know, and goes on to say that Eddard Stark asked her the same question and hinted that Jon Arryn suspected her of something she hesitates to mention. Tyrion earns a slap in the face when he reveals that he knew about her incest with Jaime all along. Tyrion insists that he is not as blind as their father, and makes several rude comments that earn him more slaps until he finally warns her that he is getting angry. Tyrion asks how King Robert was killed, and Cersei explains that Lancel Lannister gave him strong wine of 3 times the normal potency before he faced the boar, which Cersei claims tasted like triumph when it was served at Robert's funeral feast. Tyrion, who rather liked King Robert, comments that Cersei was born to be a widow as he rises to leave. Cersei objects that she has not excused him and presses for details about how he will free Jaime. Tyrion tells her he does not know yet, but reminds her to make sure no harm comes to Sansa. Outside, Timett has disappeared to explore the city, so Tyrion commands Bronn to find him and make arrangements for the clansmen in the barracks beneath the Tower of the Hand. Tyrion commands Valar, the captain of Cersei's household guard, to provide an escort for him to the Broken Anvil Inn, hoping to remind the captain that his oath is to Castle Rock and not to Cersei alone. As he leaves the Red Keep, Tyrion orders the spiked heads of Eddard Stark and his household taken down and given to the Silent Sisters. When Valar hesitates because King Joffrey ordered them to remain, Tyrion warns him that if they are not removed, one of the spikes will have his head. As they ride through the city, Tyrion notices the effect the war is having on the common people. The markets are full of ragged men selling their household goods, but bare of farmers selling food. There are guards at every shop, and Tyrion notes that in lean times, even bakers find sellswords cheaper than bread. Valar confirms that very little food is coming into the city, with the roads closed to south and west. Tyrion asks what Cersei has done, and is told she has tripled the city watch and has thousands of craftsmen working on the defenses, including the Alchemist Guild, which has pledged 10,000 jars of wildfire. The thought of so much wildfire makes Tyrion uncomfortable, and he asks where the money is coming from, given that Robert beggared the realm. Valar explains that Littlefinger has introduced a tax on entering the city. Tyrion considers this clever and cruel, since tens of thousands are fleeing the war for the supposed safety of the capital. When they arrive at the inn, he dismisses Valar and says he plans to stay the night. Inside, Tyrion finds Shae sitting with several Blackears and Varys. Tyrion is irritated that Varys found Shae so quickly and wonders who might have betrayed him. Varys says that he had a sudden urge to meet Tyrion's young lady, and Tyrion realizes that the eunuch is indirectly threatening him. The two exchange some veiled threats before Varys asks if Tyrion has seen the Red Comet. Tyrion replies that he is short, not blind. On the King's Road, it seemed to cover half the sky and outshone the moon. Varys tells Tyrion that on the streets it is called the Red Messenger, a herald before a king, to warn of fire and blood to follow. Before Varys leaves, he poses a riddle to Tyrion. In a room sit three great men, a king, a priest, and a rich man with his gold. Between them stands a sellsword, a little man of common birth and no great mind. Each of the great ones bids for him to slay the other two. "Do it," says the king, "for I am your lawful ruler." "Do it," says the priest, "for I command you in the names of the gods." "Do it," says the rich man, "and all this gold shall be yours." So tell me, who lives and who dies? Once Varys is gone, Shae asks if it is the rich man who lives. Tyrion is not so sure, saying it depends on the sellsword. As they climb the stairs to their room, Shae has to wait for Tyrion. Tyrion notes that he still has to look up to her even though she is only 5 feet tall. But he does not mind since she is so sweet. Shae quickly strips and then teases Tyrion that without her, he will never be able to sleep in the Tower of the Hound without Mat, and asks if that is why they call it the Tower of the Hand. She drags him to the bed and they make fierce love. Afterwards, Tyrion calls himself a fool. Shae is a and only after his coin. When Shae asks what Tyrion will do as Hand of the King, he tells her, something Cersei will never expect. "I'll do justice." This chapter has probably one of the biggest plot holes, and that is why Tyrion doesn't have Littlefinger arrested and executed for claiming the dagger was his, when he knows full well Peter caused the Lannister-Stark war, and it might appease Catelyn Stark to have him turned over. Chapter 4 has Bran Stark contemplate the Red Comet and listens to the direwolves howling in Winterfell. Wondering about the reasons behind it all, he resents his broken body and the arrival of Big Walder and Little Walder Frey, whom he blames for Summer and Shaggy Dog being locked up. When he tells Maester Luwin about his wolf dreams, Luwin gives him a sleeping draught to stop the dreams. But that night, he dreams he is Summer trapped in the Godswood. Bran prefers the stone window seat to his feather bed. Abed, the wall seems to press close about him. Although he cannot walk, climb, hunt, or fight as he once did, Bran likes to watch the lights begin to glow all over Winterfell in the evening and to hear the direwolves sing to the stars. Of late, Bran often dreams of wolves. When they howl, Bran feels the direwolves are talking to him, brother to brother. He can almost understand them, as if they are singing in a language he once knew but has forgotten. His mother's new wards, Big Walder and Little Walder Frey, might be afraid of them, but old Nan told him the Starks have wolf blood, though it is stronger in some than in others. Summer's howls are full of grief and longing, while shaggy dogs are savage. Their voices echo around the castle, and it sounds as if a whole pack haunts Winterfell, instead of only 2, where once there were 6. Bran wonders if the wolves miss their siblings too. When Bran asks why the wolves howl, everyone gave him a different answer. Sir Roderick the Castellan had no time for such idle questions. Farlin the Kennel Master believed it was for freedom. Gage the Cook said they wanted to hunt, and Maester Luwin thought they were howling at the red comet because they thought it was the moon. When Bran repeated Luwin's words to Osha the Wildling, she declared that his wolves have more wit than his maester, and no truths Luwin has forgotten. When Bran asked her what the comet meant, Osha replied, "Blood and fire, boy, and nothing sweet." Septon Shale thought the comet was the sword that slays the season, which makes sense to Bran, since soon after, the White Raven came from the Citadel to announce autumn. Old Nan could not see the comet, but claimed she could smell it, and said it foretold dragons. Hodor only said Hodor. Still, the dire wolves howl. The guards curse, the hounds bark, the horses kick, the Walders shiver by the fire, and even Maester Luwin complains of sleepless nights. Only Bran does not seem to mind. Sir Roderick has confined the wolves to the Godswood after Shaggy Dog bit Little Walder, but the stones of Winterfell play tricks with sound. Sometimes wolves sound like they are right below Bran's window, and other times they sound like they are up on the curtain walls. Bran wishes he could see them. Bran can see the comet hanging above the guards' hall, the bell tower, and the first keep. Once Bran knew every stone of those buildings, inside and out. He had climbed them all, scampering up walls as easily as other boys run down stairs. Their rooftops were his secret places, and the crows atop the broken tower were his special friends. Then he fell and almost died. Bran does not remember falling, yet he supposed it must be true when his eyes fall on the weathered gargoyles atop the first keep where it happened. Bran gets a tight feeling in his belly. Now he cannot climb, walk, run, or sword fight, and his dreams of knighthood have soured. Summer howled when he fell, and for long after he lay broken, and Shaggy Dog and Grey Wind joined in his grief. Robb told him so before he went away to war. The night the Bloody Raven brought word of his father's death, the wolves knew that too. Bran wonders who the wolves are mourning now. Has some enemy slain the King of the North, who used to be his brother Robb? Or has his bastard brother Jon Snow fallen from the wall? Has his mother or one of his sisters died? Or is this something else, as Luwin and Shale and Old Nan think? Bran thinks witfully that if he were a direwolf, he would understand. In his wolf dreams, he can race up mountains taller than any tower and stand beneath the moon with the entire world below him, as it used to be. Bran cups his hands and begins howling like a wolf, hesitantly at first, but Summer gives answer and so he tries again. The noise brings the guard called Hayhead to his door, but Bran only howls at him until he leaves. Hayhead returns with Maester Luwin, who suggests Bran should be asleep. Bran insists that he is talking to the wolves. When Luwin offers Bran assistance getting to bed, Bran insists he can do it himself with the iron bars Mikken installed, but he does not want to sleep. Luwin insists that even princes must sleep, but Bran explains that when he sleeps, he turns into a wolf. He asks if wolves dream. Luwin thinks so, but not as men dream. Thinking of his father, Bran asks if dead men dream. Maester Luwin says some think so, but the dead are silent on the matter. Then Bran asks if trees dream. Confused, Luwin says no, but Bran insists that they do, and says he dreams of a weirwood tree calling to him sometimes. Bran says the wolf dreams are better. He can smell and sometimes taste the blood. This makes Maester Luwin uncomfortable, and he wishes Bran would spend more time with the other children. Bran insists that he hates the other children, meaning the Walders. He reminds Luwin that he commanded them sent away. Luwin grows stern as he explains that it is not for Bran to send his mother's wards away, and asks where they would go if they were turned out. Bran says they can go home, since it is their fault he cannot be with Summer. Luwin argues that little Walder did not ask to be attacked, nor did Luwin himself. Bran reminds the Maester that Shaggy Dog was the attacker. Summer never bit anyone. Luwin reminds Bran that Summer tore out a man's throat in that very room, and claims the sweet pups have grown into dangerous beasts. Bran suggests they should put the Walders in the Godswood. The boys can play Lord of the Crossing all they want, and Summer can sleep with Bran again. Bran complains that no one listens to him, even though he is the prince. He is not even allowed to ride Dancer past the gate. Luwin insists that the Wolf's Wood is full of dangers, recalling Bran's last outing. Bran insists stubbornly that Summer would protect him and that princes should be free to sail and hunt and joust. Luwin asks why Bran torments himself with these dreams and reminds him that he is a boy of 8. Bran loses his temper and replies, "I'd sooner be a wolf. Then I could live in the wood and sleep when I wanted, and I could find Arya and Sansa. I'd smell where they were and go save them. And when Robb went to battle, I'd fight beside him like Grey Wind. I'd tear out the Kingslayer's throat with my teeth, rip, and then the war would be over and everyone would come back to Winterfell. If I was a wolf." Maester Luwin attempts to reply, but Bran only howls louder until the Maester concedes and departs. Howling loses its savour once Bran is alone and he quiets. Resentfully, Bran recalls that he did welcome the Walders when they arrived from the twins. Rickon was the one who threw the tantrum then, screaming that he wanted mother and father and Robb, not these strangers. It was Bran who soothed him and welcomed the phrase. Even Maester Luwin said he did well. Then they played the Lord of the Crossing game in a pool in the Godswood. The game was played with a log, a stick, a body of water, and a great deal of shouting. The Lord of the Crossing stood in the middle of the water and was the only one who got to use a stick. The other players had to make up speeches about who they were and why they should be allowed to cross. The Lord could make them swear oaths and answer questions. They didn't have to tell the truth, but the oaths were binding unless they said, "mayhaps." So the trick was to say, "mayhaps," so the Lord of the Crossing didn't notice. Then knock the Lord into the water and become the new Lord of the Crossing. In practice, the game came down to mostly shoving, hitting, and falling into the water, along with a lot of loud arguments about whether or not someone said, "mayhaps." Little Walder was Lord of the Crossing as often as not. He is Little Walder even though he is tall and stout with a big belly. His cousin, Big Walder, is sharp-faced and skinny, and half a foot shorter. The names came about because Big Walder is 52 days older, so he was bigger at first. Big Walder explained that there were bunches of Walders at the twins, as well as a number of girls named Walder, all named after the boy's grandfather, Lord Walder Frey. Bran watched wistfully while the Walders played the Lord of the Crossing game with Turnip the Cook's Boy and Joseph's girls, Bandy and Shira. The Walders had decreed that Bran should judge whether people said "mayhaps," but as soon as they started playing, they forgot all about him. The shouts and splashes soon drew others: Palla the Kennel Girl, Kane's boy Callan, and Fat Tom's son, Tom II. Before long, everyone was soaked, muddy, and laughing. Bran had not heard so much laughter since the Bloody Raven arrived. Bitterly, Bran told himself that no one would be Lord of the Crossing but him if he could use his legs. Then Rickon came running into the Godswood with Shaggy Dog and wanted to play. Shaggy Dog obeyed the command to stay until the first time Little Walder hit Rickon with the stick. Then, before Bran could blink, the Black Wolf attacked Little Walder. Oddly, after that, Rickon decided he liked the Walders. They never played Lord of the Crossing again, but they play monsters and maidens, rats and cats, and come into my castle. They plunder the kitchens, race around the walls, toss bones to the pups, and train with wooden swords. But when Rickon showed them the crypts under the castle, Bran had screamed that Rickon had no right to show them a Stark place. The door to the bedchamber opens and Maester Luwin returns with Osha, Hayhead, and a sleeping draught. Osha scoops Bran up and carries him effortlessly to bed. Luwin assures Bran that the draught will give him a dreamless sleep. Bran wants to believe him. After he has taken the draught, Osha lingers behind to ask if it is the wolf dreams again. When Bran nods, Osha says he should not fight so hard, since maybe the old gods are trying to answer all his talk to the heart tree. Bran fades off to sleep before he can really reply, but when the darkness closes over him, he finds himself moving silently through the Godswood. Part of him knows it is only a dream, but even the dream of walking is better than the truth of his bedchamber. In his dream, it is dark amongst the trees, but the comet lights his way as he moves. Swift and strong on 4 good legs, he can feel the ground underfoot and the smells fill his head. The scent of squirrel reminds him of the taste of hot blood and bones cracking beneath his teeth. Saliva runs from his jaws, and he can hear the squirrel chittering and rustling safe above him. He can smell his brother too, loping around and around, tirelessly searching but never finding, for prey, for a way out, for his mother, for his littermates, for his pack. Behind the tree, the walls rise higher than any wolf can leap. Cold iron and splintery wood close off the only exits, but his brother still stops at each one to fruitless bare his fangs in rage. He did the same the first night, but learnt it was no good. Circling the walls will not push them back, and marking the trees will keep no men away. The world has tightened around them, but beyond the wall still stands Winterfell, and beyond that the true world calls him, and he knows he must answer or die. This chapter is almost cut entirely from the show, since the Frey boys aren't introduced and we don't see this level of tension between Bran and Maester Luwin in the show. This chapter also shows what might have been happening to Rickon, where, like Bran, he's becoming more wolf than human. These are also wolf dreams, which are very different to Bran's werewood and three-eyed crow dreams. In chapter 5, each day Arya and the others travel from dawn to dusk, and at night they eat by the light of the red sword. The men take turns standing watch, since they can see the firelight of other travelers. Every night there are more camps, and every day there is more traffic on the King's Road. They meet every kind of person and every mode of transportation, but most come by foot with their goods on their shoulders and wary looks on their faces. They are all headed south towards King's Landing, and Arya wonders why no one else is going north like them. One morning, a passing merchant offers to buy Yoren's wagons for a quarter of their worth. He explains there is a war to the north and claims Yoren will do better selling to him than being robbed by soldiers, but Yoren refuses. That same day, Arya notices the first grave dug for a child, and a few leagues on, Praed points out a whole row of them. After that, hardly a day passes without seeing one. One night, Arya wakes to find the night oddly quiet. When Praed does not wake the next morning, Arya realizes it was his coughing that was missing. They bury the sellsword where he slept and split his valuables amongst them. Yoren gives the longsword to the bull, claiming he has the arm to learn to wield it. That evening, they stop in a village at an ivy-covered inn. They cannot afford rooms, but Yoren arranges a hot meal and use of the bathhouse if anyone feels the need. Arya knows she must smell as bad as Yoren, but cannot risk revealing her gender by bathing. She rationalizes that it would be a shame to drown the creatures living in her clothes that have come all the way from Flea Bottom. The bull, Tarbur, and Hot Pie line up for the bathhouse with some of the other men while the rest crowd into the common room. Yoren even sends Lomi out with tankards for the 3 men who remain fettered in the wagon. The innkeeper gives them all a round of beer on the house and tells them his brother Link was sent to the wall for flinching pepper from his lord's table. Arya sips her beer cautiously, remembering how she enjoyed beer when her father permitted it and how Sansa would make a sour face and insist wine was ever so much finer. The memories make her sad. The inn is full of refugees who score Yoren's plan to continue north. The innkeeper explains that half of the fields are burnt and the remaining people are walled up in holdfast. Yoren insists that the Night's Watch takes not part, but the innkeeper points out that wild men have come down from the mountains of the moon, and the young Lord Stark has come south to war. Mention of her brother grabs Arya's attention. A man named Hod claims that Robb rides into battle on a wolf as big as a horse, which no one seems to believe. Then talk turns to the great pack of wolves near the God's Eye, who have even attacked men, led by a she-wolf from the 7th Hell. Talk of a she-wolf makes Arya wonder if the God's Eye is near the Trident, where she was forced to leave her direwolf, Nymeria. One of the travelers claim that this she-wolf once snatched a baby from its mother's arm in the midst of a village, and that the men who pursued lost all of their dogs and nearly their lives. Arya blurts out that this is just a story because wolves do not eat babies. The man asks what Arya would know about wolves, but Yoren gives her a shove and orders her outside before she can answer. Outside, the youngest and handsomest of the 3 men in the wagon calls to her with a friendly voice. Arya approaches warily with one hand on Needle. The man is slender and fine-featured with red hair on one side and white on the other. He speaks in a strange syntax, referring to himself as a man and to Arya as a boy, and her accent reminds her of Syrio Forel. He asks for another beer and suggests he could use a bath, claiming Arya could make a friend. Arya insists that she has friends, but the noseless prisoner remarks that he cannot see any. The 3rd prisoner only hisses and sticks out the stump of his tongue. The friendly prisoner begs forgiveness for his present company and introduces himself as Jaqen H'ghar from Lorath. He introduces the noseless man as Rorg, and the other as Biter, a name Jaqen gave the mute because of his filed teeth. Rorg curses and throws his tankard at Arya, demanding more beer, but she manages to dodge. Asking herself what Syrio would do, Arya draws her practiced sword. Rorg threatens her, but Arya recalls her mantra, "Fear cuts deeper than swords," and approaches the wagon. When Biter lurches at her, Arya hits him hard right between the eyes. Biter reels back, but then throws all his weight against his chains and attempts to grab her again. When the bonds hold and Biter collapses, Jaqen H'ghar observes that Arya has more courage than sense. Arya backs away from the wagon again. When she feels a hand on her shoulder, she whirls around, but it is only the bull, who reminds her that Yoren warned them not to go near the 3 in the wagon. Arya insists they do not scare her, but the bull replies, "Then you're stupid, they scare me." As the bull leads her away, Arya hears Rorg laughing and Biter hissing behind them. Wanting to hit something, Arya asks if the bull wants to fight. Startled, he warns her how strong he is, but Arya argues that she is quick. The bull draws Praed's longsword and declares it's cheap steel, but still a real sword. Arya draws Needle and declares that it is good steel, which makes it even realer. They each ask the other to promise not to cry if they get cut. Arya assumes her water dancer's stance, but the bull is distracted by 6 gold cloaks riding up the King's Road on lathered horses. As the gold cloaks draw up in front of the inn, Arya pulls the bull behind a tall hedge and tells him to be quiet as a shadow. The gold cloak officer asks some of the recruits outside the bathhouse if they are the ones who left King's Landing to take the black. The men say they might be, so the officer dismounts and declares he has a warrant for a certain boy. Yoren steps out of the inn to ask who wants the boy. The officer presents his warrant and declares that Queen Cersei sent them. Behind the hedge, the bull asks why he and Arya are hiding. Arya explains that it is her they are after. The bull asks why the queen would want her, but Arya tells him to be quiet. Yoren declares the warrant pretty, but insists that the boy is in the Night's Watch, so what he did back in the city does not matter. The officer declares that neither he nor the queen cares. Arya considers running, but knows she cannot escape. She decides she is tired of running. A real water dancer would never run. Yoren insists that the gold cloaks will have no one, since there are laws on such things. The officer draws his short sword and declares it his law. Yoren only looks at the blade and declares, "That's no law, just a sword. Happens I got one too." The officer threatens that he has 5 men with him, but Yoren spits and declares that he has 30. A gold cloak with a broken nose laughs and asks who is first. In a gesture of solidarity, Taba takes up a pitchfork, Cutjack pulls out his hammer, Kurz draws his skinning knife, Kost strings his longbow, Rayson snatches up his staff, Dobber, fresh from the bath, drops everything but his dagger, and Hot Pie scrambles to find a big rock. Arya is amazed. She hates Hot Pie, so why would he risk his life for her. Refusing to let the others die for her, Arya shoves through the hedge with Needle and joins the others. The gold cloak with the broken nose laughs and tells her to put away the blade, calling her a girl. Arya insists she is not a girl, furious that they do not understand she is the one they want. Yet, when the bull comes up behind her, the officer declares him the one they want. It is a mistake to take his eyes off Yoren, however, and quick as a snake, Yoren places his sword at the officer's throat. Yoren declares that the gold cloaks will have neither of them, and reminds the officer that he has even more brothers in the inn. The officer drops his sword, and Yoren declares that good steel is always needed on the wall. The officer declares that Yoren had best hurry back to the wall, and promises that if he catches Yoren again, he will take his head as well as the boys. Yoren declares that better men have tried and slaps the officer's horse with his sword. The other gold cloaks follow. Once the gold cloaks are out of sight, Hot Pie whoops in triumph, but Yoren remains angry and orders everyone up and moving. If they ride all night, they may be able to stay ahead for a while. After giving the officer's sword to Hot Pie, Yoren walks over to the bull and declares that the queen wants him bad. Arya asks why the queen would want a bastard boy like the bull, but the bull asks why they would want a gutter rat like Arya. Suspicious that the bull is more than he appears, Arya asks his true name. He replies that it is Gendry. Yoren claims not to know why anyone would want either of them, but declares they cannot have them regardless. He orders Gendry and Arya to take the two coursers and orders them to ride hard for the wall at the first sight of a gold cloak, since the rest of them mean nothing to the gold cloaks. Arya points out that the officer promised to take Yoren's head, but Yoren replies that if the man can take it, he is welcome to it. This chapter is different, where in the show, Joffrey ordered the death of all of Robert's illegitimate children, whereas in the books, it was Cersei, which shows off her ineptitude since killing the children only turns the populace of King's Landing against them, and proves the Lannisters have something to hide. Whereas in the books, Joffrey looks better, because it shows he always truly believed that he was king, and never thought twice about Stannis' allegations of incest. In Chapter 6, Jon calls out to Samwell Tarly amidst the ancient books and scrolls of Castle Black's library. Jon wends his way down the narrow aisles towards the glow of Sam's lamp to find the fat boy hunched over a table. When Jon asks if he has been there all night, Sam reveals that he lost all track of time in the windowless cellar. Jon calls Sam a sweet fool and reminds him that soon they will be sleeping on hard ground, not soft beds. Sam yawns and explains that Maester Aemon sent him to find maps for Lord Commander Mormont, but he never thought there would be thousands of interesting documents to read. Jon is unimpressed by the books and asks if Sam found the maps. Sam gestures towards a clutter of books and scrolls on the table and declares he has found at least a dozen. He shows Jon a faded parchment that makes the sites of many wildling villages. Then he excitedly shows Jon an account of arranging to Lorne Point by a ranger named Redwyn from before the Targaryen conquest that mentions fighting with giants and trading with the children of the forest. Meaning to sound encouraging, Jon suggests that Sam can write an account of their own great ranging, but talk of what they are to face on the morrow makes Sam uncomfortable. He shuffles scrolls about and says there are more maps if he only had time to set the library in order, which will take years. Jon remarks that the Lord Commander wanted the maps a little sooner than that. When Jon picks up a scroll, it crumbles in his hand. Sam explains that the most important documents were copied over when needed, and the oldest have likely been copied 100 times. Jon says there is no need to copy this one, which is only a list of goods. Sam seems fascinated, but Jon wonders who would care how much pickled cod men ate 600 years ago. Sam insists that he would, since it can tell how many men were in the Night's Watch, and how they lived and what they ate. Jon responds that they ate food and lived as he and Sam do. Sam disagrees and claims that the vault is a treasured trove. Jon is dubious. To him, treasure means gold, silver, and jewels. Sam has also found works even the Citadel does not have. Drawings of werewood faces, 1,000-year-old counts of the seasons, scrolls from old Valyria, and even a book about the language of the children of the forest. Jon assures Sam the books will still be here when they return, but Sam replies, if we return. Jon tries to reassure Sam by pointing out that Mormont is taking 200 seasoned men, most of them rangers, and Qhorin Halfhand will join them with 100 more from the Shadow Tower. He insists Sam will be as safe as back at Horn Hill, but Sam replies that he was never very safe there either. Jon thinks it is a cruel joke that Pip and Toad, who want to go, are to remain behind, while Sam, the self-proclaimed coward, must go in Maester Aemon's place to tend the 2 cages of ravens. Sam urges that Jon or Gren could care for the ravens, and Jon can write messages as well as he can. Jon insists that he has his own duty as the Lord Commander's steward. He reminds Sam that he said the vows, but Sam says that a brother of the Night's Watch should not be so scared. Jon insists they are all scared, and they should be, with so many rangers disappearing in the last 2 years. But what matters is how they face it. Then he offers to help gather up the maps, and they depart the library. The vault opens onto one of the underground passages called the Worm Walks, which bind Castle Black together in winter. Jon thinks of the White Raven that came to Maester Aemon and knows winter will come soon. He remembers the last winter, which was short and mild, but he can feel that this one will be different. By the time they reach the surface, Sam is out of breath. The sight of the wall reminds Jon that it marks the end of the world, and tomorrow they are going beyond it. The morning sky is streaked by clouds, but the red comet is still visible behind them. Even by day, the Black brothers have dubbed it Mormont's Torch, claiming, only half in jest, that the gods have sent it to light the way through the haunted forest. The castle seems deserted with so many gone to the brothel in Molestown. Gren is among them, since Pip and Holder and Toad offered to buy him his first woman. They invited Jon and Sam as well, but Jon insisted on keeping his vow of celibacy, and Sam is as frightened of whores as he is of everything else. As they pass the sept, they hear a hymn being sung. Jon notes that on the eve of battle, some men want whores and some want gods. He wonders who feels better after. The sept tempts him no more than the brothel. The 7 have no power beyond the wall, but the nameless old gods whom Jon worships will be waiting there. Outside the armory, Sir Endrew Tarth is training the 6 new recruits brought in the previous night. Sir Endrew is a gentler master-at-arms than Sir Alistair Thorne, but his lessons can still raise bruises. Sam winces at the sight, but Jon watches closely. From the door of the armory, the one-armed smith Donal Noy asks Jon's opinion of the recruits. Jon declares they smell of summer and asks where Conwy recruited them. Noy says it was a dungeon near Gulltown and labels the recruits as a brigand, a barber, a beggar, 2 orphans, and a boy whore. Jon replies that they will do. He and Sam did. Noy asks Jon if he has heard that his brother Robb Stark is now a king. Jon admits that last night in the common room there was talk of little else. Jon is still unsure how he feels about the brother he grew up with becoming a king while he remains on the wall. But he tells Noy that Robb will make a good king. Noy is not so sure and declares that once he might have said the same of Robert Baratheon, but Robert was never the same after he put on the crown. Noy confirms that he forged Robert's warhammer and claims he knew the Baratheon brothers as well as anyone. The smith compares Robert to a sword, made for fighting and prone to rust if left unused. When Jon asks if Robert's brothers are the same, Noy considers for a moment, then declares, Robert was the true steel. Stannis is pure iron, black and hard and strong, yes, but brittle, the way iron gets. He'll break before he bends, and Renly, that one, he's copper, bright and shiny, pretty to look at, but not worth all that much at the end of the day. Jon wonders what metal Robb is, but decides it is best not to ask. Noy was a Baratheon man before taking the black, and likely believes Robb is a traitor. There is an unspoken pact amongst the Watch not to probe too deeply into such matters, since old loyalties are not easily forgotten. Even Sam's former house is sworn to Highgarden, which has supported Renly. As Jon departs with Sam, Noy offers a prayer for Jon on the morrow and urges him to bring his uncle back. Jon leaves Ghost outside the door of the King's Tower where Lord Commander Mormont resides now that fire has gutted his own tower. Sam is disheartened by the number of stairs, but Jon jests that stairs are one thing they will not confront beyond the wall. When they enter the Solar, Mormont complains about how long it took them. Ignoring the boys, Thorin Smallwood argues that the Lord Commander's place is at Castle Black. Mormont declares that Smallwood can do as he likes if he ever becomes Lord Commander. Smallwood insists that the command should be his as First Ranger, but Mormont will have none of it. He declares that he already sent out 2 rangings and will not wait and wonder if the third is lost as well. Mormont dismisses Smallwood with a reminder that Benjen Stark remains First Ranger until his death is confirmed. Once Smallwood is gone, Mormont exclaims that he would sooner name Sam as First Ranger and complains that Smallwood called him too old for a ranging. Brusquely examining the maps, Mormont asks if they were all Sam could find. When Sam stutters, Jon points out that the villages might be gone, but the geography will still be correct. Mormont asks Sam about the ravens and commands that he wants the best, saying that if they are all butchered, he means for a successor to know where and how. Talk of butchery leaves Sam open-mouthed and speechless. Mormont declares he is too busy for such behavior and dismisses Sam, who almost trips in his haste to leave. Mormont asks, without waiting for an answer, whether Sam is as big of a fool as he seems. He explains that he was considering sending Sam as an envoy to King Renly, since his father stands high in Renly's councils, but Renly is not likely to heed a quaking fat boy, so Sir Arnel, whose mother was a green apple Fossaway, will go instead. Jon asks what Mormont would have of King Renly, and Mormont replies that he will take anything that is offered. Mormont continues that Sir Alliser Thorne should reach King Joffrey soon, but House Lannister has never been a friend to the Watch. Jon points out that Thorne does have the twitching White's hand to show them. Mormont laments they do not have a second hand to send to Renly. Jon remarks that Tywin claims a man can find anything beyond the wall. Mormont scoffs that Tywin also claims he saw a bear 15 feet tall, insisting a man must believe his own eyes. Turning the conversation back to hands, Mormont asks Jon about his burnt hand. Jon explains it is well enough to wield Longclaw, and that he is exercising his fingers as Maester Aemon suggested. Mormont opines that Aemon knows his work and prays they can keep him another 20 years. Then he asks if Jon knows that Aemon could have been king. Jon is taken by surprise. He assumed the Maester was a younger son of a king. Mormont explains that Aemon was a younger son, the third son of King Maker I Targaryen, who was himself the fourth son of King Daeron II Targaryen. Slow of sword, but quick of wit, Aemon was sent to the Citadel when he was 9 or 10 and 9th or 10th in the succession. Jon struggles to imagine the 100-year-old Maester as a little boy. Mormont continues that Crown Prince Baelor died in a tourney mishap, and soon after, his 2 sons, Valar and Mataeris, died in the Great Spring Sickness along with King Daeron, so the crown passed to Daeron's second son, Aerys I Targaryen. Aerys resigned for 12 years, during which Aemon took his vows as a Maester, then died without issue, and the throne passed to Aemon's father, Maker I. During his father's reign, Aemon's eldest brother, Daeron the Drunken, died of a pox, leaving only a feeble-minded daughter and his second brother, Aerion Targaryen, who killed himself by drinking wildfire, believing it would turn him into a dragon. Less than a year later, King Maker died in battle with an outlaw lord. A great council was convened to decide on the succession. It passed over Aerion's infant son and quietly offered the throne to Maester Aemon. But Aemon chose to abide by his vows even after the High Septon offered to absolve him. Therefore, his younger brother, Aegon V Targaryen, was named king and became known as the Unlikely because, as the fourth son of a fourth son, he was never expected to become king. Yet Maester Aemon knew that those dissatisfied with his brother's rule would seek to use him, so he became a member of the Night's Watch and remained at the Wall while his brother's descendants ruled as kings until Robert's rebellion put an end to the line of the Dragon Kings. Mormont's ravens begin repeating the word king. Jon notes that the bird seems to like the word and jests that perhaps the raven believes Mormont should have a crown. Mormont declares that there are 3 kings already, which is 2 too many for his liking. Jon asks why Mormont has told him all this about Maester Aemon. Mormont explains that Jon and Aemon have something in common, a king for a brother. Jon points out that they also share a vow. Mormont comments that if he had a man for every vow he has seen broken, the war would never lack for defenders. Jon says he always knew Robb would be Lord of Winterfell, but Mormont insists that a king is a different thing. They will garb your brother Robb in silks, satins, and velvets of 100 different colors, while you live and die in black ringmail. He will wed some beautiful princess and father sons on her. You'll have no wife, nor will you ever hold a child of your own blood in your arms. Robb will rule, you will serve. Men will call you a crow, him they'll call your grace. Singers will praise every little thing he does, while your greatest deeds all go unsung. Tell me that none of this troubles you, Jon, and I'll name you a liar and know I have the truth of it. Jon asks what a bastard like himself might do if these facts did trouble him, but Mormont asks what Jon will do. Jon declares that he will be troubled and keep his vows. Like Arya I in A Clash of Kings, Jon I was moved to the end of A Game of Thrones Season 1, but most of this chapter was omitted anyway from the TV show. However, it does give a lot of insight into the Baratheon brothers, Donal Noye and Jorah Mormont, which is interesting and could have made for good television. In Chapter 7, as they wait in Riverrun's great castle, Catelyn watches her son Robb restlessly adjust his new forged crown several times and remarks to herself that a crown is not easy to wear, especially for a boy of 15 years. The ancient crown of the Kings of Winter was lost 3 centuries ago when Torrhen Stark submitted to Aegon the Conqueror, but the smiths have done well to match the descriptions. An open circlet of hammered bronze surmounted by 9 black iron spikes in the shape of longswords. There is no gold or silver or gems. Bronze and iron are the metals of winter, dark and strong. As the guards bring in the captive, Robb lays his sword across his knees in the customary gesture of hostility. As Sir Cleo Frey is forced to his knees, Catelyn reflects that he does not look like a Lannister. Although his mother, Lady Jenna, is sister to Lord Tywin Lannister, Sir Cleos has inherited the stringy brown locks, weak chin, and thin face of his father, Sir Aemon Frey. Robb's sword glimmers faintly as he bids Sir Cleos to rise, but it is Greywind who frightens the knight. As big as any elkhound, Robb's direwolf sniffs at Sir Cleos, who was captured in the Whispering Wood where Greywind killed 6 men. Sir Cleos scrambles to his feet and away from the direwolf so quickly that it provokes laughter from the audience. Sir Cleos thanks Robb, calling him my lord. But Great Jon Umber corrects that a king is styled your grace. Sir Cleos accepts the correction, and Catelyn notes that he truly is more Frey than Lannister. They would never have gotten such an honorific out of Jaime Lannister. Robb wishes Sir Cleos to be his envoy to Queen Cersei in King's Landing. Robb reminds Sir Cleos that he considers him a Lannister, not a Frey, since he sided with the Lannisters in the Whispering Wood. He therefore expects Sir Cleos to return with the Queen's reply and resume his captivity. Sir Cleos vows on his knighthood to do so and asks what the message is. Robb offers to make peace if his terms are met. At the back of the hall, Lord Rickard Karstark shoves through a rank of guards and out the door, but Robb pays no attention. Exchanging his sword for a parchment, Robb reads the terms. First, the Queen must release my sisters and provide them with transport by sea from King's Landing to White Harbour. Secondly, my Lord Father's bones will be returned to us, so he may rest beside his brother and sister in the crypts beneath Winterfell, as he would have wished. Third, my father's greatsword, Ice, will be delivered to my hand, here at Riverrun. Fourth, the Queen will command her father, Lord Tywin, to release those knights and lords bannermen of mine that he took captive in the battle on the Green Fork of the Trident. Lastly, King Joffrey and the Queen Regent must renounce all claims to dominion over the north. Henceforth, we are no part of their realm, but a free and independent kingdom, as of old. After a cheer from the Great Jon, Robb states he will provide a map of the new borders. He declares that Lord Tywin must cease his raids and withdraw. King Joffrey must rescind all claim to Robb's lands and subjects, and the Lannisters must deliver 10 highborn hostages as a pledge of peace. Robb promises to release 2 hostages every year so long as the pact is honored, but if it is not, he will give Queen Cersei another Whispering Wood. To emphasize his point, Robb whistles, and Grey Wind comes forward and snarls. The Great Jon raises another cheer, and Grey Wind howls. When Sir Cleos agrees, Robb orders him to depart with Sir Robin Ryger at first light and dismisses the assembly. Out in the gallery, Catelyn compliments her son's performance, but notes that the theatrics with Grey Wind befit a boy more than a king. Robb only smiles and asks if she saw Sir Cleos's face. Catelyn replies that what she saw was Rickard Karstark storming out. Robb admits he saw it as well. Catelyn's brother, Edmure Tully, comments that others may agree with Lord Rickard and asks how they can talk of peace while the Lannisters are still pillaging the Riverlands. He urges Robb to march on Lord Tywin at Harrenhal, but Robb insists he does not have the strength. Edmure points out that they only grow weaker sitting here. Catelyn snaps that it was Edmure's idea to permit the Riverlords to depart for their own lands. Edmure argues that he cannot command his lords to remain idle while their crops are burnt and their people killed, but it would be an ill thing if a Northman like Lord Rickard left them. Robb agrees to speak with Lord Rickard, but he cannot blame the man for loathing peace with his son's killers. Catelyn points out that more bloodshed will not bring back the dead. She suggests a wiser man might have offered sweeter terms, but Robb declares that sweeter terms would have gagged him. Catelyn realizes that her son wants vengeance as much as Lord Rickard. Catelyn points out that Cersei will never trade Sansa and Arya for a pair of cousins, when what she wants is her brother Jaime. Robb explains that his bannermen will never allow him to release the Kingslayer, even if he wanted to. Catelyn says the Lords made Robb their king, but Robb replies that they can unmake him just as easy. Catelyn argues that the safe return of the girls is worth Robb's crown, fearing for her daughters if something bad should befall Jaime in their custody. Robb assures her that no one sees Jaime without his warrant. Catelyn asks if Robb is afraid to face Jaime in the field again. Edmure sighs with Robb, but accidentally refers to him as the boy. Robb roars at Edmure not to call him a boy and declares he can defeat Jaime again if he must. He admits he would have traded Jaime for his father, but looks hurt when Catelyn presses him to say whether the girls are important enough. Catelyn realizes that Robb is doing his best, yet she cannot bear the thought of losing her daughters as well as her husband. Robb promises that if Cersei refuses peace, he will do all he can for his sisters by making her rue the decision. Catelyn can sense Robb is tired of the subject. He asks her to go to the twins to meet Lord Walder Frey's daughters and help choose his future bride. Catelyn sees this as an excuse to send her away for saying things Robb does not want to hear. So she tells Robb he is old enough to choose for himself. Next, Robb urges her to accompany Theon Greyjoy and the Mallisters to Seaguard and return by ship to Winterfell to be with Bran and Rickon. Catelyn insists that until her father dies, her place is at Riverrun. Robb mentions that he could command her to go, but Catelyn counters by asking Robb to reconsider sending Theon as his envoy to Pike. Robb asks who would be better to negotiate with Lord Balon Greyjoy than his son. Catelyn insists that anyone would be better. Robb argues that Theon fought bravely for them and they have need of his father's longships. Catelyn replies that they will get the ships sooner if Theon remains a hostage. She also insists Balon is not trustworthy and may aspire to wear a crown again himself. Robb declares he will gladly give Balon a crown if it helps defeat the Lannisters. Before Catelyn can reply, Robb walks off and Catelyn can only watch him go, remembering back at Moat Cailin when she urged him to command as he does now. Catelyn asks Edmure to join her in Father's sick room, but he begs off to speak with some new recruits. On her way to the central keep, Catelyn shortcuts through the Godswood, where the leaves still rustle on the trees, ignorant of the white raven that has proclaimed the arrival of autumn. Catelyn is thankful that the weather is holding, since autumn is a fearful time when even the wisest never know if the next harvest will be the last. She finds Lord Hustler Tully sleeping in his solar, made frail by the death growing within him. Beside the bed sits her uncle, Sir Biden the Blackfish. When Catelyn asks if Robb knows of his return, the Blackfish says he did not interrupt the court because Robb will want to hear his news in private first. When her uncle asks about her father, Catelyn confesses that he grows weaker every day, and sometimes his mind is unclear. The Blackfish admits that he always wonders if his brother will be dead upon his return. Catelyn comforts him that at least he made his peace with her father. They sit silently for a long time before Catelyn asks for the Blackfish's tidings. To avoid waking her father, they adjourn to the balcony. Her uncle comments that the red comet is now visible by day and says his men call it the Red Messenger, though he wonders what the message is. Catelyn says that the Great Jon's claim it is a red flag of vengeance for her husband, while Edmure claims it is a victory omen, a fish in the Tully colours, red against blue. Catelyn only sees the crimson of House Lannister, but her uncle points out that the comet is neither Lannister crimson nor Tully red, but a smear of blood across the sky. Catelyn asks whose blood, but the Blackfish asks if there was ever a war where only one side bled. The Blackfish explains that the war was spread south to the Blackwater Rush and north nearly to the Twins. Mark Piper and Carl Vance have won small victories, and Beric Dondarrion is harassing Lord Tywin's raiders and foragers. Sir Burton Crackhole boasted of killing Dondarrion until Dondarrion killed him in an ambush. Catelyn remembers that some of her husband's household guard rode with Dondarrion from King's Landing and blesses their actions. The Blackfish comments that Dondarrion and Thoros of Myr are clever enough to play hit and run, but Robb should never have permitted the River Lord's return to their own lands. Jonas Bracken was wounded and lost his heir Hendry, reclaiming Stonehenge. Titus Blackwood is left with only Raventree Hall, and young Lyman Darry was killed by Gregor Clegane less than a fortnight after reclaiming Castle Darry. The Blackfish declares that Clegane's head would make a noble gift for all the people of the realm. Talk of heads reminds Catelyn that her husband's remains mounted on spike above the Red Keep. She reminds her uncle that Gregor Clegane is only a servant of Lord Tywin, whom Catelyn believes is the true danger. The Blackfish agrees, noting Tywin's wisdom is sitting safe in Harrenhal and living off their harvest and burning what he does not take. In addition to Clegane, Sir Amory Lorch and a Coric sellsword are also abroad, burning and butchering. Catelyn knows Edmure will rage at the news. She also admits Robb is restless and may listen if Edmure and the Great Jon will urge him to march on Harrenhal. The Blackfish declares that is exactly what Lord Tywin wishes, and the first rule of war is to never give the enemy his wish. Catelyn recalls the tales of the vast fortress of Harrenhal by the waters of the God's Eye. King Harren the Black begged the Riverlands and the Iron Islands alike to realize his dream of the highest hall and tallest towers in Westeros, but thick walls and high towers proved small use against Aegon the Conqueror's dragons. Harren and all his line perished in the fires that engulfed the fortress. Strong the castle might be, but also cursed, for every house that has held Harrenhal since has come to misfortune. Catelyn decides they must dissuade Robb from fighting at Harrenhal. Her uncle then tells her the worst part. Sir Stafford Lannister is gathering a new host at Castle Rock, though it will be made of sellswords and new recruits who require training. However, Lord Tywin is in no hurry and will wait patiently for his reinforcements. Then Catelyn gets an idea. If they confront Lord Tywin with a new threat, he might be forced to leave Harrenhal. Her uncle names Lord Renly, but Catelyn insists that they must call him King Renly if they are to ask his help. The Blackfish smiles but points out that Renly will want something in return. Catelyn replies that he will want what kings always want: homage. This chapter, like a lot of chapters in A Clash of Kings, is cut down for the TV show, and only the main takeaways are used for the HBO adaptation. Again, we lose a lot of characterization, but the show does go for a faster, breakneck pace that is quite enjoyable to watch. In Chapter 8, Tyrion offers more wine to his dinner guest, Lord Janos Slynt. The butcher's son accepts and asks if the wine is from the arbor. Tyrion replies that the wine is actually an uncommonly rich Dornish vintage. Slynt compliments Tyrion's gift for words, calling him a lord. But Tyrion points out that Slynt is the true lord and a simple Tyrion will suffice. He notes that Slynt does not sip his wine and is so drunk he dribbles onto his fine clothes. Unlike Slynt, Tyrion has gone easy on the wine, but certainly not the food, since one of his first acts as Hand was to hire the finest cook in the city. Slynt is very impressed with the food and says perhaps he will hire Tyrion's cook to serve him at Harrenhal. Tyrion quips that wars have been fought over less. Tyrion declares Slynt a bold man to take a grim and allegedly cursed place like Harrenhal as his seat. Slynt dismisses the superstition and insists it takes a bold man to rise as he and Tyrion have. Tyrion refills Slynt's cup as he asks about Slynt's list of proposed successors as commander of the City Watch. Slynt opines that he would choose Alar Dîm, whom he describes as a good and loyal man. Tyrion says he is considering Sir Jacelyn Bywater, a distinguished knight whose name does not appear on Slynt's list. Slynt argues that Bywater is rigid and thinks overmuch of himself and his honor, insisting that Alar Dîm is the one Tyrion wants. Tyrion remarks that Alar Dîm is little loved in the streets, but Slynt insists he is feared, which is better. Tyrion brings up that Dîm killed a young whore and her infant daughter. Slynt explains that only the child was supposed to die, but the mother got in the way. He says he chose Dîm because Dîm is a hard man who always follows orders and never speaks of it afterward. Tyrion asks who ordered Slynt to kill the bastard, but Slynt insists he prides himself on being as tight-lipped as Alar Dîm. Tyrion suggests that Jorah Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, could use men like Slynt and Dîm, but Slynt responds that there is a small chance of that. Tyrion points out that life takes queer turns, as it did with Eddard Stark, who never imagined he would die on the steps of Baelor's Sept. Slynt laughs that few did, and confirms that even Varys was surprised. Slynt also confirms the execution was King Joffrey's decision, and seems confused when Tyrion points out Cersei planned to allow Stark to take the Black. Tyrion comments on Slynt's new bloody spear sigil, and asks if Slynt drove the spear into Eddard Stark's back himself, or if he only gave the command. Angered, Slynt insists Stark was a traitor who tried to buy him. Tyrion replies, little dreaming that you had already been sold. Slynt declares he will not have his honor questioned, but Tyrion retorts that Slynt has no honor. Though he does admit a spear thrust in the back is a good bargain for a lordship and a castle. Slynt rises and demands what right Tyrion has to chastise him. Tyrion points out that Slynt knows exactly who he is and should thank the gods he does not have to deal with Lord Tywin instead. Tyrion declares Slynt's two younger sons will become squires, and the eldest will inherit his title and sufficient lands, but not Harrenhal. Then Tyrion explains that the Carrack Summer's Dream will take Slynt to the Wall, where he is to join the Night's Watch and give Tyrion's regards to Lord Commander Mormont. Enraged, Slynt declares he has powerful friends like King Joffrey, Littlefinger, and Queen Cersei. Perhaps Tyrion will be the one banished to the Wall. As Slynt throws open the door to leave, he comes face to face with Sir Jacelyn Bywater, whom Tyrion introduces as the new commander of the City Watch. As 6 gold cloaks usher Slynt away, Tyrion hands Slynt's list of successors to Bywater and asks him to see they accompany Slynt to Eastwatch by the Sea, adding that it would not be taken amiss if Alar Dîm was swept overboard. Soon after, Varys glides into the hall to praise Tyrion's actions. Tyrion comments that he is tempted to do Varys the same as Deem. Varys replies that Tyrion might be disappointed. The storms come and go, but he keeps on paddling. Tyrion accuses the eunuch of concealing that Cersei sent gold cloaks to kill King Robert's bastards. Varys asks forgiveness, but Tyrion refuses, angry that he must make a show of punishing the likes of Slynt and Deem while his sister continues on her savage course. Tyrion insists Varys tell him everything he knows from now on, but Varys only says he knows quite a lot. Tyrion points out Varys did not know enough to save the whore and her child. Varys says he took steps to save another bastard, an older boy, but assures Tyrion he never dreamed the base-born daughter of a whore would be considered a threat. Tyrion remarks that being Robert's was enough of a threat for Cersei. Varys blames himself and comments that the whore loved King Robert. Thinking of Shae and Tysha, Tyrion wonders if a whore can truly love anyone. He recalls that although he provided her with a rich manch and fine gifts, when he said Shae served him best between the sheets, it was not what she wanted to hear. Tyrion remarks that it seems Joffrey is truly to blame for Eddard Stark's death, though Slynt and Sir Ilyn Payne carried out the sentence almost as if they expected it. Varys states that Tyrion can prevent further follies with the support of the Gold Cloaks, but there are still Cersei's household Red Cloaks to consider. Tyrion responds that they are loyal to Castle Rock and outnumbered by his Vale Mountain clansmen, not to mention 6,000 Gold Cloaks if Bywater is the man Varys claims. Tyrion does not trust Varys, but cannot deny his usefulness. He asks Varys why he is so helpful, and Varys replies, "You are the hand. I serve the realm, the king, and you." Tyrion asks, "As you serve Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark," but Varys states he served as best he could, and he does not think Tyrion will share the same fate, since power is a curious thing. Varys brings up the riddle he asked Tyrion before. Tyrion says the answer depends on the sellsword, who holds the power of life and death. Varys wonders aloud why men pretend king holds power if this is true. Tyrion points out that kings can call other swordsmen, but Varys only asks why these other swordsmen obey rather than rule. Neither the godly High Septon, nor the lawful Queen Regent, nor the ever-knowledgeable Varys could prevent Eddard Stark's death. So who truly killed him? Joffrey, who gave the command? Sir Ilyn, who swung the sword? Or another? When Tyrion asks for the answer to the riddle, Varys declares that power resides where men believe it resides. Tyrion asks if power is just a trick, and Varys agrees it is a shadow on the wall. Though shadows can kill, and often a very small man can cast a very large shadow. Tyrion smiles and declares he is growing fond of Varys, and though he may kill him yet, he thinks he will feel sad about it. Varys declares he will take that as high praise. Tyrion asks what Varys is, but Varys only says he is a loyal servant of the realm. Tyrion presses on to ask who made Varric a eunuch, and who he truly is. Varys' smile never flickers, but his eyes show a very different emotion as he insists his tale is long and sad. Varys draws a parchment from his sleeve and reveals the master of the galley, Whiteheart, plans to defect to Lord Stannis. Tyrion sighs that they should make an example of the man, which will serve both to discourage other captains and to keep Joffrey busy. Next, Varys informs him Sir Horace and Sir Hober Redwyn have bribed a guard and plan to escape on the Pentoshi galley Moonrunner. Tyrion instructs Varys to have Bywater send the guard to the Night's Watch and post a guard on the Moonrunner just in case. Next, Varys notes that the clansman Timett killed a man for cheating at tiles. When Varys confirms the man was cheating, Tyrion declares Timett did all honest men a favor. Next, Varys explains that the Red Comet has brought all manner of prophets to the city to preach doom and destruction. Tyrion insists Varys to let them rant. Finally, Varys states that when Lord Giles Roseby proposed a toast to the king, Sir Balon Swan remarked they would need 3 cups for that, and many laughed. Tyrion insists he is not interested in treasonous table talk, which Varys calls wise. Tyrion returns to Isola to find Bronn waiting. The sellsword asks about Slynt, and Tyrion admits he has likely replaced one of Littlefinger's men with one of Varys's. Tyrion asks how the recruiting is going, and Bronn explains that he only hires the sellswords who make a good impression in a duel. Tyrion asks if Bronn has killed any candidates, and Bronn answers, "No one we could have used." Tyrion asks what should happen if one of them kills Bronn, but Bronn only says that man will be one Tyrion wants to hire. Tyrion asks Bronn if he would kill an infant girl without question when commanded. Tyrion replies, "Without question? No. I'd ask how much." Tyrion remarks to himself that he does not need Slynt or Deem, since he has 100 such men of his own. He wants to laugh or cry, but most of all, he wants Shae. This chapter seems to prove that Varys did not want Eddard to die at the Sept of Baelor, since Janos comments on the Spy Master's surprise, and it was probably Littlefinger who convinced Joffrey to order Lord Stark's execution. However, in retaliation, Varys, through Tyrion, has stripped Littlefinger of his control of the City Watch by having Tyrion send Janos Slynt and his most loyal cronies to the Wall, as Bronn tells Tyrion. In Chapter 9, the road Arya and the others travel is now little more than 2 ruts through the weeds. The once crowded path is now almost deserted, and the road wanders back and forth, tangles with other trails, and sometimes vanishes entirely, making it difficult to determine the right direction. Arya hates it. The terrain is gentle enough, but even so, the path is narrow enough that the wagons slow their pace to a crawl. 12 times a day, they must stop to free a wheel or double up the teams to climb a muddy slope. Arya remains watchful, fearful of being captured by the Goldcloaks. She has reservations about their sentries, particularly the orphan boys who appear out of place in the woods. Arya manages to evade these sentries when she sneaks off at night, although she hesitated to prank Lommy Greenhands since she's wary of Yoren's potential punishment. The orphan boys treat Gendry as someone important because the Queen wants him dead. However, Gendry rejects this attention, asserting that he was just an apprentice armorer until Master Tobo Mott informed him of his enlistment into the Night's Watch. He spends his time polishing a bullhelm but never wearing it. Lommy speculates that Gendry might be the illegitimate child of a wolf lord, a suggestion that irritates Arya, who believes that Jon Snow is the only bastard of her father. While Arya wishes she could ride back home alone, she acknowledges the importance of having companions to scout ahead, watch their rear, stand guard during sleep, and help fend off the Goldcloaks. Yoren decides that the King's Road isn't safe until they've crossed the Trident River. They plan to circumvent the western side of God's Eye, transitioning from settlements and farmland to forested and rugged terrain. As their supplies diminish, Yoren enlists poachers Koss and Kurz to hunt ahead, while younger boys gather berries and loot orchards along the way. Arya excels at climbing and collecting berries. On one occasion, she catches a rabbit, which Yoren turns into stew. While others only receive a spoonful, Arya gets a whole leg, which she shares with Gendry. At Brer White, the group is confronted by field hands who demand payment for the sweet corn they've taken. Yoren provides some coins, but laments that Night's Watch members used to be generously hosted across the realm, even by High Lords. This incident leaves Yoren too angry to eat, and he paces around the camp, muttering to himself. Subsequently, they encounter more and more men guarding the fields. The following day, Koss informs them about a camp of about 20 to 30 men clad in mail and half-helms, armed with spears. Some are wounded or dying, and they possess just one lame horse. Their banner bears a symbol that Yoren can't identify. To avoid potential danger, they detour around the camp, despite the delay it entails. Yoren emphasizes that there's no need to rush, as they'll be spending the rest of their lives at the Wall. During one evening, Dobber spots a fire burning on the northern horizon. As the night progresses, the fire's intensity appears to increase, giving the impression that the entire northern region is engulfed in flames. Occasionally, the smell of smoke reaches them, but the wind remains constant, keeping the flames at a distance. By the following morning, the fire has extinguished, but sleep has evaded everyone. Around midday, they encounter the remnants of a village. The fields in the vicinity are charred, and charred bodies are scattered everywhere. Leaving the group to guard the wagons, Yoren takes Merch and Cutjack to explore the ruins of a fortified structure. Arya notices Gendry wearing his helmet. After a considerable interval, Yoren returns with a young girl and a woman who has lost her right forearm. The girl sobs uncontrollably while the woman repeats the word, "please," insistently in a hushed tone. Rorge finds this amusing, which leads to laughter from him and Baita. Merch intervenes with curses, silencing them. They make space for the one-armed woman in a wagon. Hot Pie admits his fear, prompting Arya to confess her own trepidation. Hot Pie discloses that he had never actually killed a boy by kicking, but instead sold his mother's pies. Arya rides a substantial distance ahead of the wagons to distance herself from the grieving girl and the whispering woman. As night falls, the woman with one arm passes away. Gendry and Cutjack bury her beneath a weeping willow on a nearby hill. Arya senses the tree's branches murmuring, "please," whenever the wind blows, which deeply unsettles her. On that night, Yoren forbids the lighting of fires, resulting in a meager supper. Arya quells her hunger by drinking water. Awakening in complete darkness with a full bladder, Arya attempts to leave for relieving herself. Hot Pie is on guard duty and reminds her of Yoren's orders to stay close. Arya explains her predicament, but Hot Pie mentions hearing wolves nearby. Arya pretends to acquiesce, then slips into the woods on the opposite side of the camp once Hot Pie departs. She goes farther than usual to ensure safety. While attending to her needs, she hears rustling and spots glinting eyes in the forest. Drawing needle, she counts a pack of wolves. One wolf approaches, baring its teeth, but eventually retreating into the darkness along with the others. Arya follows the sound of Yoren sharpening his knife back to the camp. She joins him in a wagon and informs him about the wolves. Yoren appears unaffected, mentioning that he believed Arya's kind had an affinity for wolves. Arya recounts the story of her dire wolf Nymeria, forced to be driven away. Yoren reflects that the wolves they should fear are of the humankind, much like those responsible for the burnt village. He contemplates whether he should have left everyone back in the city where they might have been safer. Arya asserts her desire to return home. Yoren shares his experience of bringing men to the wall for almost 3 decades and having lost only 3, but he ponders if he made a mistake this time by not choosing a ship instead. Yoren encourages Arya to sleep, but the howling of wolves reaches her ears, accompanied by faint, distant screams. The spotted tree-cat banner they saw belongs to House Myatt of the Westerlands, probably survivors of Jaime's host from his battle with Robb. This chapter is a pretty savage display of what war does to the small folk, and how lawlessness spreads through the land like a plague. Arya probably was spared by the wolves thanks to Nymeria, since at the end she can hear them feasting on people who strayed too far away from their camps or homes. In Chapter 10, Davos Seaworth stands among the crowd, observing the statues representing the 7 deities as they burn outside the gates of Dragonstone. His sons Allard and Dale share the sentiment that burning the gods is an unfavorable act, but Davos cautions them that this isn't the place for such discussions. The Red Priestess Melisandre moves around the fire, offering prayers in 3 languages to R'hllor, the Lord of Light, beseeching him to accept the enemy's false gods and illuminate them. Her prayer concludes with the sacred phrase, "For the night is dark and full of terrors." Queen Selyse echoes these words, while King Stannis observes stoically. Dragonstone Sept, once a place where Aegon I Targaryen knelt in prayer before launching his conquest, didn't escape the Queen's followers. They defiled the altars, tore down the statues, and shattered the stained glass. Davos recollects that the statues were initially carved from the masts of the ships that transported the first Targaryens from Valyria. Septon Bar could only curse the perpetrators, while Sir Hubbard Rampton and his sons managed to kill 4 men before being overwhelmed. After the incident, the devout Lord Gunka Sunglass withdrew his support for Stannis and was imprisoned alongside the Septon and Sir Hubbard's 2 surviving sons. Though his faith has never been fervent, the sight of the burning gods sickens Davos. The smoke causes Lord Adrian Celtigar to cough, and Lord Durham Bar Emmon's complexion turns ashen. Lord Montfort Valerion, however, keeps his gaze on Stannis instead of the flames. Davos ponders Valerion's thoughts, but understands that such a proud lord would never confide in him. The other nobles disdain Davos and his sons, yet he envisions a future where their grandchildren will compete in jousting tournaments. In his imaginings, Davos sees his sigil flying as high as theirs, but only if Stannis claims the throne, for everything he has become is due to Stannis. Stannis granted him knighthood and his warship the Black Betha. His sons, Dale and Allard, command their own ships. Marek serves as oarmaster on the Fury. Mathos is Davos' assistant. Devon is a royal squire on the path to knighthood, and his youngest sons are destined to become knights as well. His wife Maya presides over a modest keep, and Davos relishes the ability to hunt deer in his own woods. All these fortunes he owes to Stannis in exchange for a few finger joints, taken as a fitting punishment for his lifelong defiance of the law. Reflecting on the past, Davos touches the pouch around his neck containing his finger bones kept for luck, something they'll all need soon. Melisandre recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling that at the conclusion of an extended summer, during a time when stars bleed and darkness envelops the world, Azor Ahai will be reborn. This reborn figure will retrieve the blazing sword Lightbringer from the flames and use it to vanquish the darkness. Following her words, Melisandre summons Azor Ahai, and Stannis takes a step forward. His squires, Devon Seaworth and Brian Ferring, assist him by fitting a padded glove and a leather cape. Utilizing the cape to shield himself from the fire, Stannis enters the flames and retrieves a sword nearly molten from the statue of the mother. Queen Selyse and her followers chant praises, and Melisandre names the sword Lightbringer, proclaiming Stannis to be Azor Ahai reborn. The sword's intense heat causes Stannis' glove to burn, compelling him to thrust it into the ground. Melisandre implores R'hllor to illuminate them, and Queen Selyse and her supporters respond with the phrase, "The night is dark and full of terrors." Subsequently, Melisandre sings a song in the Ashai language until only charred remnants of the gods remain. An impatient Stannis leads his queen back into Dragonstone, leaving Lightbringer behind in the soil for his squires to retrieve. Davos observes that the burnt and blackened red sword of heroes looks quite messy. Some lords remain behind, conversing in hushed tones, but they fall silent upon noticing Davos' gaze on them. Davos recognizes that these lords might turn against him if Stannis falters. However, he is unwilling to seek favor from Queen Selyse by pledging himself to the new Lord of Light. As the fire's intensity wanes, Melisandre and the squires depart with the sword. Davos and his sons join the crowd, making their way to the harbor. Davos praises Devon's performance as the king's squire. Allard questions why the king's squires wore symbols of fiery hearts instead of the crowned stag. Davos clarifies that a lord can adopt multiple symbols. Allard expresses his concern about burning the statues of the seven. Davos inquires when Allard became so devout, and questions what a son of a smuggler knows about matters of the gods. Allard asserts his status as a knight's son and wonders why others should remember Davos' knighthood when he doesn't do so himself. Davos emphasizes that Allard won't become a knight if he intervenes in matters beyond his concern, emphasizing that it's not their place to question their rightful king. His sons dislike acknowledging their humble origins and only see the black ship when they look at House Seaworth's sigil, choosing to ignore the onion emblem. In the bustling harbor, Davos enters an inn where he discovers the flamboyant Lyseni pirate Salladhor Saan, enjoying a bunch of grapes. A former companion and business partner from his smuggling days, it was Davos who convinced Saan to join Stannis' cause. Curious about Salladhor's absence from the burning event, Davos learns that such sights are commonplace in Lys, and they bore Saan. He expresses hope that Stannis will also tire of them eventually. Salladhor proceeds to share news from one of his trading ships arriving from King's Landing, revealing that Tyrion Lannister now oversees the capital and has removed Janos Slynt from his position as commander of the City Watch. Inquiring about the city's defenses, Davos asks how secure it is. Sand responds by mentioning the strength of the city walls, but notes that they are protected solely by the Goldcloaks, who lack both numbers and experience. He advocates for a swift attack on the city, suggesting that Tyrion could be captured and disguised as a fool, while Queen Cersei might spend a night with him as part of the bargain. Davos assures Salladhor that he will receive payment, but the pirate insists on gold, not mere words. Davos assures him that there's gold in the King's Landing treasury, and Stannis is known as the most honorable man in the realm. Salladhor reiterates his call for an assault on the capital, prompting Davos to question how long they could hold the city, considering the opposition from Tywin Lannister and Renly Baratheon. Sand discloses that Renly has departed Highgarden with his army and his newly wedded queen to march on King's Landing. Davos is taken aback by the fact that Renly brought his bride along, which implies either deep love or great confidence. Davos insists that Stannis must be informed, but Salladhor has already relayed the news, although Stannis seems to disapprove of the pirates' involvement. Salladhor abruptly asserts that Stannis' sword is not the genuine Lightbringer and questions the utility of a burnt sword for Stannis. Davos corrects him, emphasizing that it's a burning sword, but Sand maintains that it's burnt. He narrates the legend of Azor Ahai, who forged a hero's blade over 100 days and nights to combat darkness. The sword was tempered in his wife Nissa Nissa's heart, incorporating her blood, soul, courage, and strength into the steel to create Lightbringer, the red sword of heroes. Salladhor advises Davos to be grateful that the sword Stannis wielded isn't real, as too much light can hurt the eyes and fire burns. Salladhor inquires about Stannis' sailing plans, and Davos responds that it depends on the will of the new god Stannis follows. Salladhor then asks about Davos' personal god, to which Davos cautionally replies that his god is King Stannis, who has elevated him and bestowed trust upon him. Salladhor assures that he'll remember this and excuses himself, announcing their impending feast in the Red Keep. He also requests Davos to remind Stannis about owing an additional 30,000 dragons by the time of the new moon. Salladhor playfully suggests that if Stannis allows him a night with Queen Cersei, he'll forgive the debt. Davos lingers in the inn, pondering Thoros of Myr and his flaming sword, albeit devoid of true magic. He contemplates the wonder of a genuine sword of fire. Yet, when he reflects on Nissa Nissa, he envisions his own wife, Merae. He concludes that the price is more than he's willing to pay. After nightfall, Devon arrives with a summon from King Stannis. Upon reaching Stannis, Davos notices that the prominent bannermen are departing, so Axel Florent, a prominent member of the Queen's followers, queries Davos' impression of the burning of the gods, and recounts a vision he had of the glory awaiting Stannis upon capturing King's Landing. Davos responds that he saw nothing but fire and brushes past, wondering why Sir Axel bothers, considering that he's as much a supporter of the king as Axel is of the queen. Davos locates Stannis seated at the painted table with Maester Pylos. Stannis instructs Davos to examine a letter. Davos obliges, picking up a piece of paper, but points out that he is illiterate. Stannis, somewhat annoyed, instructs Maester Pylos to read the letter aloud instead. All men know me for the true-born son of Steffon Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, by his lady wife Cassania of House Estamont. I declare upon the honor of my house that my beloved brother Robert, our late king, left no true-born issue of his body. The boy Joffrey, the boy Tommen, and the girl Marcilla, being abominations born of incest between Cersei Lannister and her brother Jaime the Kingslayer. By right of birth and blood, I do this day lay claim to the Iron Throne of the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. let all true men declare their loyalty, done in the light of the Lord, under the sign and seal of Stannis of House Baratheon, the first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, and Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Stannis commands Pylos to include Sir before Jaime's name, acknowledging his knighthood, and to eliminate beloved brother, as it holds no truth. He proceeds to declare that all of their 117 ravens will be employed to distribute copies of the message throughout the realm. However, he anticipates that most of these copies will be destroyed by lords who align themselves with other kings, despite Stannis being the legitimate ruler. For this reason, Stannis instructs Davos to sail northward, possibly up to White Harbor, while his son Dale embarks on a southern journey, reaching as far as the Arbor. Their task is to display the proclamation in every port and fishing village along the way, aiming for as many literate men as possible to read it. Davos acknowledges that many common folk cannot read, proposing that knights be tasked with reading the declarations aloud. Stannis agrees, highlighting that he possesses numerous knights who prefer reading over fighting. He intends to send Allard to the free cities across the Narrow Sea, ensuring his claim and Cersei's wrongdoing become universally known. Upon dismissing Pylos, Stannis queries Davos about the Lord's opinion on the letter. Stannis scoffs at their flattery, except for Valyrion's input, who suggested that the outcome would be decided through battles, as though Stannis hadn't already suspected that. Stannis expresses frustration with his lords and seeks the unfiltered truth from Davos. In response, Davos characterizes the words as straightforward and forceful. He, however, reminds Stannis that they lack concrete evidence of the alleged incest. Stannis counters with a form of proof present at Storm's End. Robert's acknowledged illegitimate son, Edric Storm, bears a striking resemblance to Robert, whereas supposed sons, Joffrey and Tommen, do not resemble him. Davos points out the challenge in reaching Edric at Storm's End. Davos also proposes the idea of eliminating the reference to the Lord of Light from the letter and opting for a more ambiguous term. When Stannis questions whether Davos has become devout, Davos explains that he doesn't comprehend the new god, but he was familiar with the ones they set aflame. Stannis argues that the burned subjects were merely made of wood, but Davos recounts how compassionate Septons would provide him with food when he was a young beggar. He goes on to clarify that the populace will not hold affection for Stannis if he takes away their familiar deities and introduces a foreign one. Stannis counters that people have never harbored affection for him. While looking out the window, Stannis reveals that he stopped believing in gods the day he witnessed the wind-browed shipwreck in Shipbreaker Bay. He refuses to worship any gods capable of causing the drowning deaths of his parents. Stannis dismisses the High Septon's talk of justice and virtue bestowed by gods, asserting that all he has observed of either virtue or justice was accomplished by human actions. Davos questions why Stannis would entertain a new god if he lacks faith. Stannis responds that irrespective of the existence of a god, Melisandre possesses power. Davos counters by mentioning Maester Cressen's wisdom, but Stannis argues that Cressen's wise counsel proved futile. The Storm Lord scorned him when he sought assistance. Stannis proclaims that there will be no more beseeching or mockery. The Iron Throne rightfully belongs to him. Yet among the 4 kings vying for power, he possesses the fewest soldiers and the least gold. His primary assets include his fleet of ships and the Red Priestess. Stannis inquires if Davos is aware that a significant portion of his men are too frightened to even utter her name. A sorceress capable of evoking such terror is not to be underestimated, and he intends to ascertain her true capabilities. Stannis reflects on his childhood, when he cared for an injured goshawk named Proudwing. The bird would follow him and eat from his hand, but it refused to hunt. Ultimately, his great-uncle Sir Harbert rightfully advised him to try a different bird, as he was only embarrassing himself. Returning his focus to Davos, Stannis declares that the Seven haven't granted him so much as a sparrow's worth of assistance. It's high time he sought out a different kind of bird of prey, a red hawk. This chapter was mostly combined with the prologue chapter in the Game of Thrones adaptation. Honestly, why didn't Stannis just sit back and let Renly take King's Landing or defeat Tywin Lannister with his 100,000 men, then see what happens with Robb Stark before sailing? After that, he could launch his attack on King's Landing, kill Renly with a shadow baby, and make himself king. It would have been so easy. In Chapter 11, Theon Greyjoy is aboard the ship Myra Ham, headed to his father's fortress on Pike. Despite the absence of a secure anchorage, Theon insists that Myra Ham pass by the castle so he can witness his home rising, just as it shrank when he was taken away a decade ago as a ward of Eddard Stark. Although he can't discern the banner above the sea tower, Theon recognizes it as the golden kraken emblem of House Greyjoy. The red comet continues to be visible in the sky beyond the castle. Theon considers the comet to be his own, reaching for the letter from Robb Stark, which he regards as equivalent to a crown. When the captain's daughter asks Theon about the castle's appearance, he admits it seems smaller. He then grants permission for the ship to head to port at Lordsport, taking the girl below deck, where they engage in a sexual act. She expresses a desire to accompany him ashore and become his salt wife, but Theon declines, explaining that the era of the old way is past, and her place remains on the Myra Ham, even though she protests that her father will punish her for her interaction with Theon. Upon reaching the harbour of Lordsport, Theon observes around 50 or 60 longships, including those of House Goodbrother, Winch, and Harlaw. He contemplates why his father has raised the banners, considering whether it's a precaution or if Lord Balon anticipated the reason for Theon's return after so many years. Upon disembarking, Theon realizes there is no honor guard to receive him and escort him to Pike. The ship's captain announces his arrival, but the awaiting merchants show no recognition and are unimpressed. Theon tries to procure a horse from an innkeeper, but their conversation is disrupted by a priest of the drowned god, who declares his intention to accompany his nephew to Balon's castle. Theon doesn't recognize the grim, bearded priest at first, but then recalls that his father had written about his uncle, Aeron Greyjoy, surviving a storm and becoming devoted to the gods afterward. Theon notices that Aeron's demeanor is starkly different from the affable man he remembers from his youth. Suddenly, Aeron questions if Theon now prays to the Stark gods, and Theon, who rarely prays, responds negatively. Aeron orders him to kneel in the mud and anoints his head with seawater from a waterskin, reaffirming his dedication to the drowned god. Aeron informs Theon that his mother's health has led her to reside on Harlaw, while his sister Asha has taken command of her ship, the Black Wind, to Great Wick, with messages from their father. Theon inquires about the reason for his father gathering their forces, but Aeron insists that Balon has ordered secrecy. When Theon protests, asserting his right to know as Balon's heir, Aeron retorts with a "we shall see," indicating that despite Theon being Balon's only son, there's a daughter in the picture. Responding angrily, Theon expresses his refusal to be denied his birthright by a woman. Aeron then points out that Theon is naive if he believes Balon would ever relinquish control of the Iron Islands to a Stark, leading Theon to realize that he's neither truly embraced by the Starks nor fully accepted by his own family. As the sun sets, they arrive at Pike, and Aeron quickly departs. Helia escorts Theon to his chambers before he ascends the sea tower to meet his father. Theon dresses lavishly and heads to meet Balon. Theon finds Balon much changed, smaller, leaner, and grayer than his memory. Balon questions Theon's identity, to which Theon responds that he's a man and Balon's heir. Balon cryptically comments that time will reveal the truth. Balon criticizes Theon's attire and inquires about the gold chain around his neck, wondering whether it was obtained through iron or gold. Theon, recalling the warrior's tradition that only allows jewelry from defeated foes, admits it was purchased with gold. Balon forcibly removes the chain, stating his daughter has taken an axe-wielding lover and he won't tolerate his son dressing like a prostitute. Balon accuses Theon of weakening due to his time in the fertile lands and claims that Theon has become the Starks' possession. He labels Theon as Robb Stark's emissary, which Theon counters by saying that the letter he carries from Robb was influenced by his own counsel. Although this amuses Balon, his anger is ignited when Theon mentions that Robb views him as an older brother. Theon hands over the letter, but it fails to impress Balon. The letter suggests that Balon attacked the Westerlands, targeting Lannisport and Castle Rock in exchange for a crown. Theon unveils his plan and seeks Castle Rock as his own seat as a reward. Balon dismisses the idea of receiving a substantial reward for a mere idea and minimal writing, expressing mistrust in the notion of being granted a crown, as what is given can be taken away. Balon incinerates the letter and strikes Theon when he protests. Balon asserts that he'll seize his crown through conquest, following the example of Euron Redhand 5,000 years ago. However, Balon deems Castle Rock too well defended and Lord Tywin Lannister too shrewd. When Theon questions Balon about the new kingdom he intends to establish, he already anticipates the response. This chapter proves Catelyn right for not wanting to send Theon back home to the Iron Islands, and Balon is kind of an idiot for not doing what Stannis should have done, which is to let the Stannis, Lannisters, and Baratheons fight each other until there is only one left standing, and then strike when the Starks or Lannisters are at their weakest. In our Stannis and Melisandre video, we summarize the first 6 comic books of A Clash of Kings. In this video, we'll cover the next 6. We'll also summarize each chapter of A Clash of Kings, which is book 2 in the series, and was pretty much just used for season 2, so stay watching. But first, Daenerys Targaryen issues a directive to a small Khalasar, urging them to trail the red comet known to the Dothraki as Shirak Kaya, the Bleeding Star. Among the elder members, whispers circulate about its ominous connotations. However, Daenerys associates its appearance with the night of her husband Khal Drogo's cremation and the birth of her dragons. As such, she perceives it as a precursor of her destiny. Her handmaiden, Doria, explains that the direction the comet leads to is occupied solely by the desolate and fearsome Redlands. Despite the grim protest, Daenerys finds herself with limited alternatives. The other Khalasars exert their influence to the north. The Lazarian hold ground in the south, and Khal Pono is leading slaves towards Slavers Bay in the west. In her defense, Daenerys points out that Bono had always treated her kindly. Nonetheless, Ser Jorah Mormont reminds her that Bono was the first to abandon her and is now a potential threat. Daenerys argues her possession of dragons as a form of protection. Jorah counters that the dragon hatchlings could easily be targeted, while Pono might aim to seize them, given their immense value. Daenerys firmly asserts her ownership of the dragons and emphasizes that they will remain under her control while she lives. Despite her resolve, Jorah maintains that her survival hinges on venturing where others dare not tread. Mounted on her silver mare and draped in a white Haraka pelt to conceal her bald head, Daenerys issues a command to her people to follow the comet. This decision faces no objections. Her status as the unburnt and mother of dragons lends her authority, and her word is law. Under the cover of night, they journey forward, leaving behind a trail of deceased horses, since Pono, Jacko, and their comrades have taken the finest mounts. Among her followers are the frail and marginalized, so Daenerys must exude confidence and strength to inspire them. After 3 days of traveling, the weakest members of her group begin to succumb. The Red Waste offers scarce subsistence and even less water. As their supplies dwindle, they are compelled to subsist on horseflesh, causing the death toll to rise. Daenerys shares in the hardship endured by her people, experiencing significant weight loss and losing her ability to nurse her dragons due to dried up milk. Her dragons refuse the meat she initially offers until she recalls her brother Viserys claiming that only men and dragons consume cooked meat. Subsequently, the dragons readily consume a substantial amount of seared meat each day, leading to their growth and well-being. Every night, Daenerys allows one of the dragons to perch on her shoulder, while Irri and Jiqui transport the other two in a cage, suspended between their horses. On a certain day, Aggo suggests that her black dragon is the reincarnation of Balerion. Daenerys recollects that her ancestors Aegon I Targaryen's dragons were named after the deities of Old Valyria. Nevertheless, she chooses to name hers after individuals whom the gods have taken from her. The green and bronze dragon is dubbed Rhaegal, after her brother Rhaegar Targaryen. The cream and gold one is named Viserion after her brother Viserys, and the black and scarlet dragon is called Drogon in honor of her late husband, Drogo. Despite her dragons thriving, her Khalasar steadily dwindles. Insufficient horses forces some to walk instead. Doria, who has been ailing, falls victim to a fever and eventually becomes too feeble to mount her horse. Daenerys halts the group and personally tends to the girl who taught her the art of seducing Khal Drogo, offering comfort by holding her hand until her passing. As the harsh conditions persist, the Dothraki start to fear that the comet has guided them to a kind of hell. Even Daenerys herself begins to lose hope. Seeking guidance, she consults Ser Jorah to inquire whether the wastelands has an end. He reassures her that there is an end, though the path ahead is more treacherous than he had initially envisioned. Daenerys notes that the knight is still recovering from the injury he sustained while battling Otho. Yet he remains resolute that their only recourse is to continue moving forward. After a few days have passed, the scouts who range ahead of her group come back with information about an unfamiliar city, about which even Ser Jorah lacks knowledge. She dispatches her loyal blood riders, Aggo, Jogo, and Rakaro, to investigate the city. When they return with their findings that the city lies abandoned, Jiqui expresses her belief that such places are inhabited by restless spirits and thus should be avoided. Despite the advice, Daenerys remains undeterred and leads her Khalasar into the vacant city. Within its confines, she passes by an empty pedestal and ponders whether the statue it once held now graces the city of Vaes Dothrak. They discover fruit trees and clean water, yet also come across scattered bones. Irri expresses concerns about the presence of ghosts, but Daenerys assures her that her dragons hold more power. Nevertheless, their immediate needs for subsistence and resources take precedence. Once Daenerys settles into her tent and takes a sand bath, Ser Jorah joins her with a peach as a gift, which she relishes. She remarks that the gods have been kind in guiding them to the location, prompting Jorah to suggest they rest and regain their strength. Daenerys mentions that her handmaidens are wary of spirits, and Jorah points out that ghosts can be found everywhere. This leads Daenerys to reflect on her own losses and inquire about Ser Jorah's personal ghost. He discloses the name of his second wife, the beautiful Lynesse Hightower. Upon further prompting, Jorah recounts his life story. He hails from the remote Bear Island, which is cold and austere. His first wife, Aglova, whom he cared for in his own way, suffered 3 miscarriages and died after a decade of marriage. Afterward, he fought in the Greyjoy Rebellion, earning his knighthood by following Thoros of Myr into battle at Pike. Later, he attended a tourney near Lannisport, where he met Lynesse and made an impressive showing in a joust against Jaime Lannister. They were wed in a hasty ceremony after he won the tournament and declared her the Queen of Love and Beauty. However, Lynesse was dissatisfied with life on Bear Island. Jorah spent heavily to fulfill her desires, even participating in tournaments to no avail. Each defeat led to the loss of armor and horses, depleting his resources. Unable to part with her jewelry, he resorted to morally questionable actions for money. Upon learning that Eddard Stark was coming to punish him, Jorah fled with Lynesse to Lys. Their wealth vanished in a short time, forcing Jorah to become a sellsword. During his absence for battles, Lynesse moved in with a wealthy merchant named Tregar Ormelin. When asked, Jorah admits he both despises and loves Lynesse. As he takes his leave, Daenerys inquires about Lynesse's appearance, to which Jorah replies that she resembled Daenerys herself. Once he departs, Daenerys comes to a realization that Jorah's affection goes beyond her role as a queen. He desires her as a woman. Attempting to envision a romantic connection between them, she finds it futile. She also observes his yearning to return to Bear Island. Although she knows they cannot be together, she holds on to the hope of one day restoring his home and honor. That night, her dreams involve flying on dragons with Drogo. The following morning, she gathers her blood riders and assigns them a task. Argo is to head southwest, Rakaro south, and Jogo southeast. Each is to take 3 healthy horses and ample supplies to scout the surroundings. While awaiting their return to the city, now dubbed Vaes Doloro, the Khalasar is afforded the opportunity to recuperate. Daenerys attends to the healing of Ser Jorah's hip wound, which is showing signs of improvement. Ricardo is the first to return with news that the desolate terrain stretches southward all the way to the ocean. Daenerys appoints him in charge of tilling the plaza to encourage the growth of more grass for the horses. Argo follows, having discovered 2 smaller abandoned cities. Daenerys assigns him the task of repairing the city gates. Joggo is the last to come back, much later, accompanied by 3 peculiarly attired individuals from the grand city of Qarth: the formidable warlock Prat Pri, the influential merchant prince Xaro Kondaxos of the 13, and the enigmatic Quaithe of the Shadow. Their purpose is to locate dragons, a claim that Daenerys boldly affirms they have found. So, this chapter has hints of a very wild theory that the Red Waste is a radioactive wasteland, and this is why many of the cities lay abandoned. This is also what causes Doria to die from a wasting sickness, since her death sounds eerily familiar to radioactive poisoning. Doria grew gaunt and hollow-eyed, and her soft golden hair turned brittle as straw. Doria took a fever and died shivering. All these are symptoms of radiation sickness. Further evidence for this comes from the fact that the Qartheen are pale, and their walls show murals of lush greenery, which might be interpreted as what the land was like before whatever disaster befell the region, like Chernobyl. Also, in the world of Ice and Fire, there is no section on Qarth, which might be interpreted as George has mysteries that he wants to reveal in The Winds of Winter or A Dream for Spring to the reader about why Westeros is the way it is. In Chapter 13, the deserted settlement of Whitetree is encompassed by an enormous tree that Jon Snow finds awe-inspiring. This weirwood tree casts its shade over the entire village, yet it's not its sheer size that unsettles Jon the most. What truly unnerves him is the tree's face, with its jagged mouth large enough to swallow a sheep and containing human bones. Lord Commander Mormont remarks on the tree's age, to which Jon adds that it possesses a formidable presence as well. Theron Smallwood expresses his newfound understanding of why people were initially apprehensive about the heart trees when they first arrived in Westeros, and chopped them down. Jon responds by recounting his father's belief that no one could tell a lie in front of a heart tree, and Mormont confirms that his own father held the same view. Mormont then instructs Jon to retrieve a burnt skull from the ashes, and as Jon reaches for it, he discovers another skull beneath. While examining the skull, Mormont reflects on his regret for not asking why the wildlings burned their dead when there were still some around to inquire. Jon, remembering the wight he battled, is certain he knows the reason. Contemplating the potential revelations if bones could speak, Mormont orders a search of the houses. Jon is partnered with Edison Tollett, affectionately known as Dolorous Ed. While they conduct their search, Dolorous Ed laments the fact that the dead are now not only walking, but also expected to talk. He humorously suggests that the deceased might tell lies or endlessly complain. Upon entering one of the houses, Jon observes the bare dirt floor and lack of furnishings, remarking that it's a bleak place to live. Dolorous Ed responds by sharing that he was born in such a house, but then fell on hard times. As anticipated, their search yields no results. Whitetree is the 4th village they've combed through, and each one has been equally empty. When Jon inquires about his thoughts on what might have transpired here, Dolorous Ed confesses he'd rather not even imagine. Upon returning, they come across Chet, who is fervently employing the hounds in his search and expressing his frustration with curses. When Jon locks eye with Chet, it's evident that they don't harbor any affection for each other. Thorin Smallwood, donning the late Sir Jeremy Riker's armor and cloak, takes on a more lordly appearance than Mormont. He asserts that wildlings were present here about a year ago. Jarman Buckwell counters by pointing out that much can change in a year. Sir Maladar Locke suggests that fewer wildlings mean fewer concerns. Subsequently, Bedwick, a Dumative ranger known as Giant, descends from the colossal tree and reports the presence of a lake to the north and a low hill to the west. With 3 hours of daylight remaining, Mormont decides to lead the group toward the lake to establish their camp. After composing a report for Maester Aemon, the Lord Commander sends Jon to locate Samwell Tarly for message delivery. Jarman Buckwell's scouts head out first, followed by Thorin Smallwood's advance group. Mormont's main contingent, the supply convoy led by Sir Mallador Locke, and finally, the rear guard under Sir Otten Withers, totaling 200 men and 300 horses. During his ride, Jon exercises his scarred fingers to prevent his sword hand from becoming stiff and unwieldy, recognizing the likelihood of needing it beyond the wall, especially now. The Black brothers initially departed from Castle Black in high spirits, but the eerie silence of the forest has unnerved them all. Not only have the wildlings vanished, but the game as well. Even the seasoned rangers concur that the haunted forest has never appeared this haunted before. Jon locates Sam tending to the horses, carrying the raven cages. Some of the raven's screeches almost sound like words, and Jon humorously asks if Sam is teaching them to talk. Sam explains that 3 of them are trained to say, "Snow." Jon remarks that one raven uttering his name is sufficient. When Sam inquires about White Tree, Jon conveys Mormont's report to him. Sam dispatches a raven with the message, expressing a wish that it could carry him back as well. When Jon privately reflects on Sam's fears, he admits that Sam is gradually growing less afraid, a development that surprises him given Sam's self-professed cowardice in contrast to the bravery of the other 200 men who left the wall. Sam mentions that he's feeling a bit achy from the rugged conditions, but is diligently working on his maps. Jon playfully teases the idea of assigning Sam as an outrider, to which Sam vehemently objects. Sam then confesses that he had hoped they would be able to stay in a village with proper shelter. In response, Jon points out the shortage of houses available for everyone and continues on his way. As Jon is steering clear of the crowded procession to avoid congestion, Ghost, who has been hunting at a distance from the marching line, reappears. The White Wolf, much like the foragers, hasn't had much success in finding prey. Jon recalls mentioning to Tywin that their large group might be scaring off the game, but Tywin simply concurred that something was indeed frightening the animals away. Upon rejoining Mormont, Jon mentions that Sam is teaching the ravens to mimic speech. Mormont dismisses it with a snort, remarking that the ravens make a lot of noise but don't convey anything worthwhile. They continue riding in silence for a while before Jon brings up what his uncle Benjen might have thought about the deserted villages. Mormont expands on Jon's reflection, suggesting that Benjen would have pressed forward to uncover the reasons behind it, and there may have been forces preventing that knowledge from coming to light. Mormont declares that with the addition of Qhorin Halfhand, they will be a formidable force of 300 men, not easily dealt with by an adversary. He promises Jon that they will find them, but Jon wonders if they will be found instead. So this chapter was completely cut from the show, but White Tree seems to display evidence of human sacrifice. This foreshadows the events of Bran III, A Dance with Dragons, when Bran drinks the weirwood paste and his consciousness blends with a weirwood tree. Then, a human sacrifice takes place in front of weirwood and Bran, as the tree drinks the blood of the sacrificed to make himself stronger. In Chapter 14, Arya perceives the river as a calm and tranquil place, but that changes when Kos discovers the remains of a soldier hidden among the reeds. In response, Yoren instructs Dober to inspect the body for valuable items, realizing they cannot cross the river at this point. Yoren takes Kos upstream while dispatching Woth and Jeren downstream to locate a shallow crossing. During this wait, Lomi and Tarly playfully engage in splashing and mud throwing at Hot Pie, while Arya observes Kurz catching a fish with his bare hands, imagining it might be simpler than catching cats. The scouts return around midday, reporting the discovery of a burnt village. Yoren sketches a map in the mud, explaining that the river flows south from the God's Eye. Since they cannot cross without abandoning their wagons, their original plan to travel along the western shore of the lake becomes unfeasible. Going east would lead them back to the King's Road. Consequently, Yoren decides to head north, where the river meets the lake. There, they plan to sell their possessions in the nearby town, hire a boat, and sail across the lake to reach Harrentown. At Harrentown, they can purchase new horses or seek refuge at Harrenhal, the residence of Lady Sheila Went, a known ally of the Night's Watch. Despite Hot Pie's concerns about encountering ghosts at Harrenhal, Yoren dismisses them. Arya recalls the tales of Old Nan about the evil King Harren and how Aegon used dragons to turn the castle into a blazing inferno. According to Old Nan, fiery spirits still haunt the castle, and sometimes people who sleep there are found burned to death in the morning. However, Arya remains skeptical of these stories. She expects knights at Harrenhal, not ghosts, and hopes to reveal her identity to Lady Went, gaining assistance to return home. As they continue their journey, they pass empty cottages and neglected fields. Upon reaching the deserted town, Arya becomes anxious, wondering what could have driven the residents away. In response to the unsettling atmosphere, Yoren assigns 10 recruits to guard the wagons and divides the remaining group to search the town, while he investigates a tower house. Yoren chooses Wath, who once rode on a galley, to lead Arya, Gendry, Hot Pie, and Lomi in the search for boats. The docks are barren except for a decaying rowboat, and Arya realizes that the inhabitants had taken all the boats when they fled. Lomi and Hot Pie suggest exploring a nearby inn for food and ale, but Wath insists on adhering to Yoren's instructions. Feeling disheartened, Arya washes her face in the lake and briefly contemplates the idea of swimming all the way to Winterfell. Wath raises his voice, urging her to assist in the search, so she complies. However, their efforts only yield some sails and nails. Darkness falls as Yoren returns, reporting that the tower house is vacant. He dismisses proposals to repair the rowboat or construct a new one, but shows interest in Gendry's suggestion of a raft. Nevertheless, a raft would require leaving the wagons and staying close to the shore, so Yoren decides to sleep on the idea. Lomi suggests staying at the inn, but Yoren opts for the holdfast due to its protective wall. Arya argues against staying altogether, given that even the Lord has fled. Lomi taunts her for being fearful, but Yoren acknowledges her rational as wise, emphasizing that the Night's Watch remains neutral, with no one as their adversary. Arya privately reflects that no one is their ally either, but refrains from speaking to avoid appearing cowardly. The holdfast is encircled by a 10-foot wall made of rough-cut stone, with iron bars securing the front gate. In addition to the main gate, there is a postern to the north and a narrow tunnel leading to the lake shore, concealed beneath the barn. Yoren instructs them to position a wagon over the trapdoor to prevent unwanted entry. He also assigns 3 watchers and stations Taba, Kurz, and Cutjack to keep a lookout from the tower house, with Kurz instructed to sound his hunting horn if danger approaches. They bring their wagons and animals inside and secure the main gate. During the meal, Doba, Gendry, and Arya are tasked with cooking duties, and Arya is assigned to pluck the goose and 2 chickens brought in by Kos, while Gendry splits wood and Yoren sharpens his dirk. The atmosphere is subdued during dinner. Even Lomi remains silent. Arya is on the second watch, but as sleep eludes her, she borrows Yoren's whetstone to sharpen needle instead. Hot Pie inquires about the origins of her fine sword more politely than before, and she admits that her brother gave it to her. Hot Pie is surprised, as Arya has never mentioned any brothers. Arya responds that she has several brothers, but when Hot Pie asks whether they are older or younger than her, she fibs, claiming they are all older, armed with long swords, and they taught her how to defend herself against people who trouble her. Hot Pie insists he was only making conversation before leaving her be. As she curls up on her pallet, Arya is annoyed by the continual sobbing of the crying girl. Arya experiences a dream where a wolf is abruptly waking her up. She quickly puts on her boots and inquires if anyone else heard the sound. Lomi ridicules her, suggesting that she has wolves on her mind, while Wath and Jaren reassure her that the wolves are safely outside. Arya insists that there was indeed a wolf, and just before the others can dismiss her claim, they all hear Kurz blowing the hunting horn. Instantly, everyone starts getting dressed and preparing their weapons, and Arya rushes toward the gate. While passing by the barn, Jaqen H'ghar calls out to her, urging her to release the criminals so they can join the fight, but she ignores his request. Climbing onto the parapet, Arya catches a glimpse of numerous men carrying torches and setting the town ablaze. Gendry inquires about their numbers, but they are moving too swiftly to be counted accurately. Before long, a group of riders approach the holdfast. Arya thinks their banners might be red, but the flames from the town cast everything in shades of red, orange, or black. Coming to a halt in front of the gates, A knight wearing a spiked helmet demands that they open the gates in name of the king. Rayson sarcastically asks which king he is referring to, earning him a rebuke from Wath. When Yoren explains that the townsfolk have vacated the area, the knight speculates that Yoren might belong to Beric Dondarrion's group, with Thoros of Myr possibly hiding among them. Yoren asserts that he only has a group of young recruits for the Night's Watch, and offers his black cloak as proof. However, the Knight's standard bearer insists that it could also bear House Dondarrion's emblem, a purple lighting bolt on a black background. Arya recognizes the Lannister banner at this point and recalls that Beric Dondarrion was the man her father sent to confront Sir Gregor Clegane. The Knight demands that they open the gate or be branded as outlaws, but Yoren wants to know who is leading the group. A stout man displaying a manticore on his shield rides forward and introduces himself as Sir Amory Lorch, a vassal of Lord Tywin Lannister. He repeats the order to open the holdfast in name of the true king, Joffrey Baratheon. Yoren asserts that it makes no difference to him if they burn the town, but his group is not their enemies and should be left alone. Arya finds it puzzling that the raiders cannot see that they are neither lords nor knights, but Gendry believes that they simply don't care. Arya observes Sir Amory's expression the way Syrio Forel taught her and realizes that Gendry is correct. Sir Amory insists that his men need to verify Yoren's story, but Yoren senses a trap and declines once more. Lorch's men ridicule the elderly recruiter, and Lorch issues a final command to open the gate. After a prolonged moment of consideration, Yoren refuses once again. Lorch proclaims them rebels, regardless of their affliction with the Night's Watch. Yoren informs Lorch that he has some young boys with him, but Lorch declares that they will meet the same fate. He nonchalantly signals and a spear is thrown towards Yoren, killing Wath instead. Lorch orders his men to breach the walls and eliminate everyone, with more spears and torches being thrown their way. Yoren issues a command for them to spread out and hold the walls. Arya ends up next to Hot Pie, who becomes anxious and admits he doesn't know how to fight. Arya reassures him, falsely claiming that it's straightforward, and pushes aside her own fear to scream Winterfell while striking at the first hand that appears on the parapet. After Hot Pie warns her, Arya forces the next climber to retreat from the wall. Following her lead, Hot Pie fends off another attacker. While Sir Amory and his men don't have ladders, they manage to climb the rough walls, resulting in an unending stream of foes. Every foe they defeat is quickly replaced. Arya spots Yoren thrusting his dirk into the knight with the spiked helmet, and witnesses Cos taking down 4 axemen assaulting the gate. She catches sight of the Lannister banner once more and wishes she could confront Joffrey and stab him. Dober wrestles an opponent on the walk, and Lomi bashes the man's head, but Lomi's triumph is short-lived, as he sees Dyber lying lifeless with the enemy's knife in his abdomen. She hears Kyle begging for mercy until a knight with a wasp sigil brutally smashes his face with a spiked mace. The odors of blood, smoke, iron, and urine blend into a nauseating mixture. Arya, Gendry, and Hot Pie struggle to overcome a wiry man on the ground. Gendry's sword breaks against the man's helmet, which falls off, revealing an elderly, frightened face. Arya feels pity for the man, even as she and Hot Pie are forced to kill him. Gendry takes the man's sword and leaps down into the yard, searching for more adversaries. Arya notices that more enemies have infiltrated the holdfast and follows Gendry. However, she soon becomes disoriented as death surrounds her from all sides. Suddenly, Yoren shakes her and declares that the battle is lost. He instructs her to gather as many survivors as possible and escape through the tunnel beneath the barn. Just like that, he returns to the fray. Arya grabs Gendry and briefs him on the plan. They call Hot Pie down from the walk and find Lomi with a bleeding calf wound. They also locate Gerren, but his injuries are severe. The crying girl refuses to walk even when slapped, so Arya has to drag her while the others hurry ahead. Upon her arrival at the barn, Arya finds it engulfed in flames. Hot Pie advises her to abandon the crying girl, but Arya remains determined to drag her along. Hot Pie abandons them and hurries back inside the barn, while Gendry returns to lift the girl onto his shoulder. The barn feels like an inferno, with the back wall ablaze and the animals in a state of panic, kicking and making distressing sounds. Inside their wagons, Biter and Rorg struggle desperately to free themselves, while Jaqen H'ghra addresses Arya in his friendly tone. The trapdoor leading to the tunnel is just a few feet away, and the fire is spreading rapidly. reminding Arya of the horrifically burnt face of the Hound. Gendry ponders how to get the little girl through the narrow tunnel, and Arya instructs him to push her while inquiring about the whereabouts of the axe. Gendry mentions it's near the haven, but prioritizes rescuing the animals first. Arya tells him to proceed with the girl and heads off to retrieve the axe. Outside, she witnesses Kos being killed immediately after surrendering. Yoren is nowhere in sight, but the axe is where Gendry had left it. As she wrenches the axe free, a mailed hand seizes her arm. Reacting swiftly, she thrusts the axe between the man's legs and then rushes back to the burning barn. With thick smoke billowing out and the animals wailing inside, re-entering the barn proves to be the most challenging thing she has ever done. Within, the roof has caught fire, and fiery debris of wood and straw are falling. The smoke is so dense that she can't see the wagon, so she crawls in the direction of Biter's cries. Upon locating the wagon, she tosses the axe inside and makes a run for the tunnel. Rorge manages to catch the axe and begins attacking the wagon. Arya hears the wagon breaking apart, just as she dives headfirst into the tunnel. She falls 5 feet and gets dirt in her mouth, but she pays it no mind. After crawling only a short distance, she hears the barn collapsing behind her, sending a cloud of scorching smoke and black dust billowing upwards, creating an infernal smell. She holds her breath, kisses the mud on the floor, and then bursts into tears, though she is unsure for whom she is crying. It's a shame this battle was greatly reduced in the show, since it reads pretty interestingly and would have made for a great action scene. However, with the Battle of the Blackwater coming at the end of the season, Dan and Dave probably didn't have the budget to also show the battle in its entirety. However, the book does a better job at using this chapter to introduce Amory Lorch and his way of hunting the Brotherhood without banners by murdering small folk indiscriminately. In Chapter 15, Cersei Lannister is filled with rage upon discovering that Stannis Baratheon is spreading letters accusing her of incest. The small council possesses 2 copies of this proclamation, one delivered to Maester Frankfurt at Castle Stokeworth, and the other received by Lord Giles Roseby. Littlefinger remarks that if Stannis sent letters to them, it's likely that every other lord in the 7 kingdoms has received a copy as well. Cersei insists on burning every copy to prevent her father and Joffrey from learning about them, but Tyrion Lannister points out that copies have probably been dispatched to Harrenhal and Castle Rock, rendering the secret impossible to contain. While Cersei expresses her anger at being accused of incest, adultery, and treason, Tyrion is quietly impressed by her ability to feign outrage, knowing full well that these accusations are entirely accurate. He explains that such claims are to be expected, as Stannis requires a pretext to justify his rebellion. When Cersei adamantly declares that she will not tolerate being labelled a whore, Tyrion privately reflects that Stannis never alleged that Jaime paid her for her affections. Tyrion then scrutinizes the letter further and points out the peculiar phrase, "done in the light of the Lord." Grand Maester Pycelle clarifies that this phrase is commonly used in the Free Cities, and Littlefinger mentions that Varys, who was mysteriously absent, reported years ago that Stannis' wife, Selyse, had become involved with a Red Priest. Tyrion recognizes the potential of this information as a tool for propaganda against Stannis. Cersei once again raises the issue of the accusations and suggests issuing an edict to suppress their spread. Tyrion, however, points out that silencing individuals only shows that you are afraid of what they might say. When Cersei asks for his alternative, Tyrion proposes allowing people to gossip until they lose interest. Without concrete evidence, many will view the letter as Stannis' feeble attempt to justify his rebellion. Littlefinger concurs and suggests countering the accusations by spreading a similar rumor, alleging that Shireen Baratheon is not Stannis' legitimate child, implying that he is a cuckold. Littlefinger goes even further, suggesting that Shireen's fool, Patchface, be implicated as the father to make the story more scandalous. Pycelle objects, stating that Lady Selyse would never engage in such a relationship, but Littlefinger counters that one would have to be a fool to desire Lady Selyse. He adds that the fool's unwavering devotion to Shireen, along with their similarly disfigured, half-frozen appearances, will make the tale more believable. Pycelle protests, mentioning that Shireen was scarred by grayscale, but Littlefinger dismisses the intelligence of the common people. Cersei smiles at Littlefinger's wickedness and thanks him. Tyrion suggests that they not be the ones to spread this rumor, as it could be seen as a self-serving lie. Littlefinger proposes using prostitutes and taverns for this purpose. Tyrion departs, and when Cersei inquires why, he informs her that he is having a special gift made for Joffrey, a unique chain. Cersei retorts that Joffrey possesses many chains and that Tyrion cannot buy his love. Tyrion counters by suggesting that one day, Joffrey may come to treasure this chain above all others. Outside, Bronn informs Tyrion that the blacksmiths he summoned are waiting in his audience chamber. Tyrion playfully praises Bronn for sounding almost like a proper courtier and teases that Bronn might kneel next. Bronn, however, responds with a crude retort. As they head to the Tower of the Hand, Lady Tanda Stokeworth attempts to gain Tyrion's attention, but he ignores her and instead instructs his litter to be prepared. In his audience chamber, Tyrion finds his timid squire, Podrick Payne, arranging his clothing and the Hand's chain of office. Tyrion promptly addresses the assembled smiths, presenting them with 3 links of an enormous chain and instructing them to produce 1,000 more. He orders all the forgers and metalworkers in the city to be put to work, manufacturing and connecting additional links. He appoints Goodman Ironbelly to oversee the task. The smiths inquire about the Queen's demands for armor and weapons, including her threat of crushing hands for failing to meet quotas. Tyrion assures them that no hands will be crushed, envisioning the unfavorable reputation Cersei is fostering for herself among the common people. Ironbelly asks about the availability of iron, and Tyrion promises that Lord Baelish will provide the necessary funds, while the City Watch will assist in collecting and melting down every horseshoe in the city if iron shortages arise. An older smith, Salarine, protests that such work is beneath master armors like himself and offers to craft a formidable suit of plate armor for Tyrion instead. Tyrion retorts that they can either make chains or wear them, and then departs from the chamber. Bronn waits outside with a litter and an escort from the Blackears. While on his journey, Tyrion contemplates his recent actions, including the decision to have hundreds of carpenters construct fishing boats instead of catapults, allowing hunters into the Kingswood, and even sending the Gold Cloaks to gather food to alleviate the city's hunger. However, despite his efforts, people continue to cast accusing glances at him. He also reflects on how Cersei failed to grasp the significance of Stannis declaring himself as king, and ponders how Renly Baratheon will respond to this development. Looking out at the streets, Tyrion wonders who the informers in the crowds might be, and surmises that they are likely the ones who appear the most innocent. His destination is a 2-story brothel, located behind Rhaenys Hill. Upon entering, he is welcomed by a tall woman with dark skin, who introduces herself as Chataya. When Tyrion expresses his desire to see the available girls, Chataya recommends a 16-year-old girl with dark skin, who turns out to be her daughter, Alea. In the Summer Isles, being a prostitute is considered an honorable profession and a way to please the gods. Tyrion wonders about the connection between prostitution and the gods, and playfully mentions that he would become more religious if he could pray with his genitals. Alea leads Tyrion to an upstairs turret room, revealing a hidden panel in a wardrobe that leads to an underground tunnel where Varys waits in disguise. Tyrion questions Alea's trustworthiness, and Varys explains she's not loyal to the Queen and is glad to be rid of Al-Ardim. Varys reveals the tunnel was originally built for a discreet hand of the king. In a stable, Varys helps Tyrion disguise himself as a child and provides a horse. Tyrion shares Stannis' accusation of Jaime and Cersei's incest and asks how Stannis learned of it. Varys suggests it could be whispered information or observation, like Jon Arryn and Eddard Stark investigating King Robert's bastard's hair color. Tyrion suspects Littlefinger as the source, but Varys doesn't confirm. Before leaving, Tyrion tells Varys that they're either best friends or worst enemies, and Varys echoes the sentiment. It's actually quite sweet in this chapter how Pycelle tries to prevent the spreading of rumors to harm a 10-year-old girl already inflicted with grayscale. Most of this chapter is probably meant to be off-screen in the show. However, that secret tunnel built by a previous Hand of the King is almost certainly Tywin Lannister, as described by Alt-Shift-X in his video, The Real Tyrion Lannister. In Chapter 16, Bran wakes up long before dawn, and Winterfell is bustling with guests gathered for the harvest feast. He has the role of playing the prince, though he had always aspired to be a knight rather than a prince. However, Now his days are spent listening to elderly men discuss matters he can barely comprehend. Lord Wyman Manderley arrived from White Harbour 2 days ago, and Bran welcomed him while seated in his father's high seat. Afterward, Sir Roderick Castle commended him for his performance, but Bran knows that Manderley is just the first of many lords who will use the feast as an excuse to discuss their concerns with their liege lord. Hodor comes to help Bran get dressed. Although Bran prefers dressing himself, some tasks are completed more quickly with assistance. Bran is amazed by Hodor's dexterity and strength, and comments that Hodor could have been a great knight if he had not been deprived of his wits. With Bran settled in his basket, he instructs Hodor to carry him downstairs. In the courtyard, Bran observes the Walders participating in jousting against Quintains. He notices that Little Walder strikes harder, but Big Walder handles his horse better. Upon seeing Bran on Hodor's back, Little Walder makes a derogatory comment about Hodor, which angers Bran. The Walders continue to insult Hodor, and Little Walder starts bumping into him with his horse. Bran becomes increasingly furious and threatens to set Summer, his direwolf, on them. However, Little Walder points out that he is wearing armor and expresses his desire for a wolfskin cloak. Maester Luwin intervenes to resolve the argument and scolds the Walders. While Big Walder appears remorseful, Little Walder remains arrogant. Luwin reminds them of the duty of noble lords to protect the vulnerable and warns them to stay away from the Godswood. He then calls Bran to join him in meeting Lord Wyman. The Maester commends Bran for defending Hodor and acknowledges that it shouldn't have been necessary to fetch him for the meeting with Lord Wyman. Bran apologizes and asks if they will discuss the war. However, Maester Luwin reminds Bran sharply that he is only 8 years old and should remain quiet unless directly addressed. Inside, Bran is seated in his father's chair, with Maester Luwin and Sir Roderick flanking him. Lord Wyman Manderley, who is severely overweight, is quite friendly and insists that no prince is ever late. He discusses the advantages of White Harbour for minting currency and constructing a fleet to support Robb's new kingdom. The mention of warships excites Bran, but no one seeks his opinion. The meeting continues into lunch, during which Lord Wyman inquires about his widowed cousin, Lady Donella Hornwood, who lost her husband and only son in battles on the Green Fork and in the Whispering Wood. He suggests the possibility of marrying her himself or arranging a union between her and his son, Sir Wendell. Later, Lord Wyman shares that Tywin Lannister has proposed ransoming his son, Sir Willis, who was captured during the Battle of the Green Fork. In exchange for his release, Tywin wants Lord Wyman to withdraw his support for King Robb. Lord Wyman, however, has declined Tywin's offer and hopes for a fair prisoner exchange to take place soon. Lady Hornwood arrives during supper, and Bran offers his condolences to the grieving widow. She expresses her gratitude but requests permission to retire for the night and continue their discussion the next day. The following morning's conversation centers on preparations for the upcoming winter. However, Lord Hornwood raises an alarming concern. Roose Bolton's illegitimate son, Ramsay Snow, is amassing forces at the Dreadfort, and she is unsure of his intentions. When Sir Roderick admits he is unfamiliar with Ramsay, Lady Hornwood explains that Ramsay lived with his mother until Doric Bolton's death left Roose without an heir. She mentions Ramsay's equally cruel companion, Reek, who was notorious for never bathing. There are disturbing rumors about their hunting habits and other unsavory deeds, which are difficult to believe even when attributed to a house like Bolton. Lady Hornwood fears that Ramsay may covet her lands now that her husband and son have passed away. Bran is eager to provide her with 100 men for protection, but Sir Roderick assures her that they will safeguard her lands. He suggests that in the future, it may be wiser for her to consider remarriage. Lady Hornwood acknowledges that she is beyond childbearing age and receives more suitors than ever. She is willing to marry if ordered to do so, but she hasn't found anyone to her liking. In a playful manner, she hints at an interest in Sir Roderick himself. After Lady Hornwood departs, Maester Luwin points out her subtle hint, which makes Sir Roderick uncomfortable. Bran notices that she seems sad, so Roderick adds that she is also gentle and not unattractive, but remains a potential threat to the realm. Bran is surprised by this, but Maester Luwin explains that without a direct heir, there will be numerous claims to her lands that Robb, as the liege lord, must resolve. When Bran suggests Sir Roderick as a solution, the elderly Castellan dismisses the idea, stating he is only a knight and too old. The problem would resurface upon his death. Considering other options, Bran suggests Lord Hornwood's 12-year-old illegitimate son. Larent Snow. Sir Roderick is skeptical about Lady Hornwood's acceptance of this proposal, but Maester Luwin insists they should consider it. Bran requests permission to leave the meeting, and Sir Roderick grants it, complimenting Bran on his conduct. With a few hours of daylight left, Bran heads to the Godswood to visit his direwolf, Summer. Hodor accompanies him to his favourite spot near the pool next to the heart tree. Suddenly, Osha, completely naked, bursts out of the cold pool, surprising everyone present. When Bran inquires about the frigid water, Osha mentions that she enjoys it. She notices Bran's curiosity and asks if he has never seen a naked woman before. Bran recalls bathing with his sisters and witnessing serving women bathing, but Osha's body is rugged and adorned with scars, most of which she earned while fighting men, including members of the Night's Watch. She even mentions killing one of them. Osha then brings up overhearing the Walders mocking Hodor. Bran recalls that Hodor never engages in fights and is considered gentle by Septon Chael. Osha responds by saying that Little Walder's name suits him well, big on the outside but small on the inside, and thoroughly mean-spirited. She also inquires if Bran has experienced any more wolf dreams. When he answers negatively, Osha remarks that a prince should be better at lying and asks for permission to leave before quickly making her way back to the kitchens. That night, Bran has a dream in which a weirwood tree beckons to him, and a three-eyed crow pecks at his face. He awakens to the commotion caused by the arrival of the Umbers from beyond the last river. The following day, Bran welcomes their leaders, who happens to be two of Great Jon Umber's uncles, Morris Umber, known as Crowfood, due to losing an eye to a crow that mistakenly thought him dead, and Hother Umber, known as Horsebane, for reasons that remain undisclosed. Mors immediately expresses his desire to marry Lady Hornwood. Maester Luwin and Sir Roderick explain that she is currently grieving, but promise to consider the proposal. Hother, on the other hand, requests Longship to counter wildling raidings across the Bay of Seals. Sir Roderick suggests that Hother should collaborate with Lord Manderley to provide timber, in return for which they will receive shipwrights and sailors. During the audience, the steward of Deepwood Moat arrives and conveys Lady Sybil Glover's apologies for her absence, as she is occupied with her young children. Bran soon realizes that the steward effectively governs while Lord Galbert Glover and his brother Robert Glover are away at war. After discussing the harvest, Sir Roderick inquires about Larent Snow, and Maester Luwin commends Bran's idea of making the bastard the heir to Hornwood, saying he would make a fine lord for Winterfell in the future. Bran objects, pointing out that Robb's sons with his Frey wife will inherit instead of him. However, Sir Roderick reminds him that nothing in life is guaranteed. He himself has only one daughter, Beth, despite 3 marriages, and his brother Martin Castle's lineage ended with his son, Jory, despite having 4 sons. The following day, Leopold Talhart from Torrance Square, who had arrived the previous day, has his audience with Bran. He brings news that his nephew Benfred Talhart is gathering a group of young lancers who all see themselves as young wolves, referring to themselves as the Wild Hares. Bran remembers Benfred visiting Winterfell and getting along well with Robb and Theon Greyjoy. However, Sir Roderick is clearly displeased and orders that Benfred must stay at Torrance Square as instructed. Leopold then suggests sending his youngest son, Beren, to be fostered with Lady Hornwood, and even considers having him take the Hornwood name if named as an heir. Bran gives the expected response, promising to discuss the matter with Robb and Lady Hornwood. After the meeting, Maester Luwin expresses his approval of the idea, but Sir Roderick believes it would be challenging for a young boy to manage the lands. Luwin acknowledges that with the Riverlands now part of the kingdom, it might be best to arrange a marriage for her with one of the lords from the Trident. Over the following days, they receive regretful responses from other houses. Ramsay Snow, the bastard, won't be joining them. The Mormonts and the Karstarks have headed south. Lord Andrew Locke is too old, Lady Lyessa Flint is heavily pregnant, and there's illness in Widow's Watch. This leaves only Lord Howland Reed, who hasn't left his swamps in 16 years, and House Serwyn. However, Lord Medgar Serwyn is a captive of the Lannisters. Then, on a windy day, 14-year-old Clay Kerwin arrives at Winterfell with a dozen lancers while Bran is riding his horse, Dancer, in the yard. Clay has always been a friend to Bran and his brothers, and he immediately inquires if Stannis Baratheon has informed Winterfell about Joffrey Baratheon being of questionable legitimacy. Bran suddenly feels immense pressure on his chest. When Clay asks if he's alright, Bran asserts that Robb will defeat Stannis as well. That night, he doesn't experience the dreamless sleep he had hoped for. In his dream, the three-eyed crow pecks at his eyes and urges him to fly. Then the crow pecks his forehead until it breaks through his skull, and suddenly, Bran can see again. He finds himself climbing a tower, slipping. He calls for help, and a golden man appearing above him saying, "The things I do for love," before throwing him out into the empty air. So, the Harvest Feast is pretty much completely cut from the show. However, in the books, it does foreshadow Wyman Manderley secretly conspiring with Morse and Hother Umber against Roose Bolton to aid Stannis Baratheon in his march on Winterfell, since they were assigned to work together here in Book 2. Our first mention of Ramsay is here, and the prize Lady Hornwood lands. This chapter shows Little Walder to be a bit of a thug, and Big Walder as the more intelligent and amicable of the two. Also, Leopold Tallheart and his young wolves are in for a rude awakening when Theon and Dagmere attack Torrhen's Square. In Chapter 17, while having breakfast, Tyrion requests Grand Maester Pycelle to dismiss his serving girl and entrust him with 2 sealed copies of a confidential letter meant for Prince Doran Martell. He emphasizes the urgency of sending the message using the fastest ravens available. Tyrion understands that breakfast can wait, but the situation in the realm is pressing, with Lord Renly Baratheon advancing along the Rose Road and uncertainty about when Lord Stannis Baratheon will set sail from Dragonstone. Pycelle, though slow in his movements, eventually complies with Tyrion's request. Tyrion takes note of Pycelle's ornate maester's chain, which is more elaborate than the standard one. Tyrion had ample time to make progress with his breakfast before witnessing a single raven taking flight. During this period, he took a moment to inspect the well-organized collection of potions maintained by Pycelle, and he discreetly appropriated a small bottle from the high shelf. When Pycelle returned, inquiring about the message, Tyrion insisted on maintaining its secrecy. He dissuaded Pycelle from involving the small council, asserting that their role was to advise the 13-year-old King Joffrey. In response to the inquiries about the Queen, Tyrion reasoned that Cersei already bore considerable burdens, and Pycelle reluctantly concurred, considering her gender's supposed fragility. Tyrion pondered what Eddard Stark would think of such a description, but chose to remain silent. He requested that he be discreetly informed when a reply arrived from Dorne, all the while counting to himself 1. Descending to the lower bailey, Tyrion discovered Bronn, now clad in armor suitable for his position as captain of the Hands Guard, observing the practice of men-at-arms. Tyrion humorously remarked that Bronn was ignoring 2 attractive serving girls. Bronn retorted that he could easily obtain sexual services, but emphasized the importance of vigilance, which could save his life. Bronn pointed out the prowess of a hedge knight named Sir Talad, but noted that he had fallen into a predictable rhythm that would lead to his downfall when facing Bronn. While crossing the bailey, Bronn informed Tyrion that 30 supplicants awaited him, including Lady Tanda Stokeworth's page bearing an invitation to supper. Lady Tanda hoped to arrange a match between Tyrion and her dim-witted daughter, Lollies, and Tyrion instructed Bronn to decline the invitation. Additionally, a Braavosi moneylender sought repayment of a loan, and Tyrion directed him to Littlefinger, who would handle the matter. Another supplicant, a minor lord from the Trident, sought compensation for damages to his land. Recognizing the value of having a cooperative river lord, Tyrion promised to meet with him the following day, ensuring he received good accommodations, a meal, and new boots courtesy of King Joffrey. Several food merchants also sought protection from the starving mobs, who had recently killed a baker for overcharging. Tyrion suggested the use of gold cloaks, but given that there were gold cloaks among the rioters, the merchants demanded an audience with the king. Tyrion dismissed their hopes as foolish, as Joffrey would likely respond with punishment. Bronn added that Sir Alliser Thorne of the Night's Watch had arrived with a rotting hand, prompting Tyrion to express his disdain for the man and order him to be confined to a grimy cell left waiting. Following Bronn's departure to carry out his assigned task, Tyrion encounters Cersei and her entourage near the main gate. When he inquires about her destination, Cersei claims she is going to inspect the defenses due to Renly's advance from Highgarden. She believes Renly could arrive by the full moon, but Tyrion reassures her that Renly's slow progress, marked by feasting and holding court at various castles along the way, suggests otherwise. Tyrion doubts the credibility of Renly's rumoured 100,000-strong army, but Cersei counters that Renly commands the combined forces of Storm's End and Highgarden, with House Redwyne being the sole holdout thanks to her capture of the Redwyne twins, Horace and Hobur. Tyrion jests that it's a pity she let Sir Loras Tyrell escape and points out that Renly faces challenges with Robb Stark at Riverrun and Tywin Lannister at Harrenhal. He suggests that Renly's current strategy, characterized by slow progression and a display of power, is prudent. If Robb defeats Tywin, the South will fall into Renly's hands, and if Tywin triumphs, Renly can strike a weakened Lannister force. Cersei implores Tyrion to convince their father to bring his army to King's Landing, but Tyrion acknowledges his inability to sway Lord Tywin. Unperturbed, Cersei inquires about Tyrion's efforts to free Jaime, asserting that Jaime's value far exceeds Tyrion's worth. Tyrion humorously retorts that they don't have 100 versions of him to trade to Catelyn Stark. Angrily, Cersei deems him worse than useless and departs. In truth, Tyrion is more apprehensive about Stannis than Renly. While Renly may be popular but unexperienced in war, Stannis is unwavering, tough, and unyielding. Spies sent to Dragonstone have provided no information, and there have been sightings of Lyseni war galleys, along with reports of Sail captains aligning with Dragonstone. Tyrion fears that if Stannis and Renly launch a joint attack by sea and land, there will be little hope for Joffrey or himself. Podrick Payne greets him at the door of his solar, and with shyness informs him that Peter Baelish is inside. Tyrion discovers Littlefinger seated by the window, observing Joffrey's unsuccessful attempts to kill hares with his new crossbow in the yard below. Littlefinger humorously remarks that the hares appear to be winning and advises Pod to invest in pots, anticipating that the castle will soon be overrun with hares, resulting in potted hare being served for every meal. Tyrion dismisses Pod and offers Littlefinger refreshments, which Littlefinger politely declines, citing rumors that drinking with Tyrion might lead to being sent to the wall. Tyrion admires Littlefinger's attire and takes notice of his Valyrian steel dagger with a dragonbone hilt. Littlefinger playfully offers it to Tyrion as a gift, knowing that Tyrion mentioned the dagger earlier. This gesture infuriates Tyrion, as he believes Littlefinger is taunting him, thinking that Tyrion is incapable of challenging him. Tyrion reflects on Littlefinger's ability to protect himself, likening him to a man truly armored in gold. Littlefinger started with a minor customs position given to him by Jon Arryn 10 years ago, where he significantly increased revenue. He quickly rose to become the Master of Coin, overseeing a substantial growth in the Crown's income. However, this also resulted in significant debts. But Littlefinger's financial acumen allowed him to make shrewd investments in various ventures, multiplying the wealth of the Crown. He strategically placed his own people in key positions within the government, controlling various aspects of finances and administration. Most of them were not highborn, but they proved more capable than the noble class they replaced. These appointments went unchallenged because Littlefinger was perceived as harmless due to his lack of military power, land holdings, or marriage prospects, leaving Tyrion uncertain about how to confront him. Tyrion then inquires about Littlefinger's relationship with the Tully children during his fosterage at Riverrun. Littlefinger boasts of taking the virginity of both girls, an assertion Tyrion considers a clever fabrication. Tyrion explains that he would have difficulty convincing Catelyn and Lysa to cooperate, but they might trust Littlefinger. He hints at offering Lysa the identity of Jon Arryn's true killer to gain her allegiance. Littlefinger expresses interest in knowing the murderer's identity, but Tyrion implies that Lysa must first align with the Lannisters before receiving such information. Littlefinger notes Lysa's troubles with the Vale Mountain clans, who have become more aggressive and better armed under Tyrion's influence. Tyrion assures Littlefinger that Lysa's power would be directed against Renly or Stannis, not the Starks or Tullys. In exchange, Tyrion offers to ensure peace, deliver justice, name Lysa's son Warden of the East, and arrange a marriage between Princess Marcilla and Lord Robert Arryn. Littlefinger inquires about Cersei's opinion regarding the plan, and he chuckles when Tyrion responds with a nonchalant shrug. Littlefinger then asks about his reward, and Tyrion offers him Harrenhal and the dominant position as Lord over the Riverlands, serving as their liege lord. Tyrion finds amusement in Littlefinger's reaction because, by birth, he only owns a small piece of land on the Fingers, while Harrenhal is one of the wealthiest domains in the realm. Littlefinger is initially cautious, considering that Janos Slynt was also granted Harrenhal for his services. However, Tyrion reassures him that he is far more valuable than Slynt. Satisfied with the answer, Littlefinger mentions that he may need to bed Lysa once again to secure her agreement and requests a fortnight to prepare for the endeavor. As Littlefinger departs, Tyrion privately reflects too. Tyrion retreats to his bedchamber and waits for Varys, expecting a longer delay. Surprisingly, Varys arrives an hour later. Tyrion teases Varys about his own cruelty for taunting Pycelle with a secret, but Varys implies that he may already know Tyrion's secret through his little birds. Tyrion acknowledges that he aims to discourage Dorne from aligning with any faction, despite Prince Doran's well-known disdain for House Lannister. Varys suggests that Doran, a sentimental man, still mourns his sister Elya's death. Tyrion discloses that he has offered Doran a seat on the council and the opportunity to exact revenge on his sister's murderer. Varys brings up the fact that Sir Gregor Clegane, known to have killed Elya, is a Lannister bannerman. Tyrion argues that Lord Tywin would likely agree to sacrifice Gregor Clegane for the sake of 50,000 Dornishmen. When Varys speculates about Doran's potential demand for the blood of the one who commanded the act, Tyrion shifts the blame to Robert Baratheon, claiming it was his rebellion. Varys, however, notes that Robert was not in King's Landing at the time, and Tyrion counters that neither was Doran Martell. Varys predicts that Doran will require a gesture of goodwill and inquires about Tyrion's choice. Tyrion, in turn, presses Varys to make the decision. Varys suggests Tommen, as Tyrion cannot offer Myrcella to both Doran Martell and Lysa Arryn. Tyrion finds Varys' knowledge uncanny and accuses him of cheating at guessing games. Varys praises Tommen and hints at a concern that Tyrion might be planning to make Tommen king. Tyrion clarifies that Joffrey is the king, but Varys points out that Cersei will resist parting with both Tommen and Myrcella. Tyrion decides to keep Cersei in the dark and vows to consider anyone who might betray his secret as a mortal enemy. When Varys giggles at his statement, Tyrion mentally counts it as the third time Varys has laughed at him. So, in this chapter, for a brief moment, Littlefinger gives away a glaring hint that he was the one who murdered Jon Arryn when Tyrion says, "If I gave her Jon Arryn's true killer, she might think more kindly of me." That made Littlefinger sit up. True killer? It's not much, but for a moment, Peter Baelish loses his composure and thinks Tyrion figured out the truth. Also, again in this chapter, Tyrion says he can't do anything to Littlefinger, which he can, and is a massive plot hole on George R.R. Martin's part, because after the incident with the dagger, Tyrion should have thrown Littlefinger into the Black Cells and replaced him with someone he trusts. The TV show also had it to be Theon Greyjoy he was promising Myrcella to for comedic effect, whereas in the books, that's just not believable, and sending Dommen to Dorne makes more sense. In Chapter 18, Sansa discovered an anonymous message beneath her pillow instructing her to go to the Godswood that night if she desires to return home. She repeatedly reads the note, perplexed by its meaning. Despite her fervent prayers for a noble knight to rescue her, she suspects it might be one of Joffrey's cruel pranks or a clever trap to expose her disloyalty. She dreads the possibility of encountering Sir Ilyn Payne with his sword, Ice. When her bedmaid unexpectedly enters to inquire about a bath, Sansa hastily conceals the note, worried that the girl may have seen it. She promptly requests a fire to be lit and dismisses the girl, sensing a hidden agenda in her gaze. Her household staff is rotated every 2 weeks to prevent her from forming close bonds, and Sansa believes they all spy on her. Once alone, she burns the note, observing Sir Preston Greenfield patrolling the Maegor's Holdfast drawbridge from her window. Sansa enjoys freedom within the Red Keep, but anticipates his questions regarding her nighttime activities. Unable to come up with a convincing lie, she opts to stay in bed, yet her thoughts keep her awake. She yearns for someone to provide guidance, missing the presence of Septa Mordane, her dear friend Jean Poole, and even her sister Arya, whom she assumes is back in Winterfell by now. Upon hearing commotion outside, Sansa peers out and witnesses armed men rushing to the wall, while Sir Preston disappears from his post on the drawbridge. Puzzled by her own actions, Sansa quickly dresses and conceals a meat knife beneath her cloak. After crossing the unguarded drawbridge, she passes men preparing for battle in the courtyard, and spots 3 members of the Kingsguard assisting Joffrey with his armor. Fortunately, Joffrey is preoccupied with retrieving his weapons and remains unaware of her presence. Sansa rushes towards the Godswood, the distant sounds fading behind her, her fear of Joffrey preventing her from looking back. The Godswood, even within the bustling city, possesses a tranquil, untamed aura, and Sansa senses the presence of the ancient gods watching over her. She has always preferred her mother's gods, with their ornate artwork, fragrant incense, vibrant rainbows, and opulent fabrics and gems. Nevertheless, there's an undeniable mystique to the Godswood, especially at night. Worried that she might be too late, Sansa is startled by the voice of Dontos Hollard, who expresses his concerns that she wouldn't show up. As Dontos reaches out to her, Sansa instinctively recoils, her hand seeking her knife. Dontos assures her that he merely wishes to assist her as she helped him. Skeptical, Sansa inquires whether he is intoxicated, and Dontos admits to having consumed some wine to bolster his courage. Brandishing her knife, Sansa demands to know who sent him. Dontos swears on his honor as a knight that he came on his own, but Sansa recollects Joffrey's decree and retorts that she prayed for a knight to rescue her, not a drunken old man. Dontos accepts her rebuke and hopes to rediscover his knighthood because of her, asserting that Sansa saved him not only from Joffrey, but also from his own self-destructive tendencies. Dontos draws a parallel with the legendary figure Florian, who was both a fool and the greatest knight of all. He kneels before Sansa, asking to be her Florian. Still cautious, Sansa inquires about his plan for her escape. Dontos explains that the most challenging part will be getting her out of the castle, after which a ship could take her home. However, he needs time to secure the necessary funds and make arrangements discreetly, as he is under surveillance. When Sansa sheathes her knife, Dontos stands up and expresses his remorse for not having saved her father. He admits he is not a hero like Ryman Redwyn or Barristan Selmy, having won no glory in battles or tournaments. But Sansa has rekindled his understanding of knighthood. He pledges his loyalty to her and invokes the old gods, promising to send her home. Convinced by his solemn vow, Sansa agrees to entrust herself to him. She inquires if he will send another message to inform her when the time is right, but Dontos deems it too risky. Instead, he advises her to visit the Godswood as frequently as possible, since it is the only safe location. Sansa agrees, pledging to be courageous, resilient, and patient above all. Dontos encourages her to depart, and Sansa tenderly kisses him on the cheek, addressing him as "my Florian," convinced that her prayer has reached the gods. As Sansa joyfully contemplates returning home and recalling tales of Florian and Jonquil, she collides with Sandor Clegane while walking. The Hound catches her before they both tumble, and inquires if she intends to bring about their demise on the Serpentine steps. Curious about her late-night presence, he questions Sansa, who stammers that she was praying for her father and the king. The Hound, not buying her explanation, asserts that he's not intoxicated enough to believe that, mocking her as a little bird, still singing the songs she was taught. He playfully asks her to sing a song about knights and fair maidens, and questions her affinity for knights. Sansa responds that she likes true knights, but the Hound ridicules her, reminding her that he is not a knight at all. Reeling and nearly stumbling, the Hound curses his excessive wine consumption, then offers to escort Sansa back to her chambers. He gently pushes her and follows her down the steps. Upon their return, they encounter Sir Boris Blount guarding the drawbridge. Sansa recoils, but the Hound assures her that there's nothing to fear from Blount. When Sir Boris questions why she isn't in her chambers, Sansa's false explanation about visiting the Godswood seems more convincing this time. The Hound adds that it would be difficult for her to sleep amidst all the noise. Sir Boris mentions that preparations for Tyrek Lannister's wedding feast have prompted some troublemakers to indulge in feasting as well. He notes that Joffrey led an expedition that scattered the troublemakers. Clegane comments, "a brave boy," but Sansa wonders how brave Joffrey will be when facing her brother, Robb. After crossing the drawbridge, Sansa asks why the Hound allows people to call him a dog but never a knight. He responds that he prefers dogs and shares a family anecdote about his grandfather, a kennel master at Castle Rock who earned lands and a tower house for saving Lord Tytos Lannister from a lion, sacrificing a leg and 3 dogs in the process. He adds that a dog will sacrifice itself for you and never deceive you, something little birds cannot do. When he mentions that he never got his own song, Sansa suggests a song about Florian and Jonquil. The Hound dismisses it as a song about a fool and his lover, but insists that he'll have a song from her one day, whether she wants to or not. Sansa replies that she will gladly sing for him, but Clegane retorts, "Pretty thing, and such a bad liar. A dog can smell a lie, you know. Look around you and take a good whiff. They're all liars here." and everyone better than you. This line was given to Littlefinger in the show. What is so cool about this chapter is that it makes sense why Dontis Hollard would contact Sansa now, which is the offer Tyrion just made to Littlefinger to give him Harrenhal if he can secure an alliance with Lysa, which he can. So, Littlefinger was probably planning to leave for the Vale like he does in A Storm of Swords, and after leaving would have arranged to have Sansa be whisked away from King's Landing before Renly or Stannis' attack and brought to him by ship. In Chapter 19, perched high in a tree, Arya surveys a fishing village in the distance, noticing some chimneys emanating smoke. It is the first sign of life they've encountered since leaving the Holdfast, as the Lannisters have either destroyed or killed everything in their path. The houses seem inviting, offering the promise of warmth and shelter, unless Sir Amry Lorch and his men are present. Arya keeps a watchful eye on the village for an extended period, attempting to confirm its safety, but the distance makes it difficult to be certain. Arya and the others decide to return to the charred village on the following night. Hot Pie and Lummy remain fearful, but Lorch and his men are long gone. The Holdfast is a grim sight, strewn with corpses from both sides, picked over by scavengers. Gendry is quick to avert his gaze, but Arya is determined to locate Yoren, clinging to the belief that he cannot be dead. They eventually find Yoren's lifeless body alongside 4 Lannister men-at-arms, and Arya wonders how many men it took to bring down the Black Brother. With too many bodies to bury everyone, Arya insists on giving Yoren a proper grave. As they dig, conflicting emotions surge within her. Part of her wants to cry, while another part wants to vent her frustration on Yoren. The sole survivors, aside from Arya, are Cutjack, Kurz, and Taba, who had been on lookout duty in the Tower House. They also faced an attack, but the stone tower was fire-resistant and inaccessible with the ladder pulled up, so Lorch's men left them be. When Kurz decided they should continue heading north, Arya clung to the hope of reaching Winterfell, but Kurz was struck by an arrow in the shoulder while pulling up the Tower House ladder. Despite Taba's attempts to treat the wound with mud and moss, it became infected and proved fatal. Shortly thereafter, Taba and Cutjack appropriated the weapons and hunting horn of a deceased poacher before abandoning them. Subsequently, Arya and her companions chose to travel along the muddy shores of the God's Eye, taking turns carrying Lummy on a makeshift litter, as his calf wound had deteriorated to the point where he could no longer walk. Arya, perched in her tree, observes a multitude of crows circling above the village, while 3 black swans gracefully glide over the water near the shore, seemingly indifferent to the ongoing war. A part of Arya yearns to be as carefree as those swans, but another part hungers for their meat. For the most part, she and her companions have been subsisting on a distasteful acorn paste that Kurz taught them to make, although Arya and the girl they now call Weasel have resorted to eating insects and worms. Arya even attempted to catch fish with her bare hands, emulating Kos, but without success. Beneath Arya's tree, Hot Pie mimics a dog's bark as a signal, a trick he learnt from Kurz. Agile as a water dancer, Arya descends to the ground to share her observations. Hot Pie suggests going to the village and requesting food, convinced that they won't be harmed if they surrender. Gendry rebukes him for sounding like Lummy, who has been obsessed with the idea since their escape from the Holdfast. Both Lummy and Hot Pie argue that Lorch would have left them unharmed if Yoren had surrendered, but Gendry points out that knights and nobles only take each other captive and disregard the common folk. Hot Pie and Lummy begin discussing the prospect of finding dead fish, cooking crows, and even hunting boars. Although Arya knows the latter is impossible without boar spears, horses, and additional manpower. Gendry then suggests that he should scout the village and steal food for them. Arya argues that she should go instead because she is more adept at stealth, but Gendry agrees to let her accompany him. Hot Pie and Lummy express concerns about being left behind for wolves, and Lummy complains about needing a portion for his injured leg. Gendry reassures them that Lummy has a spear for protection and promises to bring back any leg medicine they come across. He then dons his bull helm and departs. During their walk, Gendry suddenly confides that he believes Lummy is going to die. Arya isn't surprised, having felt the warmth of Lummy's skin and smelled the infection on his leg. She suggests finding a maester, but Gendry dismisses the idea as impossible. he proposes leaving Lomi behind, reasoning that Lomi would do the same, and he's weary of Lomi's talk of surrender. He adds that Arya is the only one who is truly capable, even if she is a girl. Panicking, Arya vehemently denies being a girl, but Gendry insists he's not foolish and challenges her to prove it by revealing her genitals. Desperate to change the topic, Arya brings up the gold cloaks they encountered at the inn, and hints that Gendry is also concealing something. Gendry denies knowing why they were after him and turns the question back on Arya, asking why she believes they were targeting her. Realizing that her charade is over, Arya faces a critical decision. She must either kill Gendry or trust him. After emphasizing the need for secrecy and insisting that Lomi and Hot Pie cannot learn the truth, Arya confesses that she is Arya of House Stark. Gendry is utterly shocked by the revelation that Arya is a highborn lady, leaving him unsure of how to act around her. He starts addressing her as my lady and apologizes for discussing inappropriate topics and urinating in front of her. Uncertain whether he's mocking her, Arya commands him to stop, as even Hot Pie would notice if he starts using that title. When Gendry responds by calling her milady once more, Arya playfully crashes into his chest, causing him to fall and laugh. She follows it up with a playful kick to his side, making him laugh even harder, and then sets off toward the village, with Gendry hurrying after her. Approaching the village, an unpleasant odor of decaying flesh permeates the air. Gendry decides to take a detour to the west, while Arya continues her advance along the shore. She moves stealthily, traversing from one bush to another, pausing every few steps to listen intently. The stench intensifies as she draws nearer, and she begins to discern the sounds of horses and men. Eventually, Arya squeezes through a gap in a thorny thicket on the village's outskirts, where she stumbles upon a lengthy gibbet filled with bodies so badly decomposed that they scarcely resemble human beings. Arya forces herself to inspect each corpse one by one, convincing herself that she's as tough as stone. Beyond the gibbet, she spots two spearmen guarding the entrances to a slate-roofed warehouse near the water. Although she can't quite make out the identity of the two lifeless banners nearby, she is certain that the deceased men signify Lannister forces. Two guards turn their attention to a shout from a third man who forcibly pushes along a captive that Arya recognizes as Gendry, identifiable by his bull-shaped helm. One of the guards seizes Gendry's helm, and after subjecting him to some rough treatment, they thrust him through the imposing doors of the storage building. From inside, Arya hears sobbing and a piercing scream of agony. Subsequently, the wind stirs the banners, revealing the Lannister lion and 3 black dogs on a yellow background, a sigil that she feels she ought to recall. Arya remains vigilant for hours, observing the armored men coming and going, the preparations for dinner, and the onset of night. However, she fails to identify an opportunity to free Gendry. Late at night, she returns to her companions and insists that Hot Pie assist her in rescuing Gendry. Hot Pie argues that they can't take on 20 soldiers, but Arya counters that they only need to deal with the 2 guards at the storage building. Lomi suggests they should surrender, or simply leave Gendry behind, but Arya reminds them that they require his help to transport Lomi. When Arya maintains her determination to make an attempt, Hot Pie reluctantly agrees to join her. As they crawl beneath the gibbet, a crow lands on Hot Pie's back, prompting the guards to hear his gasp. Hot Pie abruptly stands up and declares his surrender. By the time Arya springs up and draws needle, they find themselves surrounded. She makes a slash at the closest man, but he deflects her with a steel-clad arm, and another individual knocks her to the ground. A third man wrenches Needle from her grip and strikes her with an armored fist when she attempts to bite him. Dazed and humiliated, Arya lies there in pain and disheartened by the loss of Needle, a precious gift from Jon Snow, and the weapon she was taught to wield by Syrio Forel. Arya is forcibly brought to her knees, facing an enormous man, and a sudden recollection hits her. The banner bearing 3 dogs was the sigil of the Hound's brother, Sir Gregor Clegane, also known as the Mountain That Rides, who surpasses even Hodor in size. During the Hand's tourney, Sansa had informed Arya about this. As Hot Pie continues to yield and provides information about Lomi and Weasel, Sir Gregor instructs them to lead his men there and departs. As they make their way back to where Lomi and Weasel are concealed, Hot Pie offers to prepare pies and tarts for the 4 soldiers in exchange for their safety. Upon their arrival, Lomi promptly surrenders and explains that Weasel fled upon hearing their approach. The soldiers inquire about the whereabouts of Beric Dondarrion, but Lomi is unfamiliar with the name. One of the guards dismisses it as a futile effort, believing that Arya's group knows no more than the villagers do. A spearman approaches Lomi and inquires if he can walk. When Lomi responds that he needs to be carried, the spearman casually retorts with, "Think so?" and impales Lomi's throat with his spear. So, in this chapter, unlike the show, Yoren's group isn't attacked because Armory Lorch is looking for Gendry by way of a bull's helm. But instead, they are the Mountain's men and have been tasked by Tywin Lannister to ravage the Riverlands and to use the excuse of looking for Beric Dondarrion to terrorize the Smallfolk. The show also gives us the best approximation of how Yoren died, which was by killing as many Lannister men as he could before falling. In Chapter 20, Tyrion is pleased that he followed the advice to dress warmly, even though he feels like he's wrapped up in a bulky stripped fur due to his shadow skin cloak. Deep below Rhaenys Hill, the cold in the damp chambers behind the Guildhall of the Alchemists is so bone-chilling that even Timett withdrew quickly after a brief exposure. Using the dim light of a sealed lamp, Tyrion examines a delicate, grapefruit-shaped clay jar. The jar has a textured surface to provide a better grip, and when Tyrion tilts it to peer inside, the murky green wildfire slowly moves towards the rim. When Tyrion comments on its thickness, the pale and servile pyromancer Helene explains that the substance, as the pyromancers refer to it, becomes more fluid as it warms. Tyrion is irritated by the alchemists' affections, their habit of addressing each other as wisdom, and insinuating that they possessed vast stores of secret knowledge doesn't align with the reality of a declining guild in shabby roads that no longer even pretends to practice metal transmutation. The Maesters of the Citadel have taken over almost every aspect of the once powerful guild, except for the production of wildfire, which remains a closely guarded secret of the guild. Helene explains that once ignited, wildfire cannot be extinguished, and will infiltrate materials like cloth, wood, leather, or even steel, setting them ablaze. Tyrion recalls from his knowledge of Thoros of Mir's flaming sword that even a thin coating of wildfire can burn for an hour, although it ruins the weapon. Curious about why the wildfire doesn't seep into the clay pots, Tyrion inquires, and Helene clarifies that it indeed does. They have a lower vault filled with pots dating back to the reign of King Aerys II Targaryen, who had a penchant for crafting the jars to resemble fruit. Technically, those jars should have been destroyed, but many of the guild's maesters were killed during the sack of King's Landing, leaving them without the expertise to dispose of the pots. Instead, they flooded the vaults. Helene also mentions that the whereabouts of a significant portion of King Aerys' stock were lost, including a discovery of 200 jars just last year beneath the Great Sept of Baelor. Although this older stock can still be used, Helene emphasizes caution because wildfire becomes more volatile with age. If left in direct sunlight for too long, it can self-ignite, causing it to expand violently and trigger a chain reaction among nearby jars. When Tyrion inquires about the total number of jars they possess, Helene quotes the morning count provided by Wisdom Muncatar, stating they have 7,840 jars in total, including 4,000 from King Aenys' older stock. He expresses confidence that the guild will fulfill its promise of 10,000 jars. Tyrion is astounded, pleased, and apprehensive. He is aware that creating wildfire is a time-consuming and hazardous process, and initially considered the number a mere boast. He emphasizes that he doesn't want any rush or subpar wildfire. Helene assures him that trained acolytes prepare the wildfire in specialized work cells designed to fill with sand and smother any fires or the unfortunate acolyte. While Tyrion is curious about inspecting how such a cell works, he is pressed for time. Helene reiterates the importance of handling wildfire with utmost care, suggesting that common soldiers in the chaos of battle may not exercise the same caution as trained pyromancers, and even a minor mistake could have catastrophic consequences. In response, Tyrion requests as many spare jars as possible to be delivered to each of the city gates. During their return journey, Holain emphasizes the honor of receiving the hand of the king, a rare occurrence since Lord Rossart, who was a member of their guild himself. The mention of Rossart triggers Tyrion's recollection of stories about Mad King Aerys II, utilizing the services of the alchemist to incinerate his adversaries. This thought leads Tyrion to conclude that it would be wise to keep Joffrey far away from the pyromancers to prevent him from harboring similar notions. Consequently, when Holain suggests hosting a feast for Joffrey, Tyrion explains that Joffrey has prohibited feasting, at Tyrion's insistence, until the war is concluded. However, Tyrion readily agrees when Holain proposes an alternative plan, a demonstration of the mysteries practiced by his ancient order at the Red Keep. After all, there is no harm in a few entertaining illusions. After traversing the winding corridors of the Guildhall, they arrive at the long and echoing galley of the Iron Torches. Here, columns of wildfire flames burn around dark metal pillars and cast an emerged glow as they reflect off the black marble walls. However, Tyrion is less impressed, recognizing that the extravagant display of burning torches is merely intended to impress him, given the costly nature of wildfire. Having bid farewell to Holain at the entrance, Tyrion descends the brood steps leading to the Street of Sisters near Visenia's Hill, where Timid awaits with his litter and a retinue of burned men. This is an appropriate escort for a visit to the pyromancers and a necessary precaution, especially after Joffrey recently ordered the firing of arrows at a hungry mob outside the Red Keep's gates just 3 days ago. Tyrion is surprised to find Bronn waiting as well, bearing 2 messages. One is from Sir Jacelyn Bywater, who urgently requires Tyrion's presence at the Gate of the Gods. The other is a command from Cersei, instructing him to attend her in her chambers. Tyrion decides to meet with Bywater first, as he knows that Bywater doesn't waste his time. Making Cersei wait will only serve to frustrate her and make her act impulsively, which Tyrion prefers to dealing with when she is composed and cunning. As he crosses the normally bustling food market within the Gate of the Gods to meet Sir Jacelyn, Tyrion learns that Sir Cleos Frey has arrived with peace terms from Robb Stark. Tyrion is pleased by this news, but Cleos appears hesitant to discuss the terms since his instructions are to deliver them directly to Cersei. Looking weary and worn from his journey, Cleos describes the dire circumstances around the God's Eye and the Kingswood. The River Lords are resorting to burning their own crops to deprive the Lannisters of resources, and in response, the Lannisters are retaliating by ravaging villages and harming the small folk. Tyrion dismisses these brutal tactics as typical of war, while Cleos adds that even when carrying a peace banner, his party was attacked twice by groups of bandits, resulting in the loss of 3 men and 6 others wounded. Amused by the seemingly impossible peace terms proposed by Robb Stark, Tyrion learns from Cleos that Robb remains idle at Riverrun, possibly fearing a confrontation with Lord Tywin on the battlefield. Robb's position weakens as the River Lords disperse to protect their lands. Tyrion contemplates whether this was his father's strategy, and then informs Cleos that the terms, which include the exchange of Willyn Lannister and Cleos' brother Theon Frey for Sansa and Arya Stark, are unacceptable. He tasks Cleos with carrying the small council's counteroffer back to Riverrun. Cleos is not thrilled about returning through a war-torn region and points out that it is Catelyn Stark who desires this peace, not Robb. Tyrion, however, emphasizes Catelyn's desire to reunite with her daughters and advises Cleos to rest and await further instructions. Tyrion reunites with Jacelyn Bywater, observing hundreds of recruits undergoing training beyond the gate. The City Watch attracts many newcomers among the refugees, offering food and shelter in exchange for their service. Tyrion acknowledges that while these recruits may be useful for maintaining order within the city, their value in actual combat is limited. He praises Bywater for contacting him and instructs him to extend hospitality to Sir Cleos and his escort, while keeping them stationed outside the city to conceal the true conditions within. Tyrion also directs Bywater to utilize the wildfire-filled jars that the alchemist will deliver to train crews for using wildfire in battle using paint and burning oil. Bywater, despite his distaste for wildfire, agrees with the wisdom of this measure, and Tyrion stresses the importance of making the best use of available resources. Reflecting in his letter, Tyrion considers the potential advantage of keeping Robb Stark preoccupied with negotiations for an easy peace at Riverrun until Sir Stafford Lannister can assemble his new forces at Castle Rock. This way, Stafford and Lord Tywin can converge on Robb's army from two sides, effectively crushing it. Tyrion wishes that the Baratheon brothers would be as cooperative, with Renly advancing along the Rosewood with his sizable southern army and Stannis poised to sail his fleet up the Blackwater Rush soon. Tyrion finds limited comfort in his stockpile of wildfire. Tyrion is pulled from his thoughts by a commotion in Cobbler's Square, where a sizable crowd gathers to listen to a prophet dressed as a begging brother. This prophet, referring to the red comet in the sky above Aegon's high hill as the Father's Scourge, delivers his message. We have become swollen, bloated, foul. Brother couples with sister in the bed of kings, and the fruit of their incest capers in his place to the piping of a twisted little monkey demon. Even the High Septon has forgotten the gods. Cleanse yourselves, the gods cry out, lest ye be cleansed. Bathe in the wine of righteousness, or you shall be bathed in fire. Wounded by the insult of being called a twisted little monkey demon, Tyrion takes some solace in the mocking laughter that drowns out the prophet's shouts as he instructs the burned men to clear a path. He secretly agrees with the prophet's criticisms of the High Septon, recalling a joke made by Moonboy at the fat cleric's expense. Returning to the Red Keep without further incidents, Tyrion climbs to his chambers in an optimistic mood, believing that he only needs time to figure things out. Upon entering his solar, he is confronted by Cersei, who is furious with him for ignoring her summons and plotting to marry off her daughter like a commodity. Knowing that his scheme has succeeded, Tyrion points out that princesses like Marcella are often married off in political alliances, suggesting that Cersei might have considered marrying her to Tommen. Cersei vehemently opposes sending Marcella to Dorne, but Tyrion argues that Dorne would be a safer place for her than King's Landing, given the strained relations between House Lannister and House Martell that have only spanned a single generation. In contrast, the Dornish have a long history of conflict with Storm's End and Highgarden. Tyrion explains that his proposal involves Marcella becoming a ward of Prince Doran Martell until she reaches the age of 14, at which point she will marry Trystane Martell, who was only 2 years older. Cersei fears that Marcella would be a hostage, but Tyrion believes she would be treated more kindly than Sansa Stark, especially with Sir Aerys Oakheart of the Kingsguard as her sworn protector. Cersei remains concerned that Doran Martell might seek refuge for the murderer of his sister, Alia Martell, by killing Marcella. However, Tyrion assures her that Doran is too honorable to harm an innocent girl, and that the terms of the agreement are too attractive for him to refuse, as he has offered the prince a council seat and some castles on the Dornish marches, as well as the killer of his sister. Cersei accuses Tyrion of making these decisions without her consent, and he teasingly suggests that she might want to offer sexual favors instead. When she slaps him, Tyrion warns her that it will be the last time, but Cersei merely laughs and questions the reliability of his belief in their father's letter protecting him, drawing a parallel to Eddard Stark's misplaced faith in King Robert's last will. Tyrion privately notes that he has the City Watch, his clansmen, and a group of sellswords on his side, though he supposes that Stark might have had similar delusions of support. Rather than engage in a further argument, Tyrion asserts that Renly and Stannis will display Marcella's head alongside Cersei's if they seize the city. To his surprise, Cersei starts crying, something he has not witnessed since their childhood. He attempts to offer comfort, but she recoils, which hurts him more than her earlier slap. Tyrion reassures her that nothing will happen to Marcella, but Cersei accuses him of lying and reminds him of his unfulfilled promise to free Jaime. Tyrion reassures her that Jaime is safe in Riverrun until he can devise a plan to rescue his release. Cersei expresses regret that she couldn't take more decisive action if she were a man and questions Jaime's capture while wondering why their father remains hidden in Harrenhal. Tyrion reassures her that Lord Tywin is actively engaged in warfare and suggests that Tywin is strategically waiting for the right moment to strike, comparing him to a lion ready to pounce, while portraying Robb Stark as a fawn paralyzed by fear. However, Cersei remains skeptical, arguing that Jaime wouldn't stay passive if their father were taken prisoner. Tyrion privately agrees with her assessment of Jaime's importance, but refrains from saying so out loud. Instead, he asserts that not everyone can be as audacious as Jaime, and that there are alternative ways to win a war, emphasizing Harrenhal's strength and strategic location. Cersei points out that King's Landing lacks the same advantages, and that Renly's army is approaching the city. Tyrion tries to reassure her by saying that the city won't fall quickly, allowing Lord Tywin sufficient time to march down the King's Road and attack Renly from the rear. Seeking further reassurance, Cersei asks about the scenario if Robb Stark decides to march up on the city. Tyrion explains that Harrenhal serves as an obstacle preventing Roose Bolton from crossing the Trident to unite with the Northern forces, and even if he could, Robb lacks the strength to capture Harrenhal and then move on to King's Landing. He also mentions that Lord Tywin's army is thriving in the fertile Riverlands, and their uncle Stafford is raising another army at Castle Rock. Curious about Tyrion's source of information, Cersei inquires if Lord Tywin confided in him. Tyrion replies that he simply examined a map, which leads Cersei to dismiss his insights as mere speculation. Holding out Robb's proposed peace terms, Tyrion questions why Robb would offer such terms, even if they are unacceptable, if he were winning the war. Cersei, now resuming her regal demeanor, asks why Tyrion received the terms instead of her. Tyrion humorously responds that his role as Hand of the King involves handing things to her. As he hands her the letter, he privately reflects that enduring Cersei's slap was a small price to pay for her agreement to the Dornish marriage proposal, which he consents she will now accept. Identifying the informant is just the cherry on top of his success. So, a lot of the wildfire pots dating from the reign of King Aerys II are probably still hidden underground in King's Landing, and the undisposed of pots that have accumulated and flooded the basement of the Alchemist Guild will probably ignite when Daenerys takes the city like we saw in the TV show, and all of King's Landing will burn. And maybe this is where Daenerys will get the label of Mad Queen, when she actually didn't intend to kill everyone in King's Landing. This chapter also showcases Tywin's military genius in placing himself at Harrenhal, where he can hold off 4 enemy armies all at once. Stannis knows he can't attack the capital because Tywin will smash him against King's Landing's walls. Robb Stark can't reunite with half his army under the command of Roose Bolton. Meanwhile, Tywin gets to live off the Riverlands with plunder, and Renly either has to attack Tywin at Harrenhal or risk being smashed against the walls of King's Landing like Stannis. In Chapter 21, Bran enters Winterfell's Great Hall astride his horse, Dancer, ready for the harvest feast. He silently wishes that Summer, his loyal wolf, could be by his side, but Sir Roderick Castle's stern decision prevented it. Amid the bustling crowd seated on the benches, the men erupt with shouts of "Stark!" and "Winterfell!" as he passes by. Bran understands that their cheers are not just for him, but for the bountiful harvest, the victories, and the legacy of the Starks who came before him. Still, a surge of pride fills him, momentarily making him forget his physical limitations, until he reaches the raised platform. There, Osha and Hodor assist in unstrapping him and carry him to the elevated seat. To Bran's left sit Sir Roderick, his daughter Beth, and Maester Luwin, while Rickon occupies the space to his right. Rickon's hair remains uncut since their mother's departure, an act of defiance after he bit the last girl who tried to trim it. After Sir Roderick commands everyone to quiet down, Bran extends a warm welcome to the guests and urges them to express gratitude to the gods for Robb's triumphs and the abundant harvest. His toast, "May there be 100 more," is met with resounding cheers, and Sir Roderick mentions that Bran's father would have been proud. The feast unfolds with a succession of courses, including seafood brought by Lord Wyman Manderley from White Harbour. Manderley has also arranged for musicians, but only Hodor seems to be paying them any attention, as their melodies get lost amidst the chatter and laughter. Sir Roderick and Maester Luwin engage in a conversation over Beth's head, while Rickon joyfully interacts with Little Walder and Big Walder. Bran had reservations about having the Walders at the high table, but Maester Luwin reminded him of the upcoming marriages that would connect the families when Robb marries one of their aunts, and Arya weds their uncle, Almir Frey. Bran, however, argued that Arya would never agree to such an arrangement. Each dish is presented to Bran first, and soon he is too full to taste everything, so he nods in approval. Following instruction, he sends particularly delicious dishes to the lords as a gesture of goodwill. Salmon for the sombre lady Donella Hornwood, boar for Morris and Hother Umber, gooseberries for Clay Serwyn, lobster for Joseph, the master of horse, who trains Dancer, sweets for Hodor and Old Nan, whom he adores, and beets and turnips for the Walders, as per Sir Roderick's insistence. Bran observes the feast with a sense of detachment, where he sees everything happening around him, but feels disconnected from it all. He witnesses Osha's swift reaction to a tall heart man's inappropriate advances by smashing a flagon over his head. In contrast, another woman seems unperturbed by Mikken's wandering hand beneath her bodice. Bran also observes Farland commanding his red dog to perform tricks, while Old Nan absent-mindedly picks at the crust of a hot pie. On the elevated platform, Bran notices Lord Manderley indulging in a plate of lampreys from his specially designed chair, Lady Hornwood appearing melancholic as she barely touches her food, and the Umber brothers engrossed in a drinking game. The combination of the heat and noise eventually becomes overwhelming for Bran, and he yearns for the tranquility of the Godswood. As he gazes at his father's intricately crafted goblet, Bran reminisces about the welcoming feast held for King Robert. It dawns on him that everyone else has departed, either to war, captivity, the wall, or the grave. Even the men at the tables are new, as those who accompanied his father south are no longer alive, and the rest have joined Robb in the war effort. Bran can't help but wonder who will be absent in the coming years, and this thought threatens to bring tears to his eyes. However, he reminds himself that he is the Stark responsible for Winterfell and is nearly a grown man. The doors to the hall swing open, and Albedi rushes in two new arrivals, Mira and Jojen Reed, hailing from Greywater Watch. Bran identifies them as Kragonmen from the Neck, a reserved and humble group who seldom venture out of their marshly homeland. However, Little Walder derogatorily refers to them as Mudmen, and wrongly explains to Rickon that they are thieves and cowards with green teeth due to their frog-eating habits. As places are hastily prepared on the elevated platform, Sir Roderick elucidates that these are likely the offspring of Howland Reed, a close friend and steadfast companion of Bran's father during Robert's rebellion. Mira, the slender girl, is equipped with a woven net, a bronze knife, and a frog spear, in addition to an iron helmet, a leather shield, and a bronze scale jerkin. Her younger brother, Jojen, dressed entirely in green, accentuates the deep green of his eyes. Kneeling before the platform, the Reeds express their intention to reaffirm House Reed's loyalty to the King in the North. Bran clarifies that Robb is away at war, but welcomes them to speak their pledge to him. Together the Reeds recite their age-old oath, pledging their allegiance to the Starks of Winterfell by earth and water, bronze and iron, and ice and fire, vowing never to falter. Uncertain how to respond, Bran eventually offers, "May your winters be short and your summers bountiful," and bids them to rise. Mira presents gifts of fish, frog, and fowl, and Bran reciprocates with Winterfell's meat and mead. Jojen immediately inquires about the whereabouts of the direwolves, and Rickon replies that they are in the Godswood because Shaggy Dog misbehaved. When Mira expresses a desire to see them, Little Walder warns that they might bite. Delighted by the Reeds' interest, Bran assures them that at least Summer won't bite and will keep Shaggy Dog at bay. Bran realizes that he has never met a Cranog man before and would like to engage in conversation, but the raucous feast makes it challenging. Upon learning from Sir Roderick that the Reeds indeed eat frogs, Bran sends them mutton, arroches, and beef stew, which they appear to enjoy. When Mira catches him gazing at her, Bran blushes. After the tables have been cleared, the music and singing become more energetic. Morris Umber seizes a passing serving girl and starts twirling her around the dance floor, and soon others join in the revelry. Hodor dances on his own, while Waymon Manderley and later Clay Serwyn takes turns dancing with young Beth Castle. Sir Roderick approaches Lady Hornwood, but she politely declines. Unable to partake in the festivities once again, Bran watches for a while out of curiosity, then summons Hodor to carry him to bed, aware of the curious gazes from onlookers. Just outside the hall, they encounter Joseph and a giggling woman with her skirts hiked up. The woman screams upon seeing Hodor watching, prompting Bran to instruct Hodor to leave them be. With assistance in removing his boots and breeches, Bran dismisses Hodor and settles down to sleep. However, he recalls his father mentioning that the King's Guard was once a noble institution and that Sir Arthur Dayne, the greatest knight he ever witnessed, would have defeated him if not for Howland Reed's intervention. His father grew somber at that point and said no more, leaving Bran to wish he had inquired further. As Bran drifts off to sleep, thoughts of knights fill his mind, but his dreams transport him back to the Godswood and the presence of wolves. He can still hear and smell the ongoing feast. At the sound of clinking iron, he and his brother dash to confront unfamiliar intruders, a female and a young male who display no signs of fear. Bran recognizes Mira's voice as she inquires whether Jojen anticipated the wolves being so large. Jojen remarks that they are still growing, and he suggests that Shaggy Dog is filled with fear and anger, while Summer possesses more strength than they realize. Mira advises caution, but Jojen insists that today is not the day he will die and reaches out to touch Summer. Upon contact, Bran loses consciousness, feeling as though he is falling once more. So, this chapter introduces a slew of northern characters who do not appear in Season 2 of the show because of the Harvest Festival to celebrate the end of summer was removed. It is interesting how confident and self-assured Jojen is south of the Wall, only for that to completely stop once they are north of the Wall, as though whoever was guiding Jojen or sending him visions cannot penetrate the icy wall. It's fun to see Wyman Manderley before his intense A Dance with Dragons plotline. In the midst of the rolling grasslands, Catelyn dreams of a reunion with her family. In this dream, Bran is whole, Arya and Sansa hold hands, Rickon is still a babe at her breast, and Robb, crownless, plays with a wooden sword. The dream is sweet but fleeting. The cruel light of dawn wakes her to the harsh reality of aching loneliness and weariness. Weariness from riding, hurting, and the weight of duty. She longs for a respite from strength, to be foolish and frightened, if only for a short while. Outside her tent, the camp stirs to life. Horses whicker, Shad complains, and Sir Wendell calls for his bow. Catelyn wishes them away, weary even of the loyal men around her. Her heart yearns for her children. She promises herself that one day she'll allow herself to be less strong, but today is not that day. Her fingers, scarred from past battles, fumble with her clothes. She reflects on the Valyrian steel dagger that caused those scars, a reminder of the deep and sharp wounds it inflicted. Shad stirs oats into a kettle, and Sir Wendell, eager to please, suggests a roast quail for breakfast. Catelyn declines, opting for oats and bread, aware of the long journey that lies ahead. Robb has sent 20 of his best men from Winterfell to accompany her to Renly, along with 5 lordlings to add weight to her mission. They travel cautiously, avoiding towns and holdfasts, and have seen signs of war in the distance, but remain unmolested. The worst is behind them once they cross the Blackwater. Catelyn never wanted this mission, as she expressed to Robb in Riverrun. She argues for patience, to let the seeds they've planted grow. Robb, feeling the pressure of a dwindling army, insists on action, contemplating marching against Harrenhal. Catelyn questions the wisdom of such a move, but Robb is determined to assert his strength and not appear weak. The memory of the farewell with her ailing father at Riverrun brings a wan smile to her face. She reflects on the inevitability of her journey south when her heart pulls her north, toward home. She has written to Bran and Rickon, assuring them she hasn't forgotten them, but emphasizing that Robb needs her more. As they approach the Upper Manda, Sir Wendell announces that they'll soon reach Renly's camp. Catelyn contemplates the difficult task ahead, speaking to Renly, a man her son does not recognize as a true king. She is wary of making enemies and hopes for friends. Suddenly, they are taken captive by Renly's outriders, led by Sir Colin of Greenpools. The knight, courteously but firmly, acknowledges Renly as the crowned and anointed Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. Catelyn, uncertain if she's an escort or a captive, can only trust in the honor of Sir Colin and the intentions of Lord Renly. Approaching Renly's camp, Catelyn and her company see smoke rising from campfires an hour away from the river. As they draw closer, the indistinct murmur transforms into the sounds of a vast host. The Mander's muddy waters come into view, and the scale of Renly's army overwhelms them. Thousands of cook fires create a pale, smoky haze, and the horse lines stretch out for leagues. Siege engines, banners, and knights' pavilions dot the landscape. Sir Wendell Manderly remarks on the formidable sight. Renly has railed most of the chivalry from the south. Highgarden's golden rose, House Tyrell's sigil, is prominent. Banners of various houses, unfamiliar to Catelyn, fly alongside the known ones. The Storm Lords across the Mander display their standards. Renly's bannerman from Storm's End, Renly's massive war banner featuring the crowned stag of Baratheon, flies high over all. Hallis Mullen draws attention to a distant noise, and Catelyn identifies shouting, horses screaming, the clash of steel, and cheering. As they ride toward brightly coloured pavilions on a slope, the noise intensifies. They stumble upon a melee below a small castle, a tourney in full swing with knights charging and slashing at each other, watched by a crowd. Hal Mullen states the obvious, and Sir Wendell Manderly, excited, praises the spectacle. The crowd impedes their progress, prompting Sir Colin to suggest Catelyn's men wait while he presents her to the king. The crowd roars as they move through. Catelyn observes the chaotic tourney, expressing her disapproval of Renly's diversion into play war while real enemies surround them, and half the realm is in flames. In the galley, lords and ladies are captivated by the ongoing melee. Catelyn recognizes familiar faces such as Lord Mathis Rowan, Lady Oakheart, and Lord Randall Tarley, among others. But the focal point is Renly Baratheon, sitting with his young queen, Margaery Tyrell. Renly, reminiscent of Robert in looks, wears a golden crown and a green velvet tunic featuring the crowned stag in the colours of Highgarden. Margaery, daughter of Lord Mace Tyrell, adds strength to the Southern Alliance through her marriage to Renly. Renly and Margaery cheer on Sir Loras Tyrell, also known as the Knight of Flowers, as he dominates the melee. Loras, riding a white stallion and wielding a long-handled axe, displays remarkable skill. Only 4 combatants on horse remain, and it becomes evident that the crowd favours Sir Loras. 2 others ally against a blue-clad knight from Tarth, but are quickly unhorsed. The battle narrows down to Loras and the blue-armoured knight. Forced to discard his now broken shield for the final duel, the Blue Knight is at a disadvantage and soon disarmed by Sir Loras. Despite his efforts, Sir Loras's agility and precision overwhelm him. The crowd rallies behind Sir Loras, shouting, "Highgarden!" The confrontation intensifies, and Sir Loras seems posed for the final blow. However, the Blue Knight, displaying surprise resilience, charges into Loras's axe. The clash results in a struggle, and the 2 knights fall to the ground as their horses pull apart. Loras, at the bottom, bears the brunt of the impact. The Blue Knight extracts a dirt and opens Loras's visor. Although the crowd's cheers drown out their words, Catelyn witnesses Loras mouthing the word, "Yield." The Blue Knight struggles to his feet, raising his dirk in salute to King Renly Baratheon. Squires rush to help the young knight, revealing his youth as they remove his helm. Despite his potential comeliness, injuries mar his face, making it difficult to ascertain. King Renly invites the champion to approach the gallery, and upon closer inspection, the brilliance of the blue armor fades, displaying scars and signs of battle. The crowd remains mostly silent as the Blue Knight, identified as Brienne of Tarth, kneels before the king. Catelyn questions Sir Colin about the apparent dislike towards Brienne. He explains that Brienne is no man, but Lord Selwyn the Evenstar's daughter, known as Brienne the Beauty in a mocking tone. Renly announces Brienne as the victor and grants her any boon. Brienne requests to join Renly's Rainbow Guard, pledging her life to him. As Renly grants her request, Catelyn realizes the irony of the nickname Beauty when Brienne removes her helm. Despite her unconventional appearance, Brienne's loyalty and strength shine through. Renly's attention shifts to Catelyn as Sir Colin introduces her as an envoy from her son, Robb, the King in the North. Renly is surprised by her presence and introduces her to his young queen, Margaery Tyrell. Despite the polite exchange, Catelyn senses the shallowness of the king's promise to avenge her husband's murder. When Renly mentions attacking Harrenhal, Catelyn remains tight-lipped about Robb's plans. Lord Randall Tarly criticizes Robb for not paying homage himself, but Catelyn defends her son's commitment to the war. Renly invites Catelyn to a farewell feast and offers her his pavilion. He displays a playful demeanor, discussing his lack of interest in Lord Caswell's daughters and emphasizing his devotion to Marjorie. As Renly departs with his queen, Catelyn is escorted to the Queen's Green Silk Pavilion, where she is assured of any assistance she may need. Catelyn finds it hard to fathom what more she might require, given the lavish provisions in the pavilion. The spacious tent rivals the common rooms of many inns, equipped with every comfort imaginable, from a feather mattress and sleeping furs to a large wood and copper tub, braziers for warmth, slung leather camp chairs, a writing table with quills and inkpot, bowls of peaches, plums, and pears, a flagon of wine with matching silver cups, cedar chests filled with Renly's belongings, books, maps, game boards, a high harp, a tall bow with a quiver of arrows, to a pair of red-tailed hunting hawks, and an armory stocked with fine weapons. Catelyn acknowledges Renly's generosity, understanding why his host moves slowly. Beside the entrance stands the king's armor, a forest green plate adorned with gold fittings and a helm crowned by a rack of golden antlers. The polished steel reflects Catelyn's image like a mirror, prompting thoughts of a drowned woman. She dismisses self-pity, reminding herself of the urgency to wash off the dust and change into a more suitable gown for the feast. Accompanied by her high-born companions, Catelyn enters Lord Caswell's castle. The Great Hall, though only great by courtesy, accommodates Catelyn's men among Renly's knights. On the days, Catelyn sits between Lord Mathis Rowan and Sir Jon Fossaway. Lord Mathis politely inquires about her family, while Sir Jon makes jests. Brienne of Tarth, seated at the far end of the high table, wears knight's attire, a velvet doublet, quartered rose and azure, breeches, boots, and a rainbow cloak. Despite the finery, Brienne's plainness is unmistakable, and she appears uncomfortable, rarely lifting her gaze. The feast offers a bountiful array of dishes untouched by the war. Pears poached in wine, tiny savory fish, capons stuffed with onions and mushrooms, loaves of brown bread, turnips, sweet corn, peas, hams, roast geese, Venetian stewed with beer and barley, and an assortment of pastries from Lord Caswell's kitchens. Despite feeling queasy, Catelyn eats sparingly, observing Renly, who sits between his young bride and her brother, Sir Loras. Sir Loras, apart from a white linen bandage around his brow, appears unharmed, revealing a comely face with lively, intelligent eyes and a tumble of brown locks. He wears a new tawny cloak in the brilliantly stripped silk of Renly's rainbow guard, clasped with the golden rose of Highgarden. At times, King Renly feeds Marjorie choice morsels of his dagger or plants light kisses on her cheek, but it's Sir Loras who shares most of his jests and confidences. The king, while clearly enjoying food and drink, doesn't seem a glutton or a drunkard. He laughs often, conversing amicably with both high-born lords and lowly serving wenches. However, some guests are less restrained, drinking excessively and boasting loudly. Catelyn is displeased with the behaviour of Lord Willem's sons Joshua and Elias, who argue about who will be first over the walls of King's Landing. Lord Vernier engages in inappropriate behaviour with a serving girl, and Gaillard the Green, a self-proclaimed singer, composes a verse about tying lions' tails in knot. Sir Mark Mullendore brings a monkey, and Sir Tanton of the Red Apple Fassaways vows to slay Sandor Clegane in single combat. The height of folly is reached when a fool, gold-painted and with a cloth lion's head, chases a dwarf around the tables, beating him with a bladder. King Renly corrects the fool's claim of being the kinslayer to Kingslayer, eliciting laughter from the hall. Lord Rowan, seated beside Catelyn, comments on the youthfulness of the attendees. The Knight of Flowers was a babe during the sack of King's Landing, and most others are not much older. Catelyn observes them as unblooded, still seeing the chance for glory and honour in the wars. She reflects on how war will make them old, as it did for her generation. Lord Rowan questions her pity, emphasizing the youth's strength, vitality, and lust. Catelyn responds, expressing her pity because their current state of youth and laughter will not last. She notes that they are knights of summer, and winter is coming for all. Brienne interrupts, offering a different perspective, asserting that in songs, knights are always gallant, maids beautiful, and the sun always shines. Catelyn thinks about the winter that came for her when Ned died, but refrains from sharing it with Brienne. Renly saves Catelyn from further discussion by inviting her for a walk. Brienne offers her protection, but Renly dismisses the need, assuring her safety within Lord Caswell's castle. Brienne reluctantly sits, and Renly takes Catelyn's arm, leading her out of the hall. On the roof, Renly points out the numerous campfires around Riverrun and speculates on Robb's army's strength, claiming to have twice the number. He mentions Mace Tyrell at Highgarden, a garrison at Storm's End, and Stannis on Dragonstone. Catelyn questions Renly about Stannis, but he dismisses Stannis' claim, emphasizing Stannis' lack of popularity. Catelyn points out Stannis' elder brother status, but Renly brushes it aside, defending his own claim with Robert's example. He invites Robb to support him, promising generosity, but insists on fealty and homage. Renly is interrupted by news of a siege at Storm's End. A rider reports that Stannis is at the gates, calling himself King Stannis now. It is frustrating to think how easily Renly would have won the Game of Thrones with Mace Tyrell's backing and Randall Tarly in charge of his army. Tywin would have had no hope in stopping him, with Jaime's forces already crushed and being forced to abandon Harrenhal to stop Renly from taking King's Landing. Also, unlike in the show, Brienne didn't know Renly was gay and was romantically in love with him, which is sadder and more human. In Chapter 23, Jon Snow is riding alongside a grumpy Lord Commander who has an equally irritable raven perched on his shoulder. They've endured 6 days of relentless rain, making the already treacherous ground even more challenging to traverse. Jon's thoughts drift to Piper and Todder, who are likely sitting by the fire in the common room to escape the inclement weather. The Lord Commander expresses relief upon hearing Jarman Buckwell's horn, indicating that there are still people at Craster's Keep. They have passed through 7 villages so far, all of them devoid of any signs of life. Jon has heard various tales about Craster, the man they are heading to meet. Thorin Smallwood claims he's a friend of the Night's Watch, but he has a questionable reputation. Tywin has labelled him with numerous unsavory epithets, including kinslayer, liar, rapist, coward, and slaver. The Lord Commander instructs Jon to relay a message down the column. He wants no trouble with Craster's women, and the men must be respectful, keeping their hands to themselves and avoiding conversation with the women. As Jon rides along the line, he eventually reaches Sam, who is responsible for the baggage. The ravens are behaving restlessly due to their dislike of the rain, much like the men. Sam reports that he's doing okay but soaked. When Jon informs him that Craster's Keep is nearby, Sam shares some unsettling information he's heard about Craster. Edison Tollett claims that Craster marries his daughters, follows his own laws, and Tywin has even suggested he has black blood. Sam almost goes as far as to call Craster a derogatory term, but Jon finishes the thought for him, acknowledging that he's heard that word before. Jon then continues to the rear of the column to deliver the news to Sir Odin Withers, who welcomes it as good tidings, considering he has always appeared fatigued and the rain has taken a toll on his appearance. On his way back up the column, Jon takes a shortcut through the woods. Hearing some rustling, he initially thinks it might be his direwolf Ghost, but it turns out to be Dwen and Gren. Jon informs them that Craster is alive, sparking a discussion about how many wives he might have. Soon, Ghost joins Jon as they ride ahead toward Craster's Keep. Upon arriving at the keep, Jon's disappointment is palpable. He didn't anticipate finding a grand stone castle, but what lies before him can only be described as a decrepit and filthy mess. Inside the compound, he observes a young naked girl tending to carrots, while 2 women prepare a pig for slaughter. The barking of Chet's hounds is met with a response of Craster's own dogs. Some of the dogs are curious about Ghost, Jon's direwolf, while others growl at the newcomer. But Ghost remains unfazed. Jon estimates that only around 30 to 50 people will find shelter in the hall, leaving the remaining 200 out in the cold. Dolorous Ed is in charge of the commander's horse and informs Jon that he is to join the commander in the hall, but Ghost is to remain outside. Inside the squalid and foul-smelling hall, Jon finds 24 rangers already present, including Jarman Buckwell and Thorin Smallwood. Jon had eagerly looked forward to the wonders beyond the wall, feeling a sense of regret that Piper and Todder aren't here to experience it. Craster, the only one seated in a chair, stands out even as the commander is regulated to a bench. Jon can't help but recall old Nan's stories of wildlies drinking from human skulls. Overhearing Craster mention not seeing Brandon Stark for 3 years, Jon's attention is piqued. In the background, poorly dressed women are busy preparing food and distributing beer while a group of puppies and a pig scuttle about. Mormont informs Craster about the missing Sir Waymar Royce, Jared, and Will. Craster remembers the 3 men but has no knowledge of their whereabouts. He does, however, mention that his wives took a liking to the proud young Sir Waymar, who refused to sleep under Craster's roof. The commander discusses the deserted villages they've encountered and the whites that attacked Castle Black. Craster pretends not to know, but one of his wives betrays her fear by her expression. Craster declines the offer of an escort back to the wall, declaring himself a member of the Free Folk. He even has his wife confirm that this is their place. Craster keeps them safe and is preferable to die free. Jarman Buckwell inquires about Craster's king, Mance Rayder, and Craster asserts that the Free Folk have no need for kings. When one of Mance's men came to tell him to leave his keep and submit to Mance, Craster sent the messenger back without a tongue. Craster informs the commander that they can sleep on the floor, but will only provide food for 20 men. Mormont expresses gratitude for the shelter and shares that they have food and wine to offer in return. Craster is particularly interested in the wine and sternly warns that anyone who touches one of his wives will lose a hand. Mormont reluctantly agrees to the condition. Craster then inquires if there's a man among them who can draw maps. Jon volunteers Sam for the task and is instructed to fetch Sam with quail and parchment, along with Mormont's axe as a guest gift. Craster notices Jon Stark's like appearance and learns that Jon is Mormont's steward and squire. Upon hearing the name Snow, Craster recognizes Jon as a bastard and advises him that a man who desires a woman should marry her, as Craster does. Jon nearly collides with Otten Withers as he exits the hall. Outside, he notices tents springing up all around the compound. He relays Craster's request to Dolorous Ed, who humorously suggests that the commander will receive his axe back, buried in his skull. Upon learning that Smallwood considers Craster a friend, Ed explains that the difference between wildling friends and enemies is that friends bury you in secret graves. While finishing up feeding the horses, Jon hears a fearful shout. He finds Ghost confronting a 15-year-old girl with 2 rabbits. Jon assures her that Ghost won't harm her and asks if she is one of Craster's daughters, to which she reveals that she's now his wife and has hoped to breed the rabbits. Jon realizes that Ghost must have gone after the caged rabbits because he was hungry. He expresses his intention to pay for them even though he has no money, promising that the Night's Watch will make amends. The girl addresses Jon as Lord, but he corrects her, stating that he's not a lord. Ranger Lark from the Sisterman identifies Jon as Lord Snow himself and remarks on Ghost looking hungry. Jon attempts to assure the girl that Ghost won't harm her, but Chet interjects, claiming that Lark is warning her. The girl then remembers her restriction not to talk to them. Chet further insinuates that Jon wouldn't be so bold without Ghost presence, blaming Jon for losing his position as Maester Aemon's steward. When Lark chimes in, suggesting Jon is a coward without his wolf, Jon decides to leave the conversation. It takes some time for Jon to locate Sam, and he actually finds him with Ghost's help, who discovers Sam beneath a rocky outcrop. Ghost has brought Jon a second rabbit, and Jon informs Sam that the commander wants him to create a map. Jon proceeds to cook the meager rabbit over a fire, filling the air with an enticing aroma that earns envious looks from the other rangers. After Sam departs with the quill and parchment, Jon falls asleep, hoping that the information Sam gathers will lead them to Uncle Benjen. He awakens at dawn to find Ghost missing and a delicate layer of ice covering everything. He reflects on his sisters, particularly Sansa, who would describe this scene as enchanting. Jon hears his name being called and discovers the girl with the rabbit wearing Sam's cloak. She inquires if he's the king's brother, and he explains that he's his half-brother. Jon is concerned about Craster, but Gilly reassures him, saying that her father will sleep most of the day due to his excessive drinking. Gilly then expresses her desire for king's justice and wishes to leave Craster's compound. She explains that it won't be too bad if she has a girl, because Craster will let her grow up and marry her. But if she gives birth to a boy, he will be sacrificed to the gods. Nella, another woman there, has told her the baby will be male, and Gilly believes she can predict these things, having had 6 boys herself. She informs Jon that when the white cold arrives, Craster sacrifices the boys, and it has been happening more frequently, leading to the sacrifice of their sheep. Next, it will be the dogs. The cold gods come at night as white shadows. Jon recalls the 2 whites they encountered and asks about the color of their eyes, to which Gilly responds that they are bright blue. She believes that since Jon didn't partake in Craster's hospitality, he isn't bound to him and requests to be taken to the wall. However, Jon informs her that they are traveling in the opposite direction and the decision lies with the old crow, not him. Disheartened, Gilly leaves. Jon joins Dwen, Gren, and Hake for breakfast. Dwen boasts about having been with 3 of the women that night, a claim met with skepticism. Jon inquires if Sam slept in the hall and learns that the hard ground, foul-smelling rushes, and loud snoring, particularly from Brown Bernard, made it impossible to sleep well. Jon then excuses himself to attend to the Lord Commander. As Jon heads towards the hall, he passes by the scouts, and Jarman Buckwell advises him to keep his sword sharp as they will likely need it soon. Inside the hall, the commander's raven announces Jon's arrival by requesting corn. When the commander inquires about the weather, Jon reports that the rain has stopped, but it remains cold. Mormont instructs Jon to prepare his horse as they plan to depart within the hour. There's some food available, but Jon declines, deciding not to partake in Craster's hospitality. Behind the wall, Jon finds Sam with Gilly. Gilly quietly leaves, and Sam explains that he had hoped Jon could do something for her. Jon asks what he could have done, suggesting they wrap her in a cloak and take her with them. Sam admits that Jon is right, but Gilly is afraid, and maybe they can take her with them when they return. Jon mentions that the commander would not allow them to take one of Craster's wives and excuses himself to groom and saddle the horses. Riding alongside Mormont, Jon observes that Craster has no sons or sheep. Mormont acknowledges that Craster sacrifices his sons to the woods, a practice known to all the rangers, though it's not spoken of openly. Mormont admits that if he could, he would have taken the boys and raised them as members of the Night's Watch, but the wildlings follow crueler gods. He also asks Jon if he spoke to one of Craster's wives, to which Jon confirms. Mormont hints at the opportunity to kill Craster with him drunk and a new axe nearby, but emphasizes the Night's Watch's need for Craster, as his keep has saved many rangers' lives. Jon mentions a saying his father had, about how a brutal or unjust bannerman shames his liege lord, but Mormont points out that Craster is not a bannerman and has sworn no vows. After Jon informs Mormont about Buckwell's warning regarding the sword, Mormont reveals that Craster mentioned Mance Rayder gathering his people at Frostfangs, a harsh and unforgiving wilderness of stone and ice. He expects Mance to invade the realm. Jon recalls historical invasions by figures like Raymond Redbeard and Bael the Bard, and adds that Joramun once blew the horn of winter to wake the giants. Mormont acknowledges this, but notes that the Watch is now a mere shadow of its former self, and Winterfell is vulnerable with Robb Stark marching south. The situation presents a significant opportunity for the wildlings, and their only chance is to find Mance Rayder and stop him. So, a reason for why the Watch and Wildlings allow Craster to live when he is openly sacrificing his sons to the others is that he is giving them poisoned goods, in that the boys he sends them are incestuous and probably defective offspring. Therefore, without good genetic stock, the others are suffering from inbred depression, which explains why they have become more aggressive and willing to attack wildling villages in hopes of acquiring more offspring. This is the same reason why wildlings don't marry within, but steal from other tribes. Ygritte even tells Jon this. She punched him. "That's vile. Would you bed your sister? Longspear's not your brother. He's of my village. You know nothing, Jon Snow. A true man steals a woman from afar, to strengthen the clan. Women who bed brothers or fathers or clan kin offend the gods, and are cursed with weak and sickly children, even monsters. Craster weds his daughters," Jon pointed out. She punched him again. "Craster's more your kind than ours." So, even the wildlings know about inbred depression and how you can't just marry your cousins or distant kin, since it produces weak and deformed offspring. In chapter 24, Theon Greyjoy encounters a woman who catches his attention. She is an Ironborn, lean and long-legged, with a dirk at her belt. Despite her unconventional appearance, Theon is intrigued by her. As they banter, it becomes clear that she is a skilled shipwright named Eskrid, married to Sigrun, the builder of Theon's new longship. Theon, trying to impress her, suggests naming the ship after her. Their conversation takes a flirtatious turn when Theon expresses interest in Eskrid, despite her being married and pregnant. Theon invites her aboard his ship, and their interaction becomes increasingly suggestive. Eskrid maintains her playful demeanor, but reminds Theon of her marital status. The encounter ends with a hint of potential intimacy, leaving Theon contemplating the consequences of bringing Eskrid to Pike. Theon, feeling flustered after a suggestive exchange with Eskrid, suggests they head back to the castle. Despite her initial reluctance, she agrees, and they walk together. Theon notices the respect he commands in Lordsport as the crew of longships acknowledge him. The arrival of Lord Goodbrother's fleet adds to the bustling atmosphere, with rumours circulating about beardless boys in sashes and a less than desirable inn. As they stroll, Eskrid engages with familiar faces, showing her popularity among the townsfolk. Theon learns about potential crew members, including Bluetooth, a seafarer with a sweet ship of his own. Eskrid advises Theon on choosing a crew that has rowed together before, emphasizing the importance of teamwork on a longship. Their conversation turns to Lordsport, offering of strong arms and Eskrid's well-known status as the shipwright's wife. Theon proposes that she assists him in selecting the crew, subtly appealing to her. Eskrid agrees, hinting that her assistance is contingent on his kindness. Approaching the Myra Ham, Theon observes the captain's daughter expressing interest in him. He admits to Eskrid that she once pleased him, but now desires to be his sole wife. Eskrid amusedly comments on the girl's soft and blonde nature. Upon reaching the inn, Theon finds it crowded, with Wex, his squire, winning at a game of dice. Theon interrupts the game and, despite Wex's lack of response, instructs him to leave. Wex, born mute but clever, is the base-born son of one of Lord Botley's half-brothers, and Theon had taken him as a squire as part of the price for his horse. Wex is taken aback upon seeing Eskrid, and Theon instructs him to saddle the horses quickly. Theon's own mount, a formidable stallion named Smiler, impresses Eskrid. The Iron Islands typically lack good horses due to the rocky terrain, and many islanders are more comfortable on longships than in the saddle. However, Theon, having spent 10 years in Winterfell, values a good mount and is fortunate to have acquired Smiler from Lord Botley, who found the horse too challenging. Smiler, with a black hide and a fiery temperament, suits Theon well, considering his size. As Theon mounts, Eskrid inquires about the horse's name, and Theon introduces him as Smiler. The horse earned his name from Theon's acknowledgement that he smiles at unconventional things, a trait shared by those who appreciate the irony in situations. Theon offers Eskrid a hand and helps her mount in front of him. As they ride, he wraps his arms around her, providing an intimate connection. Eskrid asks if Theon is smiling at that moment. and he affirms that he is. Despite Eskrid's unkempt hair and a faded pink scar on her neck, Theon appreciates her scent: salt, sweet, and woman. As they ride beyond Lordsport, Theon attempts to get intimate with Eskrid, but she warns him to keep his hands on the rein, or the horse might throw them off. Theon playfully talks about the weather and shares stories of the men he killed in the Whispering Wood. Despite Eskrid's resistance, Theon persists in his advances. Eskrid questions Theon about his family, and he reveals that he is the heir to Pike and the Iron Islands. He dismisses the idea of strong uncles posing a threat to him, and discusses his sister Asha, describing her unflatteringly. Theon insists that his uncles Aerion and Victarion are not a threat to him, with Aerion being devoted to the drowned god, and Victarion being a loyal but not overly ambitious warrior. Eskrid expresses concern about Euron Crow-Eye, the third brother, citing rumors of his cunning and infamous ship, Silence. Theon speculates that Euron may be dead, and if he's alive, he has been away for so long that he might be considered a stranger. Eskrid agrees and mentions that Ironborn would not accept a stranger on the Sea Stone chair, the ruler's seat. Theon reflects on the fact that he too might be seen as a stranger after his 10 years away. This realization makes him frown, but he is determined to prove himself now that he has returned, especially with his father still alive. The dynamics of Theon's family and the potential threats from his uncles are a source of tension and uncertainty as he contemplates his place in the Iron Islands. As Theon and Eskrid approach Pike, Theon contemplates fondling her breast, but refrains due to the earlier discussion about his uncles, which has dampened his ardor. They discuss Theon's family dynamics and his position as Lord Balon's heir. Theon promises Eskrid an honored place at the feast and kisses her lightly on the nape of her neck. Eskrid suggests wearing one of Lady Greyjoy's gowns and speculates about Lady Greyjoy's feelings, urging Theon to visit her. However, Theon claims he is too busy, but hints at a possible visit in the future. Eskrid playfully mentions her pregnancy, exciting Theon, who demands proof, who humorously suggests seeing her breast grow ripe and tasting her mother's milk. Theon assures her that they will keep their affair secret from her husband, Sigrun, the shipwright. As Theon narrates tales of Winterfell and war, he finds Eskrid easy to talk to and contemplates keeping her. Theon thinks of Sigrun as a tragic waste, contrasting him with the witty Eskrid. Upon reaching Pike, the gates are open, and Theon rides through with Eskrid. They are welcomed by barking hounds, and Theon's attempts to control them are ignored. When a stableman addresses Eskrid as Lady Asha, Theon is shocked to realize that Eskrid is, in fact, his sister Asha in disguise. Asha reveals her motive for not disclosing her identity earlier, saying she wanted to see who Theon had become. She teases him about her changed appearance and mocks him with an evil grin before crossing the bridge with her familiar saunter-sway walk. Feeling betrayed, Theon clouts Wex for not warning him about Asha's disguise and for seemingly enjoying the revelation. The shocking revelation of Eskrid's true identity adds a new layer of complexity to Theon's return to Pike, impacting his relationships and his understanding of the world he left behind. In his chambers, Theon reflects on the embracing encounter with Asha and feels humiliated by his own actions. Consumed by resentment, he contemplates his place at Pike, feeling like an outsider. He decides to attend the feast in plain and somber attire. Entering the hall, Theon is largely ignored by the gathered lords and captains, and he takes a seat beside Asha. Lord Balon is present in the sea stone chair, carved in the shape of a kraken. The feast is lively, featuring music, dancing, and finger dancers performing the axe-spinning finger dance. Asha taunts Theon about his choice of clothing and mocks his previous affections. Theon, in turn, questions Asha about her secret marriage to Sigrun the shipwright. Asha revels in her revelations, revealing that her marriage is a secret, and she continues to mock Theon. The atmosphere becomes increasingly hostile, culminating in a dramatic moment where Asha catches an axe thrown by a dancer and slams it onto Theon's trencher, causing a mess and further humiliation for him. The hall erupts in laughter, even Lord Balon and Uncle Victarion. Embarrassed and angered, Theon attempts a feeble grin and swears revenge in his thoughts. Arya offers further criticism, questioning Theon's knowledge of the Iron Islands and the loyalty he can inspire. She emphasizes the importance of understanding the Ironborn way of life. Theon, defensive, asserts his lawful position as prince, but faces Arya's reminder that the Ironborn make their own laws. Then Theon feels a deep sense of disappointment and alienation. He reflects on the stark differences between the Pike he remembered and the reality he now faces. Theon's return is marked by mockery, disdain, and a growing realization that his understanding of his homeland is outdated. At the banquet, it is a modest affair, featuring a sequence of fish stew, black bread, and a bland goat. The most appealing dish for Theon is an onion pie. Ale and wine continue to flow well after the conclusion of the meal. Lord Balon Greyjoy rises from the sea stone chair, instructing those on the dais to join him in his solar. He leaves without further explanation, flanked by 2 guards, and his brothers quickly follow suit. Theon rises to pursue them. Arya playfully teases him for being in a hurry, stating that their father has waited for many years and can wait a bit longer. She suggests that he might actually catch up with their uncles, one intoxicated with seawater and the other a dim-witted giant. Annoyed, Theon retorts that he doesn't chase after anyone, and Arya counters, implying his eagerness for women. Theon, irritated, asserts that he didn't grab her intimate parts, and Arya playfully responds that she doesn't have those, reminding him of his previous advances. Blushing, Theon declares himself a man with normal desires, and Arya, continuing the banter, gives him a suggestive squeeze. Theon, startled, suggests that he guides her to port through marriage, and she clearly replies that marriage isn't for him. When he rules, he claims he'll send her to the Silent Sisters, and he leaves unsteadily to find his father. In the rain, Theon reaches the swaying bridge to the sea tower, his stomach churning like the waves. Gripping the rope tightly, he pretends it's Arya's neck he's holding. In the damp and drafty solar, Lord Balon, buried under seaskin robes, sits before a brazier with his brothers on either side. Victarion discusses tides and winds, but Lord Balon silences him, announcing his plans. A message from Oldwick reveals that Dagmere is bringing the drums and stone houses. Depending on favourable winds, they'll sail when they arrive, or Theon will. Lord Balon assigns Theon to lead 8 longships north to harry the stony shore, raid fishing villages, and sink ships. Aerion and Dagmere will accompany him. Theon, surprised, questions the practicality of achieving much with only 8 longships. Lord Balon dismisses his concerns, outlining the mission's objectives. Arya, Lord Balon's daughter, is assigned to lead 30 longships around Sea Dragon Point, landing north of Deepwood Motte. The plan is to capture the castle swiftly. Arya expresses delight at the prospect of having a castle, and Lord Balon encourages her to take one. Theon bites his tongue, knowing Deepwood Motte is the Glover stronghold, and believes he should be the one sent to capture it. Victarion, another brother, is tasked with the main thrust, aiming to capture Moat Catelyn and secure the neck. Lord Balon emphasizes the strategic importance of holding Moat Catelyn to cut off Robb Stark's retreat. Theon, unable to contain himself, questions the feasibility of the plan, considering the lords in their castles. However, Lord Balon asserts that the southern lords have gone with Robb Stark, leaving behind cravens, old men, and green boys who will yield or fall. He predicts Winterfell may resist for a year, but the rest will be under their control, and the people will become thralls and salt wives. Aerion Dampier raises his arms, invoking the drowned god's wrath, and Victarion intones, "What is dead can never die." Lord Balon and Arya echo the words, and Theon reluctantly mumbles along. The plan is set. In the midst of an intensified rainfall, Theon Greyjoy stands on a swaying rope bridge, feeling the downpour increase. The bridge twists beneath his feet, and he halts at its center, contemplating the rocks below. The waves create a crashing roar, and he tastes the salt spray on his lips. A sudden gust of wind disrupts his balance, causing him to lose his footing and stumble to his knees. Arya, his sister, comes to his aid, helping him rise. "You can't hold your wine either, brother." Leaning on her shoulder, Theon allows her to guide him across the rain-slick boards. "I liked you better when you were Eskrid," he accuses her. She laughs. "That's fair. I liked you better when you were 9. It's so cool that this chapter foreshadows the entire Kingsmoot plotline, found in A Feast for Crows, with the introduction of Theon's uncles, the Ironborn culture, and most importantly, the black reputation of Euron Greyjoy. Moreover, cutting Victarion and Aeron from the show was a huge mistake, because they are what help give the Iron Islands their distinctive feel. Without them, the Ironborn kind of just feel like caricatures. In Chapter 27, on the walls of Qarth, men beat gongs to herald Daenerys' coming, while others blow curious horns that encircle their bodies like great bronze snakes. A column of cavalry emerges from the city as her honor guards. The riders wear scaled copper armor and snouted helms with copper tusks and long black silk plumes, and sit high on saddles inlaid with rubies and garnets. Their camels are dressed in blankets of 100 different hues. "Qarth is the greatest city that ever was or ever will be," Pyat Pri tells her, back amongst the bones of Vaes Toloro. "It is the center of the world, the gate between north and south, the bridge between east and west, ancient beyond memory of man, and so magnificent that Sathos the Wise puts out his eyes after gazing upon Qarth for the first time, because he knows that all he sees thereafter shall look squalid and ugly by comparison." Dany takes the warlock's words well salted, but the magnificence of the great city is not to be denied. 3 thick walls encircle Qarth, elaborately carved. The outer is red sandstone, 30 feet high, and decorated with animals. The middle wall, 40 feet high, is grey granite alive with scenes of war. The innermost wall is 50 feet of black marble, with carvings that made Dany blush until she tells herself that she is being a fool. She is no maid. If she can look on the grey wall scenes of slaughter, why should she avert her eyes from the sight of men and women giving pleasure to one another? The outer gates are banded with copper, the middle with iron. The innermost are studded with golden eyes, all open at Dany's approach. As she rides her silver into the city, small children rush out to scatter flowers in her path. They wear golden sandals and bright paint, no more. All the colours that had been missing from Vaes Toloro find their way to Qarth. Buildings crowd about her, fantastical as a fever dream in shades of rose, violet and umber. She passes under a bronze arch fashioned in the likeness of 2 snakes mating, their scales delicate flakes of jade, obsidian and lapis lazuli. Slim towers stand taller than any Dany has ever seen, and elaborate fountains fill every square, wrought in the shapes of griffins and dragons and manticores. The Qartheen line the streets and watch from delicate balconies that look too frail to support their weight. They are tall, pale folk in linen and samite and tiger fur, every one a lord or lady to her eyes. The women wear gowns that leave one breast bare, while the men favour beaded silk skirts. Dany feels shabby and barbaric as she rides past them in her lion-skin robe with black Drogon on one shoulder. Her Dothraki call the Qartheen milkmen for their paleness, and Khal Drogo dreams of the day when he might sack the great cities of the east. She glances at her blood riders, their dark, almond-shaped eyes giving no hint of their thoughts. Is it only the plunder they see, she wonders. How savage we must seem to these Qartheen. Pyat Pri conducts her little Khalasar down the center of a great arcade where the city's ancient heroes stand thrice life-size on columns of white and green marble. They pass through a bazaar in a cavernous building whose latticework ceiling is home to 1,000 gaily colored birds. Trees and flowers bloom on the terraced wall above the stalls, while below it seems as if everything the gods have put into the world is for sale. As Daenerys Targaryen arrives in Qarth, she is approached by the merchant prince, Xaro Zondaxis, causing her silver to shy away due to the horse's discomfort around camels. Xaro, perched on an ornate horn saddle, offers her anything she desires. However, Pyat Pri, a blue-lipped warlock, dismisses the need for material possessions, inviting Daenerys to the House of the Undying for truth and wisdom. Xaro, eager to impress, boasts of his ability to provide Daenerys with sunlight, sweet water, and luxurious silks. He even mentions the 13 setting a crown of black jade and fire opal upon her head. Daenerys, caution of sorcery due to past experiences, expresses her desire for the Red Castle at King's Landing and urges the people of Qarth to support her with ships and swords to reclaim her rightful throne. Pyat Pri gracefully agrees to Daenerys' command, and Xaro praises her wisdom beyond her years. However, he shares a saying about warlocks having houses built of bones and lies, questioning their declining reputation in Qarth. Daenerys, curious about the reverence for warlocks, engages in a conversation with Xaro, who compares them to feeble old soldiers boasting about past glory. He warns that Pyat's pre-gifts will turn to dust. So Jorah Mormont advises her to avoid both Xaro and Pyat Pri, emphasizing the warlock's pretense to power. As they navigate the bustling bazaar, Jorah, adorned in the attire of the Seven Kingdoms, expresses discomfort with the city's smell, urging Daenerys to avoid lingering. Daenerys, smiling, suggests the scent might be from the camels, finding the Qartheen themselves sweet. Reflecting on her relationship with Jorah, Daenerys acknowledges the protective bond, feeling both safe and saddened by the realization that she wishes she could love him more. Amidst the complex dynamics and power plays in Qarth, Daenerys strategizes and assures the intentions of those around her, determined to use the resources offered to pursue her quest for the Iron Throne. Xaro's Ondoxus graciously offers Dany the hospitality of his home in the city, but she is taken aback by the sheer grandeur of his palace, surpassing even Magister Illyroy's opulent manse in Pentos. Xaro assures her that his home can comfortably accommodate her entire entourage, including horses. An entire wing is designated for her, featuring private gardens, a marble bathing pool, a scrying tower, and a warlock's maze. Slaves are assigned to attend to her every need, and her private chambers boast green marble floors and walls adorned with colorful silk hangings that shimmer with the slightest breeze. Dany expresses gratitude for Xaro's generosity, but he insists that no gift is too great for the Mother of Dragons. Xaro, an elegant man with a bald head and a beak-like nose, adorned with rubies, opals, and jade, promises a lavish feast and musical homage from the 13, Qarth's ruling council. Despite anticipating the arrival of Qarth's elite to witness her dragons, Dany thanks Xaro before dismissing him. Pyat Pri and his promises to petition the Undying Ones follow suit, leaving Dany with a gift, an ointment claiming to allow her to see the spirits of the air. The last to depart is Quaithe, the Shadowbinder, who issues a cryptic warning to beware of all, as the spectacle of her dragons will attract relentless attention, leading to lust and desire fueled by the power of the dragons. Sir Jorah Mormont acknowledges Quaithe's truthfulness, though he harbors distrust toward her. Dany expresses her confusion over Quaithe's cryptic messages, contrasting with the explicit promises made by Pyat and Xaro. Troubled by the fact that she has never seen Quaithe's face, Dany recalls the betrayal by Mirri Maz Duur and decides to keep a vigilant watch. Addressing her blood riders, Dany orders them to guard the dragon wing of the palace and ensure the dragon's safety. Feeling limited by the parts of Quaithe shown to them by Pyat Pri, she sends Ricardo to explore further, instructing him to bring back insights into the hidden areas forbidden to men. To Ser Jorah, she assigns the task of investigating the docks, hoping to find information about ships from Westeros. Ser Jorah expresses concern about the potential danger in returning to Westeros due to the usurper, but Dany insists that Jogo can guard her in his absence. Recognizing Ser Jorah's linguistic skills and the Dothraki mistrust of the sea, she deems him the most suitable for the task. Despite his reluctance, Ser Jorah agrees to gather information about the ships, crews, and their destinations. After the departure of the men, Dany's handmaids attend to her, removing her travel-stained silks. She heads to a marble pool in the shade, enjoying the cool water and the company of tiny golden fish that playfully nibble at her skin. Dany daydreams about the Red Keep in King's Landing, longing for gardens filled with lavender and mint. However, thoughts of home unsettle her. Without Khal Drogo, her formidable husband, and with only her Dothraki blood riders at her side, she contemplates the challenges of conquering the Seven Kingdoms. Doubts plague her as she questions how to overthrow formidable foes like Robert Baratheon and the Lannisters. As evening falls, Dany is feeding her dragons when Ser Jorah returns with Cuhuro Mo, captain of the Cinnamon Wind, who reveals the usurper's death. The revelation of Robert Baratheon's death sparks hope in Dany, and she learns of the power struggles and turmoil in King's Landing with the ascension of King Joffrey, the internal conflict among the Lannisters and Baratheons, and the fall of Eddard Stark. Dany revels in the chaos among her enemies and the prospect of a weakened Westeros. She dismisses the honor of Ned Stark and sees the Lannisters as traitors to the true king, her deceased brother Viserys. Dany contemplates the changing dynamics in Westeros and acknowledges the complexities of the power vacuum. Cuhuri Mo, having brought her the news, receives her gratitude. However, Dany expresses disappointment when she learns that his ships won't return to Westeros for a year or more. Despite this, she gifts him with her favor and the promise of a great reward upon her return to King's Landing. After Cuhuro Mo's departure, Ser Jorah warns Dany about speaking too freely about her plans, fearing that the information will spread. Dany, feeling empowered by the news of Robert's death, dismisses the caution, stating that the world should know her purpose. Ser Jorah insists that the death of one ruler does not guarantee her success, emphasizing the need for fleets, gold, armies, and alliances. Dany counters Ser Jorah's skepticism, asserting her maturity and the blood of the dragon flowing through her veins. She recognizes her differences from Viserys and assures Ser Jorah that she is not the frightened girl he met in Pentos. The conversation ends with a kiss, and Dany asserting that dragons die, but so do dragon slayers, hinting at her determination to face challenges head-on. So, Preston Jacobs has a really good theory that Qarth's history gives evidence for the Red Waste being a radioactive wasteland, which is what killed Dora in the previous chapter through radiation poisoning. Or, the Red Waste is evidence of some kind of catastrophic events, since the three gates seem to show the history of Qarth. Dany took the warlock's words well salted. But the magnificence of the great city was not to be denied. 3 thick walls encircled Qarth, elaborately carved. The outer was red sandstone, 30 feet high, and decorated with animals. Snakes slithering, kites flying, fish swimming, intermingled with wolves of the red waste, and stripped horses and monstrous elephants. The middle wall, 40 feet high, was grey granite, alive with scenes of war. The clash of sword and shield and spear, arrows in flight, heroes at battle and babes being butchered, pyres of the dead. The innermost wall was 50 feet of black marble, with carvings that made Dany blush until she told herself that if she could look on the grey whale scenes of slaughter, why should she avert her eyes from carvings of men and women giving pleasure to one another? So, the innermost wall would be the first built, and it is the tallest at 50 feet. Not only that it is made out of marble, making it by far the most impressive, the next wall is only 40 feet high and made of granite, which is less impressive and depicts acts of war and destruction. Maybe built out of necessity because suddenly war started to become more common than it had before. Finally, the last outer wall is the least impressive and made of red sandstone, but was probably built out of necessity because the people on the outside from Vaes Toloro and so on were desperate to get inside Qarth. So what does this tell us? Well, Qarth used to be a more technologically advanced civilization, but over time, something caused a regression in technology and this resulted in war, which explains the building of the second wall, showcasing this bloody era in the Qarthian history. And finally, the third wall reflects the extinction-level threat that caused the landscape outside Qarth to become a desert and resulted in Vaes Toloro and all the other cities not connected to the coastline to become uninhabitable. So, what happened? Well, it could be global warming, a terrible famine, a plague, or, as we like to speculate, a radioactive catastrophe to explain why the environment outside Qarth collapsed so quickly into a red waste. And we know it was somewhat recent since the Qartheen are pale, meaning this red waste might only be centuries old. Lastly, further evidence for the sudden decline in technology comes from the text when it reads, "The outer gates were banded with copper, the middle with iron. The innermost were studded with golden eyes." Copper is a far more primitive material compared to iron, and so is iron when compared to gold and marble. In our last two videos, we summarized the first 12 comic books of A Clash of Kings, and in this video, we'll cover the next 6. We'll also summarize each chapter of A Clash of Kings, which is book 2 in the series, and was pretty much just used for season 2. So stay watching. But first, chapter 25. Tyrion passes Sir Mirren Trant as he enters Cersei's chambers, where he finds the recently knighted Sir Lancel Lannister singing to his sister. He compliments both, which unnerves Lancel. Tyrion asks Cersei to dismiss Lancel as there is an important matter for them to discuss. She immediately thinks it is about the begging brothers that were incarcerated after claiming the gods are punishing everyone for Jaime killing the rightful king. Cersei complains that Sir Jacelyn Bywater did nothing, so she commanded Valar to attend to the matter. Tyrion is irritated that Valar dragged half a dozen scabrous prophets to the dungeon without consulting him, but will not fight over it. After he asks if the bed she sits on is the one where Robert died, which she confirms, saying it gives her sweet dreams, he tells her that Stannis Baratheon has sailed from Dragonstone. Cersei, furious and panicking, and enraged that Tyrion is so glib. She starts shaking him, and this is the moment when Tyrion reveals Stannis has not sailed against them, but to Storm's End to lay siege, and Renly Baratheon is riding to meet him. Tyrion, however, thinks it will end in battle rather than agreement, since the brothers are too different, yet alike. Cersei disagrees and thinks maybe Robert was the smartest of the brothers after all. They laugh heartily, and Cersei is so happy she even hugs him and spins him around. He fills 2 cups with wine, adding some powder to hers. As they toast, Tyrion wonders if this is the Cersei Jaime sees, and is almost sorry for poisoning her. The next morning, Cersei is ill, so Tyrion holds audience alone. In the hall, they are both Lannister guardsmen and Goldcloaks standing across from each other, with Bronn and Sir Preston Greenfield flanking the throne. In attendance are lovely Sansa Stark, the coughing Lord Giles Roseby, his cousin Tyrick Lannister, who recently married young Hermisand Hayford. He is teased with the nickname Wet Nurse. Sir Cleos Frey approaches, and Grand Maester Pycelle announces that they cannot accept Robb's terms. Tyrion then gives Sir Cleos their own terms. Robb Stark must lay down his sword, swear fealty, and return to Winterfell. He must free my brother unharmed, and place his host under Jaime's command, to march against the rebels Renly and Stannis Baratheon. Each of the Stark's bannermen must send us a son as hostage. A daughter will suffice where there is no son. They shall be treated gently and given high places here at court, so long as their fathers commit no new treasons. When Sir Cleos states that Robb will not agree to these terms, Tyrion continues with, "Tell him that we have raised another great host at Castle Rock, that sooner will march on him from the west, while my lord father advances from the east. Tell him he stands alone, without hope of allies. Stannis and Renly Baratheon war against each other, and the Prince of Dawn has consented to wed his son Trystane to the Princess Marcilla. As to this of my cousins, we offer Harren Karstark and Sir Willis Manderly for Willem Lannister, and Lord Serwyn and Sir Donal Locky for your brother Theon. Tell Stark that 2 Lannisters are worth 4 Northmen in any season. His father's bones he shall have, as a gesture of Joffrey's good faith." This raises murmurs of delight and laughter from the audience. Sir Cleos asks about the sword Ice and Robb's sisters. Tyrion states that he will have the sword when he makes peace, and the sisters when Jaime is released. Tyrion then tells Valar that Sir Cleos is to also have a Lannister escort, since he is a cousin, and that Valar is to take all of his guardsmen. This raises concern from Pycelle. Valar stands stone still. Tyrion states that the Goldcloaks and Kingsguard are adequate to protect the king and queen. Varys smiles knowingly. Littlefinger feigns boredom, and Pycelle is looking confused. Tyrion attempts to close the meeting, but Sir Alliser Thorne speaks up, complaining about being ignored. Tyrion feigns ignorance of him being in the city, blaming Bronn for making his friend that he walked the war with wait. Sir Alliser wants to speak to the king, but is told he is playing with his new crossbow, which Tyrion has just given him. So Sir Alliser will have to talk with the king's servants. So Alisar relates how they found the corpses of 2 long-dead rangers and brought them back to the wall. They rose that night and killed Sir Jaemery Riker and attempted to murder Sir Jorah Mormont. Tyrion gets assurances that the Lord Commander survived and they killed these 2 dead men. So Alisar tells them that they were dead the first time, pale and cold, with black hands and feet. As proof, he had a hand, but it rotted away while he waited. Tyrion thinks of the dread he felt when he was on the wall with Jon Snow. He orders Littlefinger to send Sir Alisar back with 100 spades to bury the dead and prevent them from walking, and also tells Sir Jacelyn that Sir Alisar will have the pick of the dungeons to use the spades. Tyrion is informed that the dungeons are near empty since Yoren has already taken all of the likely men. He tells Sir Jacelyn to arrest some more, or to spread the word that there is food at the wall. Sir Alisar is not easily dismissed, trying to warn Tyrion of the danger. So Preston intervenes, and Sir Alisar knows better than to challenge a Kingsguard. Then Bronn marches Sir Alisar from the hall. Varys compliments Tyrion on how well he handled the situation. Littlefinger asks if he meant to send away all his guards, to which Tyrion responds only his sister's guards. Tyrion notes that Littlefinger is not happy with him, and Littlefinger replies that he loves him as much as ever, but that Myrcella Baratheon cannot wed Robert Arryn if she weds Trystane Martell, and to leave him out of the next deception. Glancing at the knife at Littlefinger's hip, Tyrion apologizes, stating the realm needs him. Tyrion asks Varys to walk with him. Varys tells him that Cersei will never let him send away her guard, and Tyrion replies that Varys is going to help him accomplish this by saying it is part of the plan to free Jaime. Varys is to put the thief, the poisoner, the murmur, and the murderer in crimson cloaks to join the rest of the guard escorting Sir Cleos. 4 among 400 Lannister men cannot be watched closely. She will not like it and be uneasy, but Tyrion likes her uneasy. Sir Cleos leaves that afternoon, escorted by 100 Lannister guardsmen. That same afternoon, Tyrion finds Timett dicing in the barracks and tells him to meet him in his solar at midnight. He feasts with the Vale Mountain clans that night, shunning wine for once. During the feast, he asks Shagga what moon it is and is told black, which they call the Traitor's Moon. He tells Shagga to not get too drunk and to keep his axe sharp. Shagga uses his axe to destroy the door to Pycelle's chambers. Tyrion has Timett pull the naked serving girl out of the bed and marches her into the hall. Tyrion pulls the blanket off the maester, who asks why this is being done to a loyal servant. Tyrion tells him that he sent one of his letter to Doran Martell and the other to Cersei. Pycelle tries to blame Varys, but Tyrion informs him that he was the only one he entrusted the information with. Pycelle tries to claim that something happened to the letter on the way, and that he knows things about Varys that would chill Tyrion's blood. Tyrion replies that his lady prefers his blood hot. Then Pycelle tries to accuse Littlefinger, to which Tyrion responds that he already knows about him. Tyrion instructs Shagga to cut off Pycelle's manhood and feed it to the goats. When Shagga states there are no goats, Tyrion tells him to make do. Shagga first takes most of Pycelle's beard with his axe as Pycelle sprays everything with urine. Pycelle tells Tyrion that he did everything for House Lannister and to ask Tywin. He says he was even responsible for convincing Aerys II Targaryen to open the gates. Tyrion, shocked, states, "So the sack of King's Landing was your work as well." He then asks how many he has betrayed. Aerys, Eddard Stark, himself, King Robert, Jon Arryn, Prince Rhaegar? Pycelle pleads that Robert was a wretched king, that Renly was plotting to bring Mace Tyrell's daughter to court and have Cersei supplemented as queen. Tyrion asks what Lord Arryn had been plotting, and Pycelle explains that Jon Arryn knew of Cersei's incest. Pycelle also knew that Lord Jon planned to send his wife back to the Eyrie, his son to foster on Dragonstone, and that he meant to act on his knowledge. Thanks to Shagga's axe making closer and closer shaves of Pycelle's neck, Tyrion finally gets him to confess that he had a hand in the death of Jon Arryn by assuring he wouldn't receive effective treatment because he knew about the father of Cersei's children. He tells them he knew that Cersei wanted Jon dead, but could not say it since Varys was always listening. He sent Coleman away because he was purging Jon. Then Pycelle attempts to blame Hugh for the poisoning, telling Tyrion that Varys can tell him. Disgusted, Tyrion orders Pycelle thrown into one of the black cells. When Pycelle is gone, Tyrion searches the quarters and collects a few small jars, thinking how he wished Pycelle was the one he could have trusted. Varys and Littlefinger are no more loyal, just more subtle and thus more dangerous. Tyrion suspects his father's method might be best. Send for Sir Ilan Payne, have all 3 of the heads mounted above the gates, and be done with it. What Tyrion did here was stupid and petty. He should have done what he did with Lancel and keep Pycelle in place and had him report back on Cersei's movements. Because all this ensures is that when the time comes to betray Tyrion, Pycelle will. Which he does by testifying at Tyrion's trial out of revenge. Lastly, what Pycelle said about serving House Lannister rings kind of true when Jaime observes him at Tywin's funeral. Of all the mourners, Grand Maester Pycelle had seemed the most distraught. "I have served 6 kings," he told Jaime after the second service, while sniffing doubtfully about the corpse. "But here, before us, lies the greatest man I ever knew. Lord Tywin wore no crown, yet he was all a king should be." Which is kind of sad that Pycelle actually was loyal to House Lannister. We see the best evidence for this in A Feast for Crows when Pycelle summons Kevan Lannister to be regent after Cersei's arrest. Otherwise, the Tyrells would have completely seized power in King's Landing. And yet, this reward was that Tyrion and Cersei would treat him horribly and completely ignore his advice. Chapter 26. Fear has become a part of Arya's daily life as she walks the hard, rutted roads among a group of prisoners of Gregor Clegane and his men. A kind of fear she had never known until she was held captive in that storehouse at the shore of the God's Eye. They spent 8 days in the village and are now leaving on Clegane's command, and every day she has seen someone die. The Mountain came into the storehouse each morning after breakfast to pick one of them to be interrogated. The village folk did not dare to look at him, maybe hoping they would escape his attention, but there was no way to hide from him, no way to be safe. He just chose whomever he liked. There was a girl he picked on the 4th day who had just slept with a soldier 3 nights running, yet the soldier said nothing. There was an old man he picked on the 5th day who had mended their clothing and declared so often that his son served in the city watch and did all for Joffrey that the other prisoners had actually started calling him all for Joffrey. There was a young mother with a pock-scarred face who told Clegane everything she knew on the exception that they would spare her daughter for it, only to see her daughter be picked the next morning to make certain the mother held nothing back. The interrogations always went down the same way. They were done in front of the whole group so that everyone knew what happened to rebels and traitors. They called the ordinary-looking man who did the questioning the tickler. He was assisted by Chiswick, the old stoop-shouldered man who smashed Arya's head when they caught her, or by someone else, with Clegane just watching and listening until the prisoners died, which they invariably did. The questions were always about valuables or food hidden in the village, about the whereabouts of Beric Dondarrion and the size of his band, and about who of the villagers had assisted them. They found a few valuables from the interrogations, but only got wildly inconsistent information about Dondarrion and his men. The longest someone survived the tickler's treatment was until evenfall. The bodies were hung by the fires as food for the wolves. The time in the storehouse has taught Arya that she is no water dancer. Syrio Forel would have never let them knock him down, take his sword, just watch as Lommie Greenhands was killed, or sit meekly by in that storehouse doing nothing while others died. She hates the villagers for being sheep, almost as much as she hates herself for being a lamb, not a direwolf, as the sigil of her house suggests. By now, the Lannisters have taken everything from her: father, friends, home, hope, courage, needle. They broke her wooden sword in front of her. They have even taken away her secret of being a girl. She was still able to pee in privacy at the storehouse, yet on the open road that is not possible, even though she tried to hold it. Hot Pie gaped at her when she skinned her breeches at a brush in front of all, but nobody else even looked. Clegane's men didn't care at all. Their captors have forbidden them to talk, and they punish those who disregard the order. As Arya has learned herself by getting her lip broken, they smashed with a spiked mace the face of a boy who wouldn't stop calling for his father. Then Raff the Sweetling killed the boy's mother as well when she started screaming. Arya sees no purpose any longer in being brave, so she watches people die and does nothing. One woman who was questioned tried to be brave, but she died screaming just as the rest did. There are no brave ones left on this march, only women and children and very old or very young men. The other men were chained to the gibbet and left as food for wolves and crows. They only spared Gendry because he admitted that he had forged his helmet himself, as blacksmiths are too valuable to be killed. The Mountain tells them that they will be taken to Harrenhal to serve Lord Tywin Lannister, a last chance given to the rebels and traitors, which they should take, obey, serve, and live. Arya hears people arguing about this when they go to sleep that night. An old woman laments that what is being done to them isn't just, as they didn't commit any treason. Dondarrion's men just came and has taken everything from them, as Clegane's did. Unlike the Mountain's men, Dondarrion's did the village folk no harm though, another woman points out. And Thoros of Myr even paid for what they took. Only with signed papers, the old woman replies, and those don't lay eggs as the chicken they took from her used to. Having made sure that no guard is looking, she spits 3 times for all Lannisters and Starks and Tullys. An old man says that the old king would have never stood for this sin and shame. Arya, forgetting herself, asks whether he is talking about King Robert, but the man meant King Aerys. Then a guard interferes. The old man loses his 2 remaining teeth and everyone falls silent. Besides the prisoners, Clegane's band is also taking pigs, chickens, a cow, and 9 wagons of saltfish to Harrenhal. The Mountain and his men are riding horses, but the captives have to walk and are killed if they cannot keep up or try to flee. The guards pick women at night and go into the bushes with them, receiving almost no resistance. There was one girl, prettier than the rest, who had to go with 4 or 5 different men each night, until she finally hit one with a stone one day. Clegane himself beheaded her with his massive 2-handed greatsword and made everyone watch. He commanded that the body was to be left for the wolves. Arya has a side look at Needle, worn at the hip by a black-bearded, balding man called Polliver, thinking how good it is that they took her sword from her, as she would have used it to stab Clegane that moment. And that would likely have ended with her being left as food for the wolves as well. Polliver is hardly the worst of the lot, Arya thinks. By now she knows every one of Clegane's men, when they were only nameless strangers the night she was caught. It's important to keep in mind who of them is lazy or brutal, smart or stupid. The one they call Shitmouth has the foulest tongue she has ever heard, yet he will give you an extra piece of bread if you ask, while jolly old Chiswick or soft-spoken Rafford will only hit you. Arya observes them and listens to their talk, polishing her hates the way Gendry used to polish his helmet. She hates Dunsen for wearing Gendry's helmet, Polliver for taking Needle, and Chiswick for thinking he's funny. She hates even more the people she knows are responsible for the death of ones close to her. Raff the Sweetling for the death of Lomi, Armory Lorch for the death of Yoren, Mirren Tread for the death of Syrio, the Hound for the death of Micah, Ilan Payne and Joffrey and Cersei for the death of her father, Fat Tom, Desmond, and the rest. Even for the death of Lady Sansa's direwolf. The tickler is almost too scary to hate though. There are times Arya almost forgets that he is coming along with the band, as he is completely inconspicuous when he isn't torturing people. Just another soldier, and actually quieter than most of them. Arya has started whispering to herself the names of the people she hates. She does it every night now. In Winterfell, she used to pray with her father at the Godswood, and with her mother in the Sept. But on the road to Harrenhal, whispering the names has become the only prayer left to her. Finally, the trees give way to a more open landscape of hills, streams, and fields, and the occasional burnt holdfast. After another day's march, they get the first glimpse of the towers of Harrenhal rising hard against the blues of the lake. Prisoners keep telling each other that things will get better at Harrenhal, but Arya is not sure about this, as she remembers Old Nan's story about this castle built on fear, and with mortar, black heron mixed with human blood, but where he was roasted with all his sons by the dragons of Aegon the Conqueror nonetheless. The castle is only a few more miles off, Arya thinks, yet they walk almost 2 more days before they reach Lord Tywin's army, encamped west of the castle in the scorched remains of a town, the stench from the overflowing latrines greeting them as they approach, telling Arya that the army has been here for some time. The sheer size of Harrenhal makes it deceptive to the eyes from afar, yet the gatehouse of the castle alone is as large as the great keep of Winterfell. Arya can only see the tops of 5 immense towers from outside, seeing their grotesque and misshapen form looking like an old man's gnarled knuckly fingers groping for the sky. She now believes every word Old Nan told about the stones melted and flowed like candle wax, turning into a searing red as they sought out Harren where he hid. Hot Pie does not want to enter the castle, declaring that there are ghosts within. Criswick gives him the choice of joining the ghosts or becoming one, so he walks in with the rest. In the echoing bathhouse, they have to strip and scrub themselves in tubs filled with scalding hot water, the process supervised by 2 fierce old women who talk about them like they are newly acquired donkeys. When they examine Arya, Goodwife Amable is dismayed about her feet, while Goodwife Harrier has a closer look at the calluses she receives while training with Needle. Harrier believes Arya is a farmer's daughter and got them from churning butter. She tells Arya that she can earn a higher station in life if she works hard, but will be beaten if she does not. Asked for it, she does not dare to give away her true name, nor does she want to use Ari. Thus she says Lomi called her Weasel, the name of the first girl that comes to her mind. Amable thinks the name is appropriate. She declares that Arya will lose her hair, as it is filled with lice, and will be assigned to the kitchen. Arya says she'd rather tend the horses, thinking that she could steal one and escape. Arya slaps her so hard that her lip breaks again and commands her to shut up, as nobody is interested in her views. Arya thinks that Arya wouldn't dare slap her if she had Needle. Amable explains that Lord Tywin has grooms and squires to look after the horses, and that the kitchen would have a nice place for Arya, as it is snug and clean, and one can always find a warm place to sleep there. However, Arya doesn't seem to be smart, so they should give her over to Weiss, Amable suggests. They send her off with a rough spun garb and ill-fitting shoes. Weiss turns out to be the under-steward for the Wailing Tower, a squat man with a carbuncle on the nose and angry red boils at one corner of his lips. He tells the 6 assigned to him that the Lannisters are generous to those who serve them well, a fate none of them deserve. If they do well, they might rise one day as high as he did. However, if they intend to presume on Lord Tywin's kindness, they'll have to deal with Weiss. They are told they are not to look the highborn in the eye, are only allowed to speak when spoken to, and should not get in Lord Tywin's way. Weiss says he can smell defiance, pride, and disobedience, and if he does, they'll have to answer for it. All he wants to sniff of them is fear. So, obviously the show had Arya be Tywin Lannister's cupbearer, which is a massive improvement on Arya's book plotline. However, it makes absolutely no sense that Tywin would allow some random little girl to be his cupbearer, which is a very reputable position like we saw with Rhaenyra in House of the Dragon, and not just given to anyone. We are also introduced to the Mountain's Men, many of whom are put on Arya's list of people to kill. Chapter 28. Meera, armed with a 3-pronged frog spear and a net, is facing Summer in the Godswood. Summer charges past the spear, but is entangled in the net as he slams into her. Bran tells her that she loses, but Jojen, whom Old Nan calls Little Grandfather because he is so somber, points out that Summer is entangled in the net. After disentangling the wolf and Bran calling to him, she asks if Summer ever grows angry. Bran tells her not with him, and he has never drawn blood. Meera is still worried, but Bran assures her that he would not have drawn her blood. He knows and likes her. Bran thinks about how Meera is so like his sister, Arya, and tells them that he wishes they were their wards instead of Big Walder and Little Walder. They have stayed after all the others have gone and have become his constant companions. Bran tells Meera he has never heard of anyone fighting with a net, and asks if their master-at-arms taught her. She tells him her father taught her, and they have no knights or ravens at the Grey Water Watch. The island moves, so neither ravens nor enemies can find it. Bran asks if he would be welcome at Greywater Watch after the hostilities end. They assure him that their Lord Father would welcome him any time, and that leaving Winterfell sooner rather than later would be good for him. It is revealed that the Bastard of Bolton has forcibly taken Lady Hornwood as his wife after the Harvest Feast, that Lord Manderley took her castle to protect it, and Sir Roderick has gone east to settle the uprising and see that justice is done. Bran could ask Sir Roderick about visiting the Reeds when he returns. Mira reveals that Jojen has the green sight. He has dreams of things that have not happened, but sometimes do. Jojen corrects this by saying they always do. Bran asks to hear about the dreams, and is told that Jojen will, but only if Bran tells them about his own dreams. Bran denies he has dreams, saying that Maester Luwin gives him sleeping draughts, which he admits help only sometimes. Mira tells him that everyone in the castle hears him scream when he sleeps. Bran does not tell, but is interested in what dreams Jojen has had. Jojen thinks that Bran is the winged wolf bound to earth by chains. He also states that a crow is trying to peck through the chains, but his beak can only chip them. When asked if the crow has 3 eyes, Jojen nods. The crow first came to Jojen when he almost died of grey water fever, and to Bran after he fell. It told him he had to fly, but when Bran woke, he was broken and couldn't fly. After hearing this, Jojen is sure that Bran is the winged wolf, and they tell Bran that the 3-eyed crow is not in Greywater Watch, but north, beyond the wall. When their father heard Jojen's dreams, he sent them to Winterfell. When Bran asks how he will break the chains, he is told to open his eye, not the 2 that are opened, but the 3rd one. When he opens his 3rd eye, he will be able to see south to the summer sea and north beyond the wall. Bran decides that he is tired of talking of crows and wants to talk about something else, and then asks about lizard lions. However, Jojen keeps asking Bran about his dream, whether he has dreamed he was Summer, and then reveals that when he touched Summer that night of the Harvest Feast, he felt Bran in Summer, and that he felt Bran fall. He then asks if falling scares Bran. Bran thinks of the Golden Man, and that he scares him. He has not been able to tell Sir Roderick or Maester Luwin, so cannot tell the Reeds either. Jojen continues by asking if he falls every night, and there is a low rumbling growl from Summer. Mira puts herself between Summer and her brother and asks Bran to keep the wolf back. Bran claims that Jojen is making Summer angry, but Mira responds that it is him that Jojen is making angry, his fear. She tells Bran that he and Summer are part of each other. Shaggy Dog arrives. The dire wolf lunges and Mira tells Bran to call them off, but he does not know how, and Jojen tells Bran that Summer is reacting to his anger. Mira tells her brother to climb the tree. Jojen responds that it is not his day to die, but complies, and Mira follows. Bran has been unable to call off the wolves, but remembers he is not alone and calls to Hodor. When Hodor appears, Bran tells him to chase the wolves away, which he gleefully does. When Jojen returns to the ground, he never takes his eyes off Summer as he tells Bran that they will talk again. Bran only thinks that it was the wolves, not him, and tells Hodor to bring him to Maester Luwin. When he is with Maester Luwin, he tells him that Mira said her brother has the green sight. Luwin explains that their wise men call such people greenseers. He then tells Bran that nobody truly knows what it is, but that the first men thought that the greenseers could see through the eyes of the weirwood, which is why the men cut down the trees, and that they have control over animals and fish. When asked, Bran tells the Maester that Jojen only claims to have dreams that sometimes come true. The Maester tells Bran that everyone has dreams that come true, like when he and Rickon dreamed their father was in the crypts before they knew he was dead. He then asks Bran whether he remembers the meaning of the metals of a Maester's chain: black iron for Raveny, silver, healing, gold, sums. Luwin pulls his chain around his neck to reveal a link made of Valyrian steel, and tells Bran that it signifies the study of the higher mysteries, magic. This is a study of small use that few maesters trouble with. He goes on to say that magic might have once been a mighty force, but no longer. Valyria was its last ember, and dragons the children, and giants are no more. Jojen does not have the green sight, since no living man has that power. Bran tells Mira what the Maester said when she comes to him at dusk, and that Summer should not have tried to hurt Jojen. But Jojen should not have made the comments about his dreams. The crow lied, and so did Jojen, that Bran could fly. Mira suggests that the Maester may be wrong, but Bran replies that he is not, and that his father depended on him. She leaves him with another of Jojen's dreams, that one day soon, Maester Luwin will serve him a king's cut of the roast at a great feast, but the portion he gives to the Walders will be grey and dead, yet they will like their meal better than he. That night, Bran is almost afraid to sit at supper, but everyone is served the same, and there is nothing wrong with the food served the Walders. Bran is relieved. Nothing bad is coming to Winterfell, but he is disappointed also. So long as there is magic, anything can happen. He will never walk, fly, or be a knight. So, we first hear of Ramsay Snow in this chapter, and his actions demonstrate the inherent weakness of House Stark marching their army south, leaving the North vulnerable to both internal squabbling, like in the case over Lady Hornswood Land, and external invasion, as we see with the Ironborn. Also, in this chapter, we get our first mention of the Winged Wolf, which is obviously meant to be Bran, and the chains holding him down are meant to be Winterfell and Maester Luwin's rational skepticism towards all things magic. So whoever is sending Bran dreams needs to break these chains, and they do this by sending Theon dreams that give him the idea to seize Winterfell for himself, and ultimately force Bran to escape north. So we definitely believe the person who's sending these dreams is the Three-Eyed Crow, which is not Bloodraven, but most likely a time-traveling Bran. In chapter 29, Tyrion is informed by a sleepy Podrick Payne that Lancel Lannister has arrived. Tyrion is not bothered by the late hour, since he usually works well into the morning reading Varys' Whisperer's reports or going over Littlefinger's accounts. He figures, however, that Cersei was expecting Lancel's late arrival would catch him less alert. Tyrion takes his time and roughens his hair to make it look like he has been woken from his sleep. Tyrion warmly greets Lancel, who has been pacing. Lancel tells him that Cersei commands that Pycelle be released, handing Tyrion her warrant. Tyrion tells Lancel he hopes she is not overtaxing herself. He would not want to see a relapse. After being assured that she is recovered, Tyrion states it is music to his ears, thinking he should have given her a larger dose. Tyrion offers Lancel mulled wine to help him sleep, and he rejects the offer, having not come to drink. Tyrion states that wine has its dangers, and that he would have thought if Cersei was so concerned about Pycelle, she would have come herself. Lancel tells Tyrion just to release the prisoner with a sneer, that the Queen is Joffrey's regent. Tyrion replies that he is Joffrey's hand. Lancel replies, the hand serves, the regent rules until the king is of age. And Tyrion says maybe he should write it down so he can remember, and tells Podrick to leave. After Pod leaves, Lancel states that Sir Jacelyn Bywater defied a command in the king's name, and that Cersei demands he be removed and charged with treason. Tyrion thinks that it means that Cersei has already ordered Pycelle's release and Bywater rebuffed her. When Lancel threatens Tyrion, Tyrion responds that he will hear no warning from a boy. Lancel touches his sword and warns Tyrion to watch his words. Tyrion in turn warns him that at a cry from him, Shagga will break in and kill Lancel with an axe and not a wineskin. Lancel, incensed, tells Tyrion that he is a knight. Tyrion asks if Cersei had him knighted before or after she took him to bed. Lancel says nothing, and Tyrion can tell from his eyes that Varys was right. When Tyrion comments, Lancel demands Tyrion withdraw his filthy accusations. Before he can finish, Tyrion mentions the result if Joffrey discovered he murdered his father to bed his mother. Lancel's courage deserts him as he insists to Tyrion that Tywin Lannister commanded Lancel to do everything that Cersei told him when he was assigned squire to King Robert I Baratheon. Tyrion asks if Tywin told him to fuck Cersei also, noting that Lancel looks somewhat like Jaime, but a poor copy. Lancel starts to say he only did what he was bid, to which Tyrion adds that he must have hated every instant of a high place in court, knighthood, and Cersei opening her legs, and then threatens to go to the king. Lancel begs for mercy as Tyrion continues his threats to go to the king, whom he is duty-bound to inform. When Lancel states he will end it, Tyrion tells him no, that he will stay close to Cersei, be a spy for him, and tell no one. Lancel agrees, and Tyrion orders him to drink to their understanding. Tyrion then tells Lancel that he could do well out of this, and that knighthood is nothing. Then he orders him to tell the Queen that he begs her forgiveness, and he will let her have Pycelle to do with however she will, but he will not be on the council. With respect to Sir Jacelyn Bywater, Lancel is to assure the Queen that he thinks he can win him away from Tyrion. Tyrion also notes he does not want another nephew. Lancel tells him there is no need for concern, since Sansa has him spill his seed on her belly. After he leaves, Tyrion thinks it's fortunate that Lancel's father, Kevan Lannister, has 2 other sons, since, in Tyrion's view, as Cersei will kill Lancel if she finds out he is betraying her. And even if Lancel survives the war, he will never survive Jaime's return to King's Landing. The only question being whether Jaime kills Lancel in a jealous rage, or Cersei kills him to stop Jaime from finding out. Tyrion privately bets on Cersei. Tyrion cannot get to sleep, so he sends Podrick, who was asleep, to summon Bronn and get 2 horses saddled. When Bronn arrives, he asks, "Who pissed in your soup?" To which Tyrion answers, "Cersei." He states he should be used to the taste and that she seems to have mistaken him for Eddard Stark. Bronn replies that he was tall, to which Tyrion responds, "Not after Joffrey took off his head." They leave through the postern gate, then down Shadow Black Lane to the foot of Aegon's High Hill, onto Pig Run Alley. Tyrion reflects that the men that have been hand have been no match for Cersei, because they were too honest. The only way to defeat Cersei is to play her own game. In the crowded brothel, they are met by Chataia, who leads them to the common room and serves them wine, apologizing for the quality. She cannot find good wine at any price, which Tyrion understands. As Tyrion waits, Dany slides onto his lap, saying she has a cure for him feeling unloved. He tells her that he has grown fond of Alea's remedy. When Alea arrives, she leads him up the stairs and tells him that Dany has a bet with Marie, and has only a fortnight before she loses her black pearls. She leads him to the tower room, telling him that she will sleep while he is gone before he disappears down the shaft to the tunnel. As he leaves the stables on his gelding, he hears music that reminds him of the words Tysha sung to him, who was a lie, a Jaime had hired to make him a man. He arrives at the manse, which has been arranged by Varys as a place to sequester Shae. He tells Varys he wanted her protected by ugly, scary men who did not like having sex with women. She is now protected by a Brovasi daggerman with a hare lip and a lazy eye, 1 eunuch strangler, and a pair of foul-smelling Ibonesi who are fond of axes and each other. If Tyrion had her guarded by his clansmen, it would only be a matter of time before everyone knew of his concubine. He enters the room not intending to disturb Shae, but the sight of her nude body makes him hard. He spreads her legs and starts to lick her until his beard is soaked, and then enters her, and explodes almost at once. She opens her eyes and tells him she just had the sweetest dream. Tyrion thinks of the wars and intrigues, and that he was made for this. This chapter showcases what Tyrion should have done with Pycelle, and that is, make him your creature rather than Cersei's. But also, it is absurd how much time Tyrion dedicates to outmaneuvering Cersei, who he knows shares his own interests, rather than Littlefinger, who he knows to be a traitor to the crown, and Varys, who Cersei even warns him about in Tyrion 12. Varys says so. A line appeared on Cersei's pale white brow, between those lovely eyes. "You put too much trust in that eunuch. He serves me well. Or so he have you believe. You think you're the only one he whispers secrets to? He gives each of us just enough to convince us that we'd be helpless without him. He played the same game with me when I first wed Robert. For years I was convinced I had no truer friend at court. But now," she studied his face for a moment, "he says you mean to take the hound from Joffrey. Damn Varys. I need Clegane for more important duties." Tyrion decides to leave in place 2 people he knows to be playing him false, while focusing all his attention on Cersei, who is not even a threat to his power. All in all, Tyrion wasn't that great of a hand of the king. In chapter 30, Arya wonders what King Harrenhal meant to name the 5 towers of Harrenhal, but they are now known as the Tower of Dread, the Widow's Tower, the Wailing Tower, the Tower of Ghosts, and Kingspire Tower since the burning of Harrenhal. She now sleeps in a niche in the vaults beneath the Wailing Tower. The work is hard, but no harder than the mile she was walking every day, and she can wash and the food is filling. She does not need to find bugs to eat. Hot pie is assigned to the kitchens and Gendry to the forge, while Arya works for the understeward Whis doing errands, running messages, drawing water, fetching food, and sometimes serving tables in the barracks hall. Arya hates Whis and adds him to her list of names. She occasionally gets to see Hot Pie when she is sent to fetch the food for Whis and his charges. Arya does not want to learn the names of Wys's other charges since it hurts when people she knows die. Lady Shella Went only occupied parts of 2 towers, letting the rest of the castle go to ruin. She left a small staff when she fled, inadequate for the host that now occupies the castle. As a result, the Lannisters have to forage for servants to make more of Harrenhal habitable. Harrenhal covers 3 times the area of Winterfell, but its buildings are much grander. The stables handle 1,000 horses, the Godswood covers 20 acres, the kitchen is as large as Winterfell's Great Hall, and the Hall of the 100 Hearths could handle Tywin's entire host. Some claim the ghosts of Harren the Black and his sons occupy the Wailing Tower, but Arya knows that they died in the Kingsfire Tower. The wailing is from the wind, and the ghosts never trouble her. However, she fears living men, including Sir Gregor Clegane and Tywin Lannister, who keeps their apartments in the Kingsfire Tower. She considers marching up to Tywin and telling him who she is, but figures she would never get close enough to him, and if she did, he would not believe her, and she would get a beating from Rhys, whom she fears more than the Mountain. He hits at the slightest provocation. On the road to Harrenhal, she felt like a sheep, but now she feels like a mouse. The lords and ladies never notice the grey mice under their feet, and Arya hears many secrets by just listening as she does her duties. The slut Pretty Pia is working her way through every night. The wife of the jailer is pregnant either by Sir Alan Stackspear or a single white smile. Lord Leo Lefford keeps a candle lit by his bed because of the ghosts. Sir Donovan's squire Jodge cannot hold his water at night. The cook spit on the despised Sir Harrow Swift's food, and Maester Tothmir's serving girl told her brother that Tywin has ordered the Maester to burn a message claiming that Joffrey is a bastard, and to never speak of it again. She also hears from Rhys that Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon are both kings, and have joined the fighting. Many of the Lannister men question how long Joffrey can hold the throne, protected only by gold cloaks and ruled by a eunuch, a dwarf, and a woman. There have also been a number of reports of Beric Dondarrion being killed by the Bloody Murmurs, but he has already supposedly been killed by Amory Lorch at Rushing Falls, and twice by the Mountain. A fortnight later, the queerest collection of men Arya has ever seen arrives, the Bloody Murmurs. Rhys assures her that she does not want to know them, and is told they are called the Footmen, Toes of the Goat, and Lord Tywin's Bloody Murmurs. They call themselves the Brave Companions, and their leader is the very tall, stick-thin Vargo Hoat. They are housed in the Widow's Tower, for which Arya is thankful. On their first night, Sir Harys Swift's squire is killed, and 2 of the Bloody Murmurs are wounded. Tywin hangs both, along with one of Lord Lewis Leiden's archers, who is supposed to have started the trouble. They do not stay long, but before they leave, she hears that Roose Bolton has occupied the Ruby Ford, and her brother is in Riverrun, which is much closer than Winterfell, but she does not know where it lies in relation to Harrenhal. If only she could get away. She learns that there are captives from the Battle of the Green Fork. They have been given freedom of the castle in return for a pledge that they will not attempt to escape, but Arya is hoping they can help her escape. There are 3 Frey brothers and their bastard brother, but they are soon ransomed. There is also a very fat lordling who is always in the kitchen, one that wears a black cloak with white suns, and Lord Medger Serwyn, whom she recognizes. She figures she can get aid from Lord Serwyn, but learns later that he died from his wounds. Arya hears all sorts of rumors about Lord Tywin's plans. Lord Tywin spends his days with his war council. Arya often catches sight of him and thinks he is strong-looking for an old man, and his face reminds her of her father, although they look nothing alike, and she could never picture Tywin laughing. Sir Amory Lorch arrives one afternoon, looking less frightening in the daylight. He has fewer men than she remembers, and many wounded. She is told that they rode all the way around the lake, chasing Beric Dondarrion and slaying rebels. Arya figures they are talking about the men of the Night's Watch. At the end of the column, she sees Jaqen H'ghar, Rorg, and Biter, with his body covered in half-healed wounds. Jaqen H'ghar still smiles, and his clothes are filthy, but his hair washed and brushed. His eyes pass right over Arya, and she thinks he did not even notice her. Arya thinks that Gendry was right, and she should have let them die. That night, she says the names again: Rhys, Dunsen, Chiswick, Polliver, Raff the Sweetling, the Tickler, the Hound, Sir Gregor, Sir Amory Lorch, Sir Ilyn, Sir Meryn, and King Joffrey. and Queen Cersei. She thinks she might add 3 names to the list, but she is too tired to decide. She is dreaming of wolves in the wild when she wakes with Jaqen H'ghar's hand over her mouth. He notes that the boy Arya became a girl and revealing that he did not see her that afternoon. He then explains that she saved 3 lives, thus he has to repay her by taking 3 lives of her choice, in order to appease the Red God. When Arya asks him to take her to Riverrun, he replies that he will take 3 lives for her, nothing more, and gives her some time to decide whom to kill. Then he leaves before she can even light her candle. The next morning, Arya yawns in Rhys's presence, and he warns her not to let her mouth drop open again, telling her he will feed her tongue to his bitch, and twists her ear to make certain she heard. As she works, she thinks of whom she wants dead, and that, being at war, she should try to kill as many Lannisters as she could, but her father personally killed those he condemned to death. She is not sure she should trust Jaqen and avoids him for a while, which is not hard to do. So Gregor returns and Rhys sends Arya to see if they have clothes that need mending. She arrives to find Chickswick talking and does not want to interrupt because she might be hit. He is talking about when he was returning from the tourney of the hand with Sir Gregor, Raff, Joss Steelwood, and Aegon. They stopped at an alehouse where the brewer did not stop talking. They knew better than to talk because the mountain was seething over the joust with the Night of Flowers. The brewer's girl was serving and they were touching her. Finally, Joss put his hand up her skirt and she screamed, running to the kitchen. The brewer went to Sir Gregor and asked that his men leave the girl alone. Sir Gregor had the girl brought before him, paid the brewer a silver, and left her right there. Her brother ran in from the cellar and Raff stabbed him with a dirk. After Sir Gregor was done, Tobot and Chiswick continued to rape her. Sir Gregor told the brewer the girl was not worth a silver and demanded change, and the brewer gave it to him. They all roar with laughter at the story while Arya sneaks away. When Rhys learns she did not ask about the mending, he beats her bloody. 2 days later, she sees Jaqen H'ghar in the barracks hall. Ensuring that Rhys is not around, she works her way down to him, filling wine cups until she reaches and whispers Chiswick in his ear. He gives no sign that he heard, and nothing happens until the 3rd day, when she hears that a man fell off the wall-walk the previous night. Some are saying Harren's ghost flung him down, and Arya thinks that she is the ghost of Harrenhal, and there is one less name on her list. What is even more disturbing is that Chiswick estimated the girl to have been 18 years old at the time of the event, but Raff corrects him, stating that she was more like 13 years old. The very fat northern lord Arya mentions is Willis Manderly, son of Wyman Manderly. We also see the bloody murmurs here and the crazy assortment of characters in their rank and file. Arya gets a lot of undue hate for naming Chiswick to Jaqen H'ghar rather than Tywin Lannister or the Mountain, but her logic for not trusting Jaqen at first is sound. Moreover, Tywin never makes it onto Arya's kill list. However, if Tywin had died here, that would have almost certainly won the war for Stannis, since without Tywin and Jaime captured, it is unlikely House Tyrell would have sided with the Lannisters unless Kevin stood up and took command of the situation effectively. Chapter 31. Hallis Mullen announces to Catelyn that they are the first to arrive at an area where the trees have been cut down by Stannis Baratheon's foragers to build siege equipment. So Wendell Manderly tells Catelyn that this is not their fight, and Catelyn replies that she was sent here by Robb Stark, and for the good of the realm it must be done. But forging a peace between the brothers will not be easy. She would prefer to be with her dying father, Hoster Tully, in Riverrun, or back in Winterfell. In the distance she can see Storm's End and Stannis' army looking small and insignificant under its walls. Catelyn thinks about the history of Storm's End and of the love between the first Storm King, Durin, and Eleni, the daughter of the sea god and the goddess of the wind. After the wedding, Eleni yielded her maidenhood and immortality. Her parents unleashed Storm and Wind to destroy Durin's hold, killing all but Durin and his wife, who had protected him within her arms. It was the 7th castle he built that managed to withstand the storms. It is said that this castle was built with the help of the Children of the Forest, or a child that became known as Brandon the Builder. Stannis is the first to arrive with a Red Priestess as his standard bearer. Catelyn knows that Renly will be last, Stannis expresses his surprise to find her here and gives his condolences for her husband Eddard Stark, though he notes Stark was no friend of his. Stannis is not grateful for Eddard's part in breaking the siege, saying it was on Robert Baratheon's command. He holds it against Eddard that he took the position of Hand of the King, which he did not even want. Stannis tells her that regardless of his feelings for her husband, Catelyn will have justice for his murder. She responds that Renly promised the same, but she would prefer her daughters back. Stannis promises that her daughters will be found when he takes King's Landing. Catelyn thinks his tone implies dead or alive, and tells him that King's Landing is closer to Dragonstone, but he is at Storm's End. He replies that he needs the power of the Southern Lords to take King's Landing, and so he must take them from his brother, who owes him loyalty and obedience as his elder and rightful king. Stannis then asks if Robert has thrown his lot in with Renly, and is told he is king of the North by the will of the lords and people, and only holds his hand out in friendship. Stannis replies that kings have no friends, only subjects and enemies. At this point, Renly's party arrives with Brienne of Tarth bearing the banner. Renly asks about Stannis' sigil, and the priestess replies it is the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. Renly says it is just as well, since if they had the same banner, the battle would be confused. Catelyn expresses hope that there will be no battle, and Stannis states that the Iron Throne is his by rights, and those who deny this are his foes. Catelyn tells them that this is folly, with the Kingslayer's host reforming at the Golden Tooth, another Lannister host gathering at Castle Rock, and Tywin Lannister at Harrenhal with 20,000 men, and the Lannisters holding King's Landing. Renly immediately demands that Stannis bend his knee to him, and Stannis absolutely refuses, stating he is the eldest and denouncing Renly as a usurper. Renly responds that the Targaryens called Robert a usurper, and he bore up under the shame. Catelyn tries to convince them to be reasonable, only to be rebuked by Stannis, who asserts that he is the rightful king. Stannis also adds that he considers her son no less a traitor than Renly, and promises to deal with Robb in due time. Catelyn asks how he is the rightful king given that Robert had 2 sons, at which Renly laughs, stating that she has not seen Stannis' letter. Stannis tells Catelyn that Joffrey and his siblings are not of Robert's seed, but bastards born of incest between Cersei and her brother. Catelyn asks why Stannis kept this knowledge to himself, and is told that he approached Jon Arryn since he figured that Robert would be more willing to listen to Jon, whom he loved, as opposed to Stannis, from whom such accusations would have seemed self-serving. Renly points out that Jon is dead, and Stannis states that his death was not by happenstance, that Cersei poisoned him. Catelyn, immediately putting the pieces together, adds that her sister Lysa accused the queen of killing her husband. Renly tells Stannis that he may have the greater right, but Renly has the bigger army. Renly reaches under his cloak, and Stannis immediately goes for his sword, but Renly only brings out a peach, offering it to Stannis. Stannis retorts he did not come there to eat fruit, and Renly replies a man should never refuse a peach because life is short, and as the Starks say, winter is coming. Stannis thinks this is a threat, but Renly states it was not, and he tells Stannis he never liked him, but he is of his blood, and if it is Storm's End he wants, he will give it to him. Stannis refuses, saying it is his. Renly states he refuses a peach, a castle, and did not come to his wedding. Stannis sneers that the wedding was a farce, considering Renly married a woman he was scheming to make one of Robert's whores a year before. Renly corrects this, saying he was going to make Margaery Tyrell his queen, but Robert was killed by a boar, and so he got Margaery. He reveals his plan to have a son with her within a year, and then asks Stannis how many sons he has, telling him that if he had a wife that looked like Stannis's, he would send his fool to service her as well. Infuriated, Stannis draws his blade, which shines strangely, roaring that he will not tolerate Renly mocking him to his face, but Brienne moves between them. Stannis tells Renly that he will not kill Renly with Lightbringer, and he will give him till dawn to pledge to him, for the sake of their late mother. In return, Stannis will grant him Storm's End, a seat on the council, and name him his heir until he has a son. Otherwise, he will destroy Renly. Renly laughs, pointing out that he has the strength in banners: House Rowan, House Tarly, House Karen, House Tarth, House Penrose, House Fossaway, House Q, House Mullendore, House Estermont, House Selmy, House Hightower, House Oakhart, House Crane, House Caswell, House Blackbar, House Morrigan, House Beesbury, House Shermer, House Dunn, House Footley, and Stannis' wife House Florent. What is present is only the vanguard, with 100,000 foot still to arrive. After exchanging taunts, Stannis gallops away, the Red Priestess staying long enough to say before also leaving, "Look to your own sins, Lord Renly." Catelyn tells Renly that his brother is the lawful heir if Joffrey is Jaime's son. Renly replies this is true only while he lives, and asks if Catelyn would agree that it is a fool's law since he would be a better king than either Robert or Stannis. He will be a great king, strong yet generous, clever, just, diligent, loyal to my friends and terrible to my enemies, yet capable of forgiveness. Patient, Catelyn adds, humble? Renly laughs and states, "You must allow a king some flaws, my lady." Catelyn feels very tired. She has failed and her son will have to face the Lannisters alone while the Baratheon brothers destroy each other. She thinks how much Renly is like his brother Robert, but Robert had Eddard to temper him. Eddard would have prevailed on Robert to bring the whole force to besiege Stannis, the besieger, instead of forging ahead with only the horses and no fodder. Now he must come to battle soon or starve. Catelyn accompanies Renly back to his pavilion, sending Hol Mollen to tend to the horses. Once inside, Renly states his brother has not changed, and since he will not take his gifts, maybe he should fight. Lord Mathis Rowan points out that the castle is well provisioned and has a strong garrison under Sir Courtenay Penrose. They can let Stannis have a profitless siege. Renly, however, is concerned that men will say he fears Stannis. Lord Randall Tarly thinks they cannot leave him unblooded since he may grow stronger than Renly, and the others seem to agree. Renly decides that they will fight. At this, Catelyn sees no point in not returning to Riverrun, so she asks to leave, but is told she cannot. She must watch so she can tell her son what happens to rebels. Renly then gives command of the centre to Lord Mathis Rowan, the left to Bryce Caron, and the reserve to Lord Eldon Estermont, while Renly takes the right. Lord Mathis Rowan asks who will have the van, and Sir John Fossaway first asks the honour, but Sir Guyard the Green states that it should be one of the seven. Randall Tarly states he led Mace Tyrell's van since before most of those present were born. After a clamour fills the pavilion, Renly gives the honour to Sir Loras Tyrell. Sir Loras accepts and asks for one of his knights to ride beside him, so that the Stag and Rose can go to battle side by side. Renly gives Brienne this honour. She wants to fight by his side, but is told that there are 4 of the Rainbow Guard that will fight beside him. She accepts the duty, but requests that she arm for battle. Renly accepts. Catelyn can hear someone snigger. Renly then asks them to leave him. Before she leaves, Catelyn asks to visit a sept she saw in a village, and Renly tells Sir Robar Royce to provide an escort, but to return by dawn. Catelyn tells him he should also pray, not for victory, but for wisdom. Renly tells Sir Loras to remain with him to help him pray. Sir Robar Royce is a member of the Rainbow Guard, and Catelyn knows him slightly, that he is known for his skill in the tourney. The son of Yoin Royce, bannerman to House Arryn. She asks him about this, and he says his father owes fealty, as does his heir. But he is a second son. He is tired of tourneys and looking for glory. She arrives at her camp to find Shad preparing the meal, Hal Mollen dicing with 3 of his men, and Lucas Blackwood sharpening his dagger. Lucas asks if they fight or flee, and she says they pray. This chapter has so many funny moments, like Renly and Loras going to pray together. Renly telling Stannis that the boar got Robert and I got Marjorie. You'll be pleased to know she came to me, a maid. And Stannis replying, in your bed, she's like to die that way. Or even the peach is so weird, but also sad, especially when Stannis tells Davos later, Renly offered me a peach at our parley, mocked me, defied me, threatened me, and offered me a peach. I thought he was drawing a blade and went for mine own. Was that his purpose, to make me show fear? Or was it one of his pointless jests? When he spoke of how sweet the peach was, did his words have some hidden meaning? The king gave a shake of his head. Only Renly could vex me so with a piece of fruit. He brought his doom on himself with his treason. But I did love him, Davos. I know that now. I swear. I will go to my grave thinking of my brother's peach. Which I think goes to show that Stannis will never admit it, but he really is traumatized after killing his brother. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.